Oh, sheesh. These motherfucking magnets. What up, man? We debating the globe. Boom. No doubt. No doubt. It's definitely flat. What's good? How everybody doing today? About to about to debate this globe. Know what I mean? About to debate this globe. Who we got? School snacks selling to make this guy look crazy. I hope he.
How about you shut the fuck up, stop worrying if it's flat or round, hop off TikTok and go make your bag, motherfucker. Go make that bag. Stop worrying.
Show that. For show that. You already know. Flat and motionless. Facts. Facts, bro. When you get to that 1K, you get you alive, let them have it. Cause it's way too many of them out there thinking that we playing and shit. But we trying to put people on game, and they acting like they stupid. Acting like they stupid, bro. Bro. Mm. Let's go. Let's go. I think the earth is flat. Prove me wrong. Share the joint to people who want to debate, people who think they got evidence for gravity. You know what I mean? Ain't got nothing but got a homeboy man who be saying they ain't got shit but them wolf tickets. They passing out wolf tickets over there. That shit fake. That shit fake. Hell no, life couldn't exist. Not with it spinning like that. I mean, you'll need a gravity. And then what? Just be the only planet out here with people on it? Come on, man. You telling me Mars wouldn't have no people on it? Telling me Mercury wouldn't have no people on it? And these gas giants, they literally gonna say they just gas floating in the vacuum. Show that. Show that. And the only reason that they say that they gas is because other Jones go through them. Big facts. All right. Come on with it. Trying to find people that I'm trying to find people that want to debate. People don't want to get this smoke. People think they got something for it. I feel like damn near every TikTok is a globe. It's a flat earther now, which is good. I'm over here picking up the scraps, double tapping on these last few. Double tapping, tat tat. Huh? I thought they got you. They didn't get you. Tat tat. I got you. Gravity, gravity don't exist. Wake up. Ain't nobody going to no space. You need your $58 million a day back. Talk about our history. Shit. First person who thinks the earth is a fiat. I mean, earth is a, well, I assume it's flat. It probably is more than 58 million, Jack. It probably is more than 58 million. Ain't no telling, man. That number is probably, there we go. Mooney McMoon face. We was just chatting. Going back into the chat, bro. Going back into the window. We can get it, bro. It ain't nothing. Break down this whole concept, construct, conjecture. Then says, bro, you know I had to write this backwards. I ain't even gonna front. It is a FIAT. I ain't even gonna front. I don't care. You know that say flat. I had to write this on backwards to get it to before. Yeah, the earth is fiat, I guess. The earth is fiat. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's flat. It's a, you say go outside? Shit, bro, if I go outside, bro, all I see is acres of flat land. Bro, that money crazy. Look, 58 million. Let's just say it is 58 million or 60 million or whatever. It's probably higher than that, but let's say that. A day. It costs like 50 million to open a hospital. To like start and build a hospital from scratch. So you telling me people getting sick out here because we're going to space. We got shitty healthcare because people want to go to space. Yo, what up?
It's all Space's fault that we got shitty healthcare.
It is.
It's nothing
It
else. Nothing else. It's like
is.
it's like 3% of the federal budget. That's the problem.
No, we always say we fighting for money and shit, but we always seem to have the money for the space. That's funny.
No, we seem to have money for everything else because if we had money for space, we've been back to the moon already. It's the reason we didn't continue going.
Oh, because they ain't been getting no money because it seems like they definitely get a whole lot of money still. Then
Yeah,
what the $58 million going to then?
the
Trying
program.
to come up
No,
with a way to go back to space?
no, we've been back to space. There's other things they're doing, like rovers on Mars,
What?
like James Webb Telescope, like
And what
deep
is that
space
doing for
probes,
humanity? What is that doing for
International
humanity?
Space Station, Space Shuttle. They did a whole bunch of
What is
things.
any of that doing for humanity when we have ground-based cell phone towers and all that? What is any of that doing for humanity? Or is it one big fairy tale that's with no money?
A ton of technology came out of that. A
Like
ton.
what? Name one. Name one.
Name one. I'll pull up an
Yeah,
entire list for you right now. Is that what you want to see?
from NASA.gov. Sure. Go
From
ahead. I can pull up that list
NASA.gov.
with you. Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead.
where do you want me to get the info from? Flatearth.org?
No, just some commonly accepted stuff. Like you could say like a lift thing on a B7 projector, whatever. Who cares? Like, no, we're talking like everyday stuff. Like, what have they innovated with? Like, they didn't come out with cell phones or anything like that. It ain't like they invented that technology. What have they done for
They
humanity?
actually have. They actually
Aside from
have.
like some what? Aside from like some some rocket trajectory analysis and stuff like that. Like, really? Come on. What have they done? Tell
Aside
me
from
something.
what?
Tell me one thing. Tell me one thing.
Camera phones. In the 1990s, a team from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory worked to create cameras small enough to fit on spacecraft and with
Bro,
scientific quality. 1/3
bro.
of the cameras
Camera
contain this
phones? Are you saying
technology.
they invented camera phones? Or are you trying to
The
say they invented cameras? Or what are you saying? Because cameras
cameras
been around way before them.
cameras small enough to fit on phones were developed from the
Well,
space program.
yeah, cameras been around longer than that, bro.
Cameras have, not cameras small enough for phones.
They didn't have phone cameras. So what are you saying?
Scratch-resistant lenses for
Well, they use Hasselblads, like large ass Hasselblads, to take those photos.
you want to
Where are you
strap a
talking about these?
Hassel. You
Where would
want
they
to
have these? They literally had a tricked
wait.
out Hasselblad that's on display that has a actual flip lever for a shutter switch. What do you mean?
You want them to strap a Hasselblad to the back of your phone? Try putting that in your pocket, bro. What the hell are you
I
talking
mean, that's
about?
what they went to the moon with. Allegedly, they went with a Hasselblad.
Yeah, this was in the 1990s, not in the 60s.
So they invented. You saying that they invented the micro.
Yeah.
What you call it?
They assisted
the onboard chip sensor. The
they
micro onboard chip
miniaturized.
sensor.
Yes, they miniaturized cameras. Yes.
Or where they wanted the first people to utilize it. It's a difference.
No,
who actually invented it? Because I bet you if I Google the patent on it, I bet you
they created at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory created cameras small enough for phones. They didn't use them on phones. They developed them for the space station. But the point is that technology was then later used for phones.
They use like Canon 7Ds and stuff on the space station. What are they using these small cameras on? And what are they actually sensing with it? Is it like what type of camera?
Bro, just say you're wrong and we can move on to the next thing.
Is it like an infrared camera? What kind of camera is it? Because
just say you're wrong because we can move on to the next thing.
Because you have very limited info on it. And I had to break it down.
I could find that up for you, but you're just going to keep asking questions. You're not debunking anything.
We're just going to the next thing.
You're not debunking anything.
No, we're just going to the next thing. It's fine.
Scratch-resistant lenses, CAT scans, LEDs.
They invented the CAT scan.
Landmine removal. Interesting.
Very interesting.
Wow, Nike Air trainers wouldn't have existed if it weren't for the suit construction technology developed by NASA. It was a former NASA engineer that first pitched the idea for athletic shoes. Interesting.
Well, actually, the first athletic shoe was the Cortez's, but you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ear thermometers, home insulation, wireless headsets, memory foam, freeze-dried food, adjustable smoke detectors, baby formula, artificial limbs. The list goes on and on, my friend. Okay, so space does contribute to that.
Look, I'll tell you an interesting one. A buddy in Houston created a atmospheric water creator. It's like it sucks the air in, the humid air in, and it rains on the inside, and it traps the water, and it's really clear. It's perfectly clean. It's pure water straight from the atmosphere, right? And so he invented this thing, right? I've been following this guy for a while. He invented this thing, right? But the patent goes to United Nations. The patent went to United Nations. Why did it go to the United Nations? I don't know, but you can look up the story yourself. And that's who has the patent on it. What I'm getting at is even the big fish eat little fish. The person who made those things isn't a person probably who worked at NASA. They just hold the rights to it.
Can you point me
to
that story?
You can follow his story. This is something like serious. Like he literally made a machine that actually made water. Like how beneficial is that?
Well, first of all, like a dehumidifier makes water, right? I mean, you can just
this is not like a dehumidifier. We're talking something totally better.
What's different than that? I mean, you're pulling moisture out of the air.
We're talking, yeah. I mean, you could say it's something like a humidifier, but what I'm getting at, this is a very practical thing.
It's just more practical.
Yeah, way more practical. I mean, you can build it the size of a
state. It is what he utilizes.
In gallons.
No, hold on.
It rains gallons in the small
yes,
ones.
It's called an industrial dehumidifier.
I mean, you can call it whatever you want. I don't know
That's
what
it
call
is.
The workings of it. I didn't I don't have access to the whole patent. It's not wholly released right now, but you definitely see the United Nations owns the patent to it, and it wasn't created by the United Nations. It's the whole gist of what I'm getting at. He made something that was for the betterment of humanity, and it got taken and bro, that was like industrialized. It's made out of like fucking generator steel and stuff, like military grade. It looks insane.
Yeah, but do you understand that you're utilizing a device that a computer that fits in your pocket that came from the space industry?
UCLA, Penn State, and
what I just explained that. I just explained how if they need to step in because it's something for a betterment of humanity, that they will take over the rights to it. So you have to dig deeper than just who holds that right. You have to look specifically at which one they're talking about and who actually came up with it.
So NASA strong-armed someone into inventing the scratch-resistant lenses for glasses?
Maybe. Okay. I'm not saying every single item on that list, but I'm just saying some things, yeah. Definitely.
I just want to...
And it's not that they strong-armed it. It's just that they, quote-unquote, partner with them.
Okay, I do a lot.
Because they have practical applications and something that they're using, so they just partner with them and they co-in with the patent together. And,
but your insinuation was that the space race brought us nothing.
Huh?
Your insinuation was that the space industry has brought us nothing.
Yeah, right? Very much.
Okay, so are you still sticking to that?
Not for $58 million a day. No, it hasn't brought shit. No.
Okay.
Nah, fuck the satellites that navigate every single freighter across the ocean without any issues.
Don't you dare ever put on your GPS again when you're driving, all right?
My GPS? You want to talk about GPS?
Yeah, don't do it.
Do you want to talk about GPS? You think GPS comes from a satellite, right?
Do you want to talk about GPS?
Wait.
Overwhelmingly does. Come from buoys.
Let's talk about it. You think your GPS comes from a satellite, right?
Yeah.
Geosynchronous satellites, yes.
You got television, right? And you got like media on your phone, right? You seen the satellite with the balloon on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's your satellite right there. I mean, if you want to think that your phone transmits to that, then cool. But
I think do you want me to tag you in geosynchronous satellites that I've videotaped with my own telescopes?
Yeah. Did you see the bubble above it?
Hey, you know what? I just wanted to.
Did you see the bubble above
I do a. You can hear me, right?
Yeah,
I do a lot of research.
Got it.
And doing all the research,
right? Huh?
You know, I look for a lot of stuff, and sometimes I just come across stuff by accident. This video, I don't even know where it came from, and I was trying to download something else. I got this. It's over 40 documents of government documents showing that.
I got that on my page. I got that on my page. They can check my page out, bro. My page is flooded.
Nah,
ain't nothing they say ain't gonna stick, bro. I promise you, because my page is flooded.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
I got the 44 documents. I got the 44 documents, and I got the court case.
What do you guys act like you found something no one else has?
I got the court case on my page.
You guys act like you broke that case open. Do you know what any of those documents are?
Huh?
Yeah, they all say flat.
They all say flat. Why are you stopping at that word? Why are you stopping there?
Because how much more needs to be said? It doesn't say round or square.
Before that, right before that, it says assume. So do you know what assume means?
You know what? Yeah, it makes an ass out of you and me. Why don't you go and watch my playlist and explain to me why the sun is in the clouds?
Why don't you do this for me and chase my unicorn?
Bro,
you go watch the playlist. The sun is in the clouds.
My unicorn,
bro. Explain the 93 million mile away sun in the clouds right here on Earth under the firmament.
Yeah, it's called an optical illusion. You've never seen that before?
No, it's not. Why don't you? Yeah, you know what? I posted the video of the Chicago skyline newsman with his optical illusion and the P1000 video of zooming out on the skyline. So go watch it.
Okay,
go watch your illusion. Go watch your illusion.
Are you going to scream the whole time?
Go watch your illusion.
Could I say something? What equipment?
Rockefeller molded the education.
You're just going to scream the whole time?
Guess what, buddy? I can scream the whole time too, buddy. I can just scream the whole time too.
You got your educational system from Rockefeller.
What equipment?
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Have you utilized to prove any of your claims other than YouTube videos and Google searches.
Oh, don't worry, it's coming. I just purchased
what
my
measurements
you want me to
have
tell
you
you what
made?
my own Nikon P1000.
I'm just showing you a clip or whatever because
he'll be coming real soon.
Real fast, but I can
what equipment do you have?
When I zoom in on Montauk from 20 miles away.
Well, hold on. Scotty, what was the observer's Scotty? What was the observer's height during that Chicago skyline observation?
He was standing on the beach.
No.
Oh, was he? Which part of the beach?
I gave you the Chicago joint.
He was zooming across the ocean, zooming across the flat ocean to the right to the ground on the other side.
So you posted all this proof and you don't even know what the observation was.
No, I got a guy who won the Guinness
standing
record
on the beach. You can see the sand at
a line of sight shot, the longest line of sight shot through a DSLR camera, and it was of a person, like a line of sight shot of a person.
And you know what? Some of the videos are from airplanes. The sun is right outside the window. Go watch.
Yo, Crimson, you're having like a different conversation in the middle of this other conversation. Trying to talk about the Chicago observation.
Go.
I posted the video and the sun outside the plane window. Explain that. What's the fun doing in the clouds outside the plane window?
The observer during that Chicago skyline observation was on a dune. He was on the Warren Dunes, 161 feet above the lake.
You finished?
The photographer was like Newicki was his name.
You should go watch.
And if you calculate it through the Earth Curve calculator, it matches perfectly.
You finished?
The lakes, rivers, and ponds are all flat.
Wait. Finished?
I'm finished because he didn't have his observation correct. So I'm finished.
No.
Well, all right, two things. One, check my page. I got a video from, I believe it's Pennsylvania to the Rocky Mountains. Now, also that same video, I got a guy going 40,000 feet up with an IR filter on a P900, and yeah.
I'm sorry, you're not seeing the Rocky Mountains from Pennsylvania.
I don't even know how far that is.
Yeah,
that's
you stole some videos from Jay Tolan Media on YouTube, right? With the IR filter. Yeah, you're talking about Jay Tolan Media stuff that you stole.
Who cares who I got it from? Why does it matter?
Well, because you're acting like you took it.
Are you saying fake or what?
Because you haven't done anything
yourself.
No. You're just
obviously
taking YouTube videos.
You have done for yourself by using what they wrote in textbooks.
I'm giving you extreme proof, but I have cameras all day long.
Wrote in textbooks that Rockefeller wrote.
I have taken teachers.
Well, I've taken Jay Tolan Media's videos.
Extreme stuff that's like widely known. Like everybody heard of Guinness. So if Guinness said that they got a line of sight shot at 4.5 feet of somebody at 12.5 miles, then they got somebody in line of sight at 12.5 miles.
I've taken Jay Tolan Media's videos and taken them apart before. He often has his landmarks incorrect. He has his landmarks incorrect all the time.
Let's say that everything that he said is wrong. At the end of the day, you see incredibly far in his shots. So it's not like he can say, "Oh, this is whatever. This is Boise, Idaho, or something," but he'd be wrong. But you see thousands of miles. It's not like you're seeing.
You're not seeing thousands of miles.
You're seeing far away.
You're not seeing that. The furthest one you see is when he's up in the plane, shooting out of his window.
How far was the mountains? How far was the mountains?
We don't know because we don't know the landmarks. But
you just have the video.
I have the video. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, good. So you know what the landmarks are he's looking at?
It was so far away. You know they were far away, bro.
You want to see the video?
They were very far away.
They weren't thousands of miles, and he was in a plane. How high do planes fly, guys?
Bro, you telling me it was anything? You can't even sit here with a straight face and say it was anything remotely shorter than 500 miles away.
It was probably a few hundred miles. Yeah, it was a few hundred miles. But you don't know what it is.
Thousands of miles, but I'm just trying to give you the benefit of the doubt.
It was not thousands of miles.
You can actually come on this live and say it was less than 500 miles.
Prove it was thousands of miles. Go ahead, prove it.
Let's go back to the video.
He's playing the video right now. Okay, so what in there is 1,000 miles away?
That ain't the video I got.
Red picture taken by Jay Tolan Media One. And what they do is they specialize in filming and taking pictures with infrared cameras. because the infrared takes out all the haze in the atmosphere, which distorts your view.
You lying about anything you're saying?
This picture was taken from a plane that was just taking off over Lake Michigan at 1,800 feet in altitude, and 1,000 miles out over the horizon, you can see the Rocky Mountains.
Says Terry Eichler. He's telling you what it is. He didn't take that video.
I ain't not going to show in the video, but I'm saying you definitely see something at a very far distance.
Let me zoom this in so everyone can see
that's
this.
the thing that you can see is the Rocky Mountains.
That's Terry Eichler on YouTube taking Jay Tolan Media's video and telling you it's 1,000 miles.
It's actually
what's wrong with Terry Eichler?
What all I'm saying is you don't have any evidence that that's 1,000 miles. He's just saying the words.
I get it.
You don't have any evidence the world's around outside of them saying it is.
I don't care if a flag is out there saying 1,000 miles.
This is your evidence you brought up.
Is 1,000 miles.
Let me see yours to prove to me the world's round.
It's not like
outside of them saying it is. You can't.
I can absolutely.
Like Jupiter, you saying,
no, you
Jupiter
can't. Without any of their propaganda.
Don't realize that shit. But
you can see facts. Show me a boat going over the curve.
Miles. You get what I'm saying?
Show you a boat going over the curve. That's like the easiest one. I can show you a boat
coming back with a telescope.
No, you can't.
Not when it's all zoomed out and it drives away. You're just getting refraction again.
You can't show me. You can't show me one video.
You can't. I had a guy, right, who asked me
on my playlist.
TikTok, right?
He said, you know what? As a matter of fact, I caught a couple of them.
I tried to explain to him how hallways work and all the lines converge to the center point or whatever. He act like
I caught a couple of them on the news.
So I went outside. Look,
they're on there, right on the news. Right? Sun in the clouds, Chicago, right over Chicago. Caught him on the news. I posted it.
I went to the nearest football field, right? Put the camera on the ground, my cell phone camera on the ground, and literally walked away from the camera. And you know what happened? My feet disappeared, feet first, all the way down to my kneecap, all the way until I made it to the other side of the field goal line.
And was the field flat? You measured it? Because fields are often not flat.
Football field. I mean,
football fields are pitched.
I mean, how much?
Football fields are pitched so that they don't flood.
Come on, bro. We splitting hairs now. I mean,
we're not splitting hairs. You claim
to get this perfectly 100%.
Okay, well then you can't claim it as evidence.
That's one of the best examples I can find in town.
But you can't claim it as evidence because it's not flat.
Come on, bro. What more do you want than the football field? That I would say that's anybody would agree is relatively flat for advantage purposes.
It's flat enough to prove your point that a flat surface doesn't. But if it's not flat,
it ain't curving enough to my kneecap. Come on,
if your legs,
the bottom ain't 2 feet lower.
You just compressed into the field.
Why the sun is in
what
the
I'm
cloud.
saying is the bottom, the other end zone ain't 2 feet lower than the upper end zone, so I shouldn't lose my feet.
And your knees weren't gone. Guarantee it.
My knees weren't
gone. The pale blue dot is a
funny picture. Bro, what you talking about? I had the video on my page for a long time.
All you got to do
was because the one guy was trolling it.
Look, one of you. All you got to do is show me a video of a boat. Okay, that's partially obscured, and then bringing it back in with Zoom.
I'll show you a video of a boat that
ain't do it right now.
Yeah, please go ahead. Do it right now.
I'll show you a boat that completely is gone and bring it back.
Now, I hope.
I got so many of them videos on my page, bro.
No, please listen. This is going to be the stipulation. When you show me this video, now we're gonna take a close look at the boat. The boat, I'm calling it right now. The boat is never obscured by the horizon, and all you're going to do is zoom back in a boat that's too small to see. So all you're going to do is demonstrate zoom to me right now, and that's my call. If I had money, I'd put on.
Let's go see. You said I'm going to demonstrate zoom to you because I'm going to show you a boat that isn't there, and I'm going to zoom into a boat that's there.
Yeah, that's how zoom works. Like the angular resolution isn't enough to see it, and you're just going to zoom in, increasing the angular resolution.
Okay,
nobody's claiming that's
over a curve. Then how can you prove they went over a curve if I can pull it back in?
Because there's not one example.
You're not making it make sense, though. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm trying to explain it when Scotty's talking.
Show him a boat. Show him a boat going over the horizon.
I got it.
I'm trying to explain, but Scotty's talking.
Here's another one.
Yeah, don't show him the sun.
Why am I seeing a sunset, bro? Why are you showing me a sunset?
Show this man the Show this man a boat going over the horizon and somebody pull it back 5,900.
And there was no solar filter on that sunset anyway. Go ahead, show me a boat.
I don't want to go into that one yet until
here's the Chicago skyline, huh?
Bro, you see that right there? You see that line? Wait. Pause it.
You see that
line right there in the water?
Need a boat, bro.
That's on the flat surface.
No, I'm going to show the boat. The boat's right after this.
Otherwise,
the boat's right after the Chicago skyline.
Yo, Crimson, make his screen bigger, will you?
Huh?
Make his box bigger.
All right, hold on. Somebody trying to join the joint. I don't know how to work this shit, bro. I'm still learning.
It's all right. You gotta.
How do you make his box bigger? What I gotta do?
I don't even remember. You gotta hit multi-guest, I think, and then there's like a square or some shit. It says grid. Oh, it says grid versus panel. One of those options at the bottom, when you click it, it says grid and panel.
See, I got my joint say host, guests. I got a little check, enhance, and more. That's all I say at the bottom.
It's right there.
All right, perfect. I love this example.
I work this better than I do. I don't know. Can anybody see all the stuff I'm bringing up on the screen?
No, you're not bringing anything up.
Damn, I don't know. I really don't know how to make that big.
You got the multi-text box?
No, it say host, guests. I got the little reply joint.
Click guests. Click guests, and then I believe in there next to everybody's names, there's like little boxes.
I got like a little. You got an X, and then I got the little TV joint, then a microphone.
I don't know. They change the fucking settings every day.
Yeah, that's nice. Oh, okay. All right. I go to this top right corner. I can do a grid layout. Okay.
There you go. There you go. That's
all
better.
right. Cool. Yeah.
All right. Now, this is the video. Let's check it out. So I want you to tell me while this is playing and while we're watching, at what point is more of the ship that's hidden by the horizon seen? Okay, now it's just too small to see. Okay,
but a ship.
Well, that's the whole point. It doesn't go over
nope.
the curve.
Nope, that's not the whole point.
A ship floats. So that
guys,
little bit of ship is underwater.
That's the whole point of the boat in the water.
No, go back to it. No, it's not, guys. No, it's not, guys. The point is, we say. This is what we say.
No, show it. Oh, wait, hold on. Fuck that.
Why can't I say what we say?
Zooming really farther than that.
Okay.
Farther than that. Hold on.
What we say. This is such a shit show.
I'm listening, Deborah.
What we say is when a boat's sailing away from us, it starts to become hidden from the bottom up. So, you guys say that that's not the curve of the Earth. You say you can zoom that back in.
I will always say the linear perspective has a bigger.
Right.
Go ahead, though.
So then we say.
Even with a camera.
So then we say, but there's not one example of a boat that's partially hidden by the horizon, as if it's.
Bro. I'm pulling one up now, bro.
As if it's sailing over the curve, and then you bringing it back into full view.
If it's over the curve, it should actually lean forward a little bit too. But
no,
we'll get into that. Why wouldn't it? It's going over a curve.
Oh god!
If I had a ball in front of you, would that not work? What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, we don't live on a ball. The Earth curves 1 degree every 69 miles. So if the horizon's 3 miles away,
let's say it in a term that the users can understand. 8 meters
1 degree.
Per
no, that's drop. That's not how much something should tilt. You said it should tilt away.
Okay, yeah, I did. But we're talking about both of those aspects. You should see a tilt and it should drop. Like literally, like the orange of that ship should have been gone. It shouldn't have stayed like that. It should have been
gone. What's 3 divided by 69?
Digging up facts to defend whatever that
0.04. So that ship at the horizon should be tilted away from you 0.04 degrees.
Push that
here. These are all on the news.
Whatever that is. Yeah. Right.
Man.
Are we going back? Are we going back to the ship or what?
No, that's just that. I caught this on the news too. The sun just coming straight all the way across the world at you.
Oh my god!
I put a little smiley face at that.
So, but I want to get back to the ship.
I had to slow this down because otherwise it zipped by in 2 seconds.
I'm still waiting for a video of a ship being zoomed back in.
I just showed you.
You showed me a ship that was just at the horizon, too small to see. Where was it obscured by the horizon, and where did you bring it back from over the horizon?
Oh, bro.
You did not bring it back from over the horizon. You just zoomed in a boat that was small.
You know, if you want, I can go and recut this and just reverse it where it's not there, and then it's there if you want. I mean, it's no different whether it's forward or backwards. And you know what? How come no one ever argues the fact that it's flat left to right? Everybody's crying about forward. It's flat left to right too.
Yeah, well, we're
flat forward, back, left, right, front, forward. It's flat every direction you go.
Yeah, that's
Look
great.
on the ocean.
Okay,
flat,
now
left
show
to
me a
right.
ship that's being zoomed back in from over the horizon.
Show me an ocean that curves from left to right. How's that sound?
From altitude,
show me
I can do that.
Ocean that curves left to right.
From altitude,
I've never seen one in my entire life. We live on a globe. Where's the ocean? Where's the ocean's curve from left to right?
From an airplane, you can see that.
I got some plates.
I can show you that, and I can show you the horizon dropping away measurably.
Show me. You got it. Show me.
Look at that shot. Look at that.
So we admitting before we move on that a boat cannot be zoomed back in from over the horizon.
Yes, it can be zoomed in. If you can't see it with your bare eye from the land, and you get a camera that zooms in with 125 times the zoom, you could zoom that camera back in because it doesn't go over the curvature of the Earth.
Is that boat just too small to see, or is it hidden by the curvature?
There is no curve. That's the point.
So if I show you a cruise ship that's half missing,
I don't want to see a boat that's already zoomed in on and then drives further away and disappears. That's just refraction. That's like
you're so lost, bro.
It's the same thing.
You're so lost. This is painful.
How does refraction block things from bottom up?
It's just see that. I posted a video. It's on there. Go look.
How does refraction make things disappear from bottom up?
Can y'all see that?
No, your screen's black.
I'll show you.
Your screen's black.
I got the video right here. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a scientist. I just know what I see. All right? And the shit that they're saying doesn't match up with what I'm seeing. That's all I'm saying.
And all I'm saying is there's not one example of a ship that's, say, half missing from the bottom and it being brought back into full view. It's never happened.
Well, you would need a bigger camera.
Then do it.
The camera's not going to go so far.
Then do it. You got P1 millions. You guys claim to be able to do that, but it has never been demonstrated.
Hold on. What's not been demonstrated? What are you talking about?
A boat like half missing, like the bottom is half gone. Like we say, it's going over the horizon. It's half being obscured.
So why would we see one that's half missing if we thought that the Earth was flat?
Because we all have eyes. Whether you believe it's
assume that once a boat gets too far away, it hazes out.
Whether you believe it's curvature or not, boats become obscured from the bottom up. I think we can all agree on that.
Yes.
Okay. So now you guys say you can zoom that back in once it's obscured.
I got a bunch of examples of that.
Can't do it.
The Pontchartrain train, it's the same level all the way across the lake, but it doesn't look it when it starts off.
It's a bridge, but I don't know why we're talking about that. Why?
Oh man, I gotta drop some more jewels, man. I feel like I need some shit.
I just want someone to prove their claim that you can zoom a boat back in when it's partially obscured.
Yeah, I can prove that claim, bro. I just got.
You can't do it,
bro. I thought I had one on my channel, but it's fine. I need to post it.
I'll start my video from halfway off. Would that make you feel better?
No, because you're just zooming in a boat, dude. You're just zooming in a boat. That boat's always there. No matter when you zoom in on that boat, it's always the same amount of boat being shown.
I got that video. Don't worry.
Yeah, bro. We got you.
I've analyzed that video. If you stop it when the boat's very, very tiny, the same amount of the boat is still above the waterline. That's the point. At no point is any more or less of that boat below the waterline.
Right, because it floats.
I understand.
Because it floats. And a little
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. At no point is the bottom of the boat ever obstructed.
Right.
Right.
And there is not a video.
I understand what you're saying.
But it should be obstructed.
I do.
Hallelujah. I think you're the first flat earther who's ever said that.
No, yeah, I understand. I understand exactly what you're saying. No, at no point is the bottom of the boat ever
like that orange of that boat should have eventually got covered up by water. It shouldn't. When he zoomed out like that, it should not have been the same amount of water in between the red part in the water.
At some point, that water should be getting higher or lower.
Exactly. That's how we know it's a flat Earth.
No, that's how we know the boat's not over the horizon yet. And you're just zooming in a boat.
Right. Okay. That's agreed.
But let me show you. This is the Pontchartrain train here. You see where the water meets the top of the train. That's the same level all the way across, except for in the middle where they dredge it out.
Lighthouses, bro.
They dredge it out underneath.
They see lighthouses hundreds of miles away.
But if you look at the beginning, it doesn't look the same height as when it goes further down. It's like 4 feet above the water or something. I looked it up.
What's the definition of level?
flat.
No, level and flat are two different things.
But you understand, like it starts off looking like 4 feet, but the further it gets away, it gets smaller and smaller. But it's still at the other end of it, it's 4 feet still.
He was talking about the water being level. My question is, what is the definition of level?
No, what I'm saying is that train tracks are the same height all the way across that lake.
I'm asking if you actually know what you're saying when you say water is level.
A horizontal plane.
It is level. It's supposed to be.
So water is having
map proves that
level.
All water is flat.
Level is having level. You can Google it. Look up the adjective. Look up the adjective of level.
A horizontal. Is exactly the way I said it. A horizontal plane or line.
Look at the adjective.
The distance above or below a given point.
Look at the adjective.
Position or a real or imaginary scale of amount quantity.
So look at the adjective.
So it also said above and below a certain point, right?
It's kind of like
flat surface can have slopes and bumps. Yeah.
You see how you see the train tracks real good here, but as you go further down, they disappear and look smaller, like that.
Oh, everyone's talking.
That changes the whole geometry of the shape. Yeah.
It just disappears.
So the definition for level
still there
is a horizontal plane.
No.
Just
the
like
definition for
or
the
having
adjective,
a flat and even surface, or let me see. Or
are you? I've said like 5 words.
Let's take turns, guys.
Every line said nothing says curvature.
Okay.
Nothing says level means curvature.
All right. Let me bring it up and I'll actually read it to you.
I'm listening. And don't say curvature. I promise you that.
This one's supposed to. Oh, that's Antarctica.
Horizon.
I'll promise you it will.
It's horizon, like horizontal.
That's Antarctica.
Like everybody
but that has to do with Admiral Byrd and the unlimited resources we have.
Okay.
That's something different.
Like everybody believes.
Are you ready? Are you ready for this to say curvature?
Back in the day knew that shit.
Are you
don't even know how people made the pyramids and stuff to make it seem like.
Are you ready for this to say curvature? Because it literally does.
You got to turn.
I'm gonna turn my camera on.
You can't just say that shit. Hell no. Right. I ain't about to buy no.
Having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth.
No, right go back to that search. Go up to that search. Go to that search.
Level, definition, adjective.
That's just some bullshit.
I told you to look up the adjective.
That's just some bullshit for y'all Globers.
Wait, tag me in, Coach.
Level is a horizontal plane. When the hell was
Webster's? Is this good for you, Bo?
Curvature. First of all,
Webster's.
That is impractical.
This video is on TikTok right now.
No fucking sense because nobody would apply curvature.
Guys, before you
on a curvature, that don't even
before you
sense.
keep yelling, Webster's dictionary, okay?
I just told you.
A surface which is everywhere.
Guys, in other ways.
Guys.
No, it's a noun.
Let me have a turn, and then you can go.
Go ahead now.
A surface which is everywhere perpendicular to the direction of gravity.
As a matter of fact,
exactly. Another one for
that's
space.
A keeper.
Yeah,
I call it a keeper.
They go that gravity word. It ain't even real. Like,
here's from chapter 4.4.
Graviton is level means whatever way a gravitational wave is. Is whatever's perpendicular to the gravitational wave. Is that what you're saying? Because we got a weird magnetic field. We got a weird gravitational field that we could talk about. So what's level?
I guess I can't have my turn, huh?
Nah, what's level?
All right. Having no part higher than conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Okay? Here, level line. This is from
the last time you just tried to say it was because due to gravity, and it follows the parallel path of gravity.
The surface which is everywhere perpendicular to the direction of gravity.
I'm sorry, I meant to say perpendicular.
Perpendicular to the direction of gravity. So this would be a level line.
So with the Earth's gravitational fields and how wonky they are, the level could change depending on where you're standing, right? Or
this is the description.
Exactly. Right? It makes no fucking sense. And you
it does make sense.
You say, that's what it say. Everybody knows level means got flat or adjacent or parallel to another surface.
Even in your description, you said a measurement above and below a certain point.
And you say, and I say it's 4, and you're like, well, what if it's a square, or what if it's a you know what I mean, exponential? Like really, come on, bro.
You're changing the definition of level. This is the definition of level.
Are you serious? First of all, when would anybody
just yelling and talking a lot isn't making you right? You actually need to listen before you respond. He says 2 words and you start speaking again.
Just you know what? You'll convince me once you explain why the sun is in the clouds. Then I'll be convinced.
All right, I got you. Here.
No, it won't convince me at all.
Yeah, go watch this video.
Why is the sun in our atmosphere in the clouds?
Let's watch this video real quick. I got the sun in the atmosphere here. Okay? This is like one of those videos on the internet.
Oh, I can show you guys.
I gotta go back. I gotta go back a little bit. Hold on.
Yeah. It's the density of the clouds, which is what he's going to show you.
Of course, because there ain't no such thing as gravity. It's only density.
All right.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You see that?
Show me gravity, then you can convince me.
I got a picture of it with the clouds above it and under it.
Okay, so check it out.
All around it. I can go get more right now.
So this looks like the sun's in the clouds, right?
It is.
It is. Okay, but this is a light bulb with cotton. I made the light bulb orange and I put cotton that's lighter here and darker here because it's thicker, and it makes it look like the light bulb.
But that doesn't mean the guy videoing outside his plane window was holding cotton in the light bulb.
No. Oh my God, that's what you got out of that?
But you jumped to conclusions. Like,
so what are clouds made of?
That's what you got out of that? That it was cotton?
I don't care what you put. I care about this guy's video of the sun outside the fucking plane
What
window.
are clouds?
I don't care about what you fabricated like our government.
And the spin of the camera and all that shit.
No.
Yeah.
What are clouds made of?
And the conversation and everything else.
You just deceived us like NASA.
It's real footage.
He just deceived us like NASA did. You see how easy it is?
What I did.
I know, right?
What are clouds made of? What are clouds made of?
Hopes and dreams, God's fears.
Made of bait.
We look at it objectively. You ain't gonna just pass a picture and we're gonna be like, oh, Pluto.
Jesus is wet farts.
Hey,
bro,
is Pluto a planet?
All right, let me explain what I did. Let me explain what I did.
Like NASA does.
No, I heard you the first 10 times you said that. Let me explain what I did. All I did was demonstrate. This is the sun. This is the actual video of the sun. All I did was demonstrate that this is the sun moving behind thicker and thinner clouds. Wow. The thinner clouds appear to go behind the sun because
that's an optical illusion.
Because the sun,
you can show your illusion. I'll show my real videos outside the plane window.
The sun 93 million miles away, bro. That shit must be far as hell away. How's it in the clouds?
These videos, just so you know, these videos are all over the world.
It's been measured. All of this has been measured.
I've done it myself.
Bro, we live on an electromagnetic battery, bro. And density and buoyancy rule movement.
Did you think I meant that when you see those videos, it's people putting cotton outside of their windows? Is that what?
No, that's what I thought you were saying.
No, I didn't think that. Of course not. But I'm just saying. What you did is fabricated. What I posted is that somebody really videoed the sun outside the window of the cloud.
Bro,
this is a real video of the sun, dude.
They had a whole conversation. People be just as amazing.
Is it or is it? I don't know. You need to explain that. You're saying it is. I'm going to guess that it is. You're saying it just like NASA. They're saying they went to the moon. I'm going to guess that they did.
This is mine. This is mine. This is mine. This is the real one behind it. Mm-hmm. This big one's the real one. This is an actual sun going through the clouds that a flat earther posted. Okay. I'm sure I could find that video in 5 seconds on a flat earther's web page.
What do you want to find? I'd find anything.
You probably could.
It's the one where the plane flies higher than the sun. How does a plane fly higher than the sun?
Oh, I like that one.
I'll find it.
Yeah. How does a plane fly higher than the sun? And how is the sun not vaporizing the clouds? Because clouds are made of moisture.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Since you're so smart,
there would be no clouds if the sun was in the clouds.
Who knows if it isn't vaporizing some of it?
Hey, bro.
We wouldn't see the clouds.
People say that.
Who's to say it's going to vaporize all of it? Maybe there's enough
that's
of
where
it not
we
to
get.
be. Maybe there's enough of it not to be.
So if you stand,
there's an argument against.
This is like talking with 5-year-olds. If you stand outside in the sun, is it hot? Do you get hot when you're in the sun?
Wind is proof of a flat Earth.
Wind is not proof of a flat Earth. If you stand outside in the sun,
why do we have wind?
Why can we not stay on one topic?
Because they lost and they gish gallop. We know why.
That's what the government did to us.
If you don't know something, just say you don't know it. Don't make it seem like we.
No, wind is caused by temperature differentials.
Oh, I posted a video on that.
Wind is caused by
heat. The jab gave us
temperature differentials, not just heat.
If it's caused by heat,
right.
I'm not even kidding.
Convection, my friend, convection.
Which is part of heat. And
here's
it's not
another
part of
example.
radiation. It's not part of radiation.
Don't you need another example, and then we can get off the sun topic. Okay, this is a film strip.
So the sun would have to be local for you to have wind.
This is a film strip. Okay, with a light bulb behind the film strip. A flashlight. Okay,
what do we got?
Now they turn the flashlight on, and now you can't see the film strip as you would expect because the light's brighter. Now they put another piece of film in front of the turned on flashlight, and look what happens. Okay, part of it looks like it's in front, part of it looks like it's behind it, because the thinner parts of the film are being shown through by the light, but not the thicker parts. This is an optical illusion. All that's happening when you think you see the sun in the clouds.
That's like what Satan and shit. They'd be like, "Don't believe
that have to do with Satan?
Don't believe your eyes. Believe what I'm telling you. Don't believe your eyes."
I see optical illusions all the time. Do you? Do you believe your eyes? Everything you see?
Not really. Most things. That's true.
I know. Nobody should believe everything they see.
I mean, I can turn a pencil into rubber. Should I turn a pencil into rubber right now?
Yeah. Nothing.
All right, so we got the boats. We're good on that. We got the definition of level. We're good on that. We got the sun in the clouds. We're good on that.
Oh, hey. We
got 3 for 3. What's next?
Hey, let's talk about this rotation.
All right. Coriolis, the rotation. All right.
You want to start with Coriolis?
Oh, I love Coriolis.
Sure.
We're going to learn and show you
which way do your toilet flush?
Like higher than the sun.
Hey, which way do your toilet flush?
That has nothing to do with Coriolis.
Yeah, whichever way the jets in the toilet are facing.
Million miles away.
They say that the sun is 93 million miles away. And we're actually on
hard to have a conversation when he's playing a video in the background and not showing us anything. No, he's playing that dumb video where the guy uses the kid to try and prove the sun is local.
Oh God!
I mean, somebody asked for a plane flying higher than the sun.
You ever seen the Earth's magnetic field?
Okay, if the sun is above your head, and I think you agree that it is even on a flat Earth,
looks kind of like
how's it ever underneath the plane?
Oh, I don't know nothing about. I don't know nothing about no plane flying higher than the sun. So it's the first time I heard of it. So I'm looking for it now.
Have you ever seen a sunset from an airplane, or a picture or video of one?
Ether. Here's some.
Yeah, I post them.
Okay, so then the sun is below the plane.
It's alongside of it. It sees it. That's for sure. It's out there.
It can't be below the plane. If it's above your head.
It's out there in the clouds when it should be 93 million miles away in space somewhere.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
All right. So Coriolis, Earth's rotation.
And you know what? You heard of the pale blue dot?
Here's the Coriolis right here.
Please explain why the military teaches its long-range gunneries.
Well, it don't, because you're talking to a vet. You're talking to a field.
Okay, good.
Vet, and we don't. So come again, and I can show you whatever proof.
Hold on, not.
But you're airborne.
I did not say field artillery. I said you're talking like mortars.
No, that's cap. That's just cap. I'm just telling you straight up. We got rail guns and all types of shit. That's cap. I've never tried to personally, but I'm telling you, that's cap. We don't count for no curvature.
This is long range artillery.
What are you talking about? What more long range?
How I wind up finding out that crazy crap.
What artillery did you shoot? If you're telling me you're an artillery person, what artillery did you shoot?
Well, I'm actually not technically artillery, but
you're airborne. You said you're a paratrooper, man.
I'm not a liar. I'm gonna tell you what. I was attached to an artillery unit. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie to you.
You swept the floors.
Fuck no. What the fuck you mean, nigga? Bro, come on, bro.
All right, so you didn't learn this, so that's my
point. Are you serious?
Are you serious? We have long range, Bureau of Ordnance, teaching them how to adjust for the curvature of the Earth.
I know there's a book on it. I seen that article.
Okay, so this is all fake.
But that's not true. That's not
the
true.
Navy
And
doesn't. The
it's
Navy
not
teaches their
practical.
people to miss targets.
No, they do not. Wait.
I
To
mean,
say that their book exists. Wait, to say that projected book exists, and to say that's what they teach are two totally different things. And I will attest to the fact that they do not teach that. I've personally been on
you have a
once on 7-9. Don't you can't cap with that because you talk to anybody.
You have a veteran in your comments right now saying the exact opposite. He's part of a field artillery unit.
He's lying. He's lying. He can just say he's part of
Nava is not lying. He's active duty.
I would add him to the chat and ask him questions.
Add him to the chat.
Go ahead.
Add him to the chat because
Nava's
so
awesome.
far we've caught you lying, saying you learned it first.
No, yeah. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Get him in.
It's Navamore.
Yeah.
All right, you guys got this for a few minutes. I gotta go put my kids to bed.
You was a vet?
Yeah.
You a vet? You in the military right now? Let's talk about it.
I'm in a field artillery
Where
unit
you at?
now.
What station you at? What base you at? Matter of fact, what's your whole joint?
Hold on, wait, what?
What's your whole? You in the military?
Yes, yeah. Hold on. Wait. So you is the whole thing trying to prove my status in the military?
You know what DeVardy is, right? You know what DeVardy is, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to worry about that right now. But you said that they don't teach that there's earth curvature.
Fuck no, they don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. I just had an officer in my field artillery and was like, yeah, we teach about curvature and earth rotation for long distance artillery.
Since 2015 now, so everybody's kind of aware that there's a whole stigma going around, and people have already picked sides on this thing of how they feel or whatever. There is text that supports that. I'm not knocking the fact that there is text.
So why?
But before you cut me off, there is way more text that also says the opposite. Literally,
no, there's not.
Way more text. I have the 44 documents. Are you serious?
The 44 documents.
He's talking about the NASA. He's talking about the NASA documents.
101 documents.
Yeah, Nava, he's talking about the NASA documents that say flat, non-rotating Earth for Fortran.
From NOAA, from you name it, everybody.
You didn't read that full document, though.
Down all that stuff. There's only one paragraph in one book that's obsolete that talks about it, and that book is from 1993 or something like that, and it was only in circulation for like 6 months.
So Crimson.
Are you serious? That's
Crimson.
Not even real.
Crimson.
Yo.
Did you read those 44 documents? Why do they say that the plane's mass doesn't change? A plane's mass most definitely changed. That same document says that the plane's mass does not change. They also don't account for wind. Why don't they account for wind? Well, you want to cherry pick that one sentence out of there, but they say that it's a rigid aircraft of unchanging mass.
Okay.
What aircraft is rigid and what aircraft doesn't change mass?
Unless you add or remove fuel, aside from fuel, it would be
right. So as the plane flies, it's no longer rigid, and it loses mass. So that's what those same documents say.
You're trying to split hairs and say like
no. There's a reason. There's a reason for those documents.
You can't not account for gas. How can somebody draw that up?
Do you know why?
Say, okay, and I'm gonna have the constant for gas.
Do you know why the engineers wrote those documents?
Just so there's no cap about my military status.
This guy.
Okay, but they still don't shoot over a curved surface.
Docs alert. Docs alert. Docs alert.
It really doesn't. I can show you so much. And we fired them manually too. So.
Hurricanes prove Coriolis. That's all you need.
No, they don't. First of all, have you ever seen a flat Earth map? First of all.
Yeah. You mean a map that's a projection of the globe?
Hey, no. It doesn't say that. Actually, I have one. Let's look at it.
Gotta fly that
look at it. No, let's look at it because this is the only map in existence that says scientifically and practically accurate.
Oh,
Why I say that?
No, he doesn't say that.
The guy who drew it just wrote it's scientifically and practically accurate.
Do you see where it says projection on there too?
Yeah, what does it say? Projection of a college. Projection of a college, not no globe.
Projection of a college?
This is a flat Earth map.
It doesn't say projection of a college.
It's like a projection.
Have you read the patent? Have you read the patent?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and what does the patent say? What does the patent say?
What does his book say?
What does
But
the
what does his book
patent?
say?
What does the patent?
Details
Yeah,
the
he was a flat earther.
and
But what does the patent of the map
but
say?
he had to get the patent put in, right or wrong.
Weird how you're going to run from that. Weird how you're going to run from that.
In the book that the only way that he was able to get the patent approved was to say that it was a fucking
okay.
it was
So let's use your map. Let's use your map for hurricanes. Why don't hurricanes ever cross the equator?
I'm explaining that crazy.
So hurricanes in the northern hemisphere rotate one way. Hurricanes in the southern hemisphere rotate another way, and they never cross the equator. Explain that on your map.
And they're supposed to, because when you fly.
Thunderstorms cross the equator. If you're in Ecuador, you get thunderstorms. Why doesn't Ecuador get hurricanes?
Never been to Ecuador.
Okay, well, explain it.
I've never been to Ecuador. To verify or deny
Why don't hurricanes cross the equator?
This magnet that I put at the North Pole. I will show you this magnet that I put at the North Pole. So when you travel and you go from Virginia and you go to Ireland.
So we're not going to talk about Coriolis. We're just going to go off onto some other tangent.
No. We're going to break Coriolis down too, because I got to show you.
No. So I asked a very specific question. Why don't hurricanes cross the equator?
Look, one goes this way.
Why don't hurricanes cross the equator?
I'm showing you.
You're not.
They can control hurricanes.
They can't. If they could control hurricanes, I wouldn't have to run from them all the time.
What's so hard about that?
That's why they control them. They crash them into you.
And you know why?
Oh, who's controlling them?
No, I'm going to show you why.
Who's controlling them?
Nobody controls. I'm going to show you why it does.
AKA-RP.
Look, I'll show you exactly why it does that.
Look up. What is that? Operation Pop Pop.
So how do you control a hurricane?
I drew it out on paper.
What steers a hurricane?
Real quick, just so
I'm not the
field artillery manual.
You see this?
Oh, he's got his field artillery manual.
All right.
Field artillery manual.
No, look.
April 2016.
We don't want facts, bro. Put that away.
Headquarters, Department of the Army.
Y'all weren't even doing shit in 2016. I was back from service. Y'all weren't even fighting no more. Good.
So
that was peacetime.
But it's interesting though. It's on deviation from standard conditions. Range effect. You see rotation of the Earth on there.
Bro, your viewers suck. We only got 19 likes.
Thanks, bro. I'm brand new to this shit, bro. Hold on.
Is that even possible?
I'll give you some likes, man.
You see this right here? This is Earth's magnetic field.
Spam the likes, guys. Jesus.
Y'all did see that, right? In the Army Field Artillery Manual, they do count for the rotation of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. You pulled that up online, right?
Yeah, it's on the Army Field.
Thank you for pulling up that archaic model. I appreciate that.
2016 is archaic?
It's 2016? Go back to the page.
2016.
Go back to the page. Go back to exactly what
Field
it says.
Artillery Manual, Cannons Gunnery.
I believe it's an Army thing. Just go back to the page. Nobody counts. Right. Go back to the page. Have you ever shot a long
what is that? Armyplug.army.mil. This is the actual mill site.
Long range bullet?
It's a Army pubs.
All right, so
Army.mil.
If you're denying what he's showing,
it's the Army site. Just so everybody knows it's legit.
Long range bullet? Yes or no?
No, I haven't.
Bullets have nothing to do with this. We're talking about artillery.
I'm not even going to break down what I did in service, but we'll talk about this. We'll talk about the Earth's magnetic field and how we get hurricanes and how we get trade winds, if you want to talk about that.
So Army accounts for Earth's curvature and Earth's rotation.
Bro, if you say so, bro. If you read that magazine, bro, you're going to be dead out there. I'll tell you that.
Wait. So Army just puts out publications.
You're going to be dead out there.
So Army puts out publications just for soldiers to read and just be like, yeah, ignore all that shit that we just put out for you guys.
No, because they wouldn't teach you that shit. They wouldn't teach. It's in the book.
They don't teach you. You never heard saying, hey, what does the TM say? What does the TM say?
Never sitting there reading the book ever. Not even in boot camp. So what are you saying? There is books.
They always say it was like, hey, go by the TM.
Do them shits in training. What? Are you serious? That's why I wonder if you're even from the military, because you know we don't be reading the book like that.
You're supposed to read the book. I got TMs that I read all the time. You know what TM stands for, right?
Anybody that been in the military know how this shit go. So don't try and give me that. Oh, it's
I'm telling you how it goes. You go to the TM.
Instructions by the book. That is not how it goes. at all.
Well, I don't know, but I don't know. We're supposed to go by the book.
And he'll tell you how he
we're told to read the TM all the time.
That's not even realistic, bro. The only time
that's not realistic. It's weird. It's weird. You're in the military, and then you say it's not realistic to go to the TM.
You a capper. Why'd you serve, bro? You a cleanup crew? What you do, bro? Who the hell has?
It's interesting. I pull out sources.
You know the book say you trajectory like this.
I see. Look at you getting nervous right now. You getting nervous right now.
And that's just how it goes.
You made a claim that something isn't done in the military, and then I pulled out military sources. Now you're trying to walk back your whole argument.
Because you're a capper. Anybody, I can go online and pull out that too. What you mean?
I know. I pulled on an actual military source, right?
All right, bro.
Hey, Mooney, and Josh. Is this not a military source right here?
How you need to hit a rotating
this ain't just some random internet source,
right?
Yeah, that's legit.
I want you to read the paragraph on it because apparently it's one paragraph, right? Or how long it is? How long is it? This explains how you're supposed to hit a target on a rotating Earth from a projectile that accounts for like the Foucault's principle.
What are you talking about?
Man, never mind, bro. Never mind, bro. If the Earth is rotating underneath us, if I lift a helicopter up, that motherfucker should rotate from underneath us. That's what.
So you understand how helicopters or the atmosphere work then?
Sure, bro. Because they're in the atmosphere, right? So we live in the dome, is what you're saying.
No, we don't live in a dome. Where do you get that? How did you pull that out? Oh,
how the hell would it not? How would it not?
How did you pull out
when you open a soda, it's gonna fling out of that joint. If you're in a convertible, if you're on a motorcycle, it's gonna fling out. So you got to be inside a car with the windows up, right or wrong.
Stick to one thing though. Stick to one thing. How do you get you jump from helicopters to convertibles? Which one? Stick to one point right now. Stick to one point.
What?
Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead, I'm listening, bro.
So you want to talk about helicopters or convertible, and then you switch to a dome. Which one?
I'm just saying both. If a helicopter was to hover, the Earth should rotate around it, right? That should be that motion should go up under it. But you said no, the atmosphere keeps everything down. I said okay. Well, then if you get in the car in a convertible and you open the soda, it's gonna fling out of the car. But it ain't gonna do it if you're in a trapped-in thing. So we have to be in a dome.
Is a helicopter a soda can flying out of a convertible?
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
You're mix matching two different things.
You had to land at the Earth spinning in different rotations if you was in an aircraft. Let's say you flew from Arkansas and you flew.
The air is moving with the Earth.
From Arkansas to Detroit, the speed of the Earth rotation will be different there. You have to account for all of that stuff landing. Come on, bro. Ain't nobody doing none of that. You just land.
That doesn't make sense.
You just land on the runway. Are you serious? The Earth don't rotate at the same speed from the equator to the poles, according to your logic. So if you was to fly an aircraft from somewhere to somewhere else, you have to account for the variation in speed. Would you not?
No, the speed doesn't change.
Because everything is with the atmosphere, right? So we live in a dome.
This is what I came back to?
We don't live in a dome. You can't draw a conclusion of a dome. Where are you getting this dome from?
Because because simple physics says if you're inside a car, the thing's going to blow out if you ain't got no roof, no windows. What you mean? We live in a dome. We live in an enclosed system.
Can you prove this dome?
Otherwise,
can you prove this dome?
Motherfucking fly a helicopter around this joint and the shit not move up under us.
Fact. That don't make sense. Can you prove the dome?
Huh?
Can you prove the dome?
We got plenty of footage of rockets hitting the dome. We got
no, we do not. We have no footage of any rockets hitting any dome.
You ain't never seen.
We have no footage of any rockets hitting any domes.
Yeah,
we have no footage of any rockets hitting any domes.
I got you, bro.
Is his screen black for just me?
I got you, bro.
No, it's probably just you. Like TikTok's been glitching.
He's the only box I can't see. It's black.
It does that sometime with me too, where the host is either frozen or. I've seen the video that you're probably about to show.
You're damn right. I'm about to show.
But it's not. So, I know.
But it's not what. It's not what.
It's not a rocket hitting a dome. It's not a rocket hitting a dome. It's not hitting a dome.
Magnetic field or some sort of water or something like that.
Is this the Go Fast rocket?
Normal, right?
I guess I can't see.
It's exhaust and Fairlights, right? That's what it is,
SpaceX.
Right?
This is SpaceX.
Nah, it's not any of those things. Yeah.
Crazy. You sound crazy right now. Are you serious?
No, you asked me a question. I said no, but I sound crazy.
Say it's not.
If a rocket
after I said it's a dome, you had to deflect.
It looked like a jet ski. It looked like a jet ski, bro. What is that?
It's not hitting a dome.
Bro,
yeah. So,
what is that?
where you get a dome from?
Let's see. Is it okay? Hold on. So let's go through the options. You asked a question. Let's go through the options. Is it A, rocket hitting a magic dome that a magic man made in the sky, or is it the exhaust gases of the rocket?
Look how big that is, bro. Are you serious? The rocket is super small. That shit look like water when you drive through on a jet ski. Come on, bro.
And in the vacuum of space or the low pressure, the exhaust gases expand a lot.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Are you serious?
I just want to make sure. So you're going with option A. You're going with Magic Spaceman Dome.
Trying to get through the firmament, bro. He can't get through it. He's shooting that rocket off. Bow, bow.
Yes, no question. Magic Spaceman Dome or exhaust gas?
You're just in denial because you believe the globe because of Disney and fucking Star Wars and shit.
All right.
Wait. So you don't believe in space?
Hell no.
Why do you sound?
And you're in the Army.
No. Not even.
So I work with. So I work satellites, right? So they're lying to me about satellites orbiting the Earth.
If you work with satellites, bro, you got a good supply of helium. I'll tell you that. Get you a good supply of helium if you work with satellites, because that's the only way.
There's no helium budget.
We all seen American satellites.
No, we haven't.
They tried to blame it on China, but that was American satellite. Come on, bro. China.
That wasn't. Oh my gosh. So you don't know how technology works?
Sure, bro. Yeah, I know how technology works. Work cell tower.
No, you don't.
I got a cell tower. Got a satellite.
So 2 satellites
to a cell tower.
Every satellite.
Yeah, we all know how this shit work, bro. Ain't nobody retarded.
No.
Bro, there's cables to connect to a cell tower, bro. Your phone goes to the nearest cell tower. Your shit get triangulated through 3 cell towers. That's how you get GPS.
What topic did we deflect to?
I don't get service.
I'm lost.
Going back to
I don't get service.
Well, I was confused. He's in the Army. He believes in a dome.
Yes, bro.
And
I had a satellite phone. That shit was shit. I had a satellite phone. It was shit.
Crimson, watch the exhaust. Watch the exhaust out of this rocket. Watch the exhaust out of this SpaceX rocket.
I'm questioning this shit because I've been there.
Just watch.
I've had the satellite phones, bro.
Watch how big
I
it
jumped
gets.
out of the high aircrafts and all that, and that shit was cool or whatever. But sometimes you gotta sit back and look at what.
Are you paying attention to anything he's showing you right now, Crimson? Look at what Mooney's trying to show you right now.
Pay attention.
Watch the exhaust plume get bigger and bigger and wider as there's less and less air.
Yeah, sure, whatever, bro. CJ, come on, bro. You're not there.
Yeah, see, it's whatever. Whenever evidence is being presented.
Oh, because I'll show you why. No, because
now show me it hitting the dome.
It ain't just. I'll show you why I feel like
that is intellectually dishonest, and you know.
No, I'll show you. I don't want you to think that I'm just a hater and I hate on footage or whatever. But I got some reasons why I feel a certain type of way when I see stupid stuff like that.
But we're trying to escape outside of feelings and get to what actually is true about the Earth, right?
Right. I totally agree.
So you showed us a video of a rocket going up and then having these colors behind it. Okay. Now I just showed you the same thing from the other angle. Now can you show me that that's hitting the firmament? Because it's on you to prove that your claim is hitting the firmament.
It is realized the Earth isn't now because these
and
are.
We got Scotty having his own.
Oh, just give me a second. I got you.
Scotty's still on the sun.
Oh, funny. Look, he zooms in and out, and it goes up and
Scotty,
down.
Why isn't there a solar filter on that, Scotty?
The guy in background is literally grabbing nothing.
All you're seeing is glare.
It's just the way it's my camera.
You see that satellite right there?
No, the sun is glaring because there's no solar filter on the camera.
You see that?
I can't see it, so you can't ask me.
I can't see that well.
Blue screen and what?
You see that?
What are you showing?
You know, there's actual footage of satellites in space filmed from the ISS, right? We showed one like 2 days ago on Maria's Live.
What's your point?
What's my point? Is they be capping. They got a film studio.
They be capping.
I don't see any film studio. I don't see no directors. I don't see a guy with the action.
Bro, you ever seen the Tupac hologram?
What about all the photos that can't be shot in a film studio?
Okay, so like, bro, so on the lawn of the launch pads, bro, they had some like projectors. A guy named David Weiss found out about. I don't even know how the fuck he found this shit out. But my man's looking. Listen, my man's looking at projectors up. Listen though, no cap.
Have you ever been to Kennedy?
Have I been to Kennedy? No.
Yeah.
I'm not cap. No,
okay. I have friends.
Wait.
No.
What? I live 5 minutes
No.
from the observatory.
No. No.
So,
So here's the deal. I know people that have been on the launch pad at Kennedy. You're allowed to set cameras up underneath the rockets.
Yeah,
There are not
I've
not
seen the aerial of
projectors.
Kennedy. I've seen where you can stand.
Where's
It's not up close, but yeah, sure.
How far away?
projectors?
What's the
It's
exclusion
It's
zone?
like 5 miles away at least.
Where's the pictures of the
What do you mean?
projectors?
Yeah, but
Okay,
no,
'cause
you
there's
so
kickbacks and all
you
that
can
other shit.
you can
Come on.
actually
You can tour, yeah, you can tour off flight season. Yeah.
So when they launch a rocket, you can actually set cameras up within the exclusion zone, right underneath the rocket.
Mm-hmm. All right, hey. We all seen Coachella with Tupac, right? I ain't want to
Who?
leave this out. I ain't want to leave
Wait,
this out.
don't get distracted. Don't get distracted.
We seen in Coachella with Tupac, right?
Don't get
They did the
distracted.
hologram with him, right?
Man,
So,
that was like mid 2000s.
So my man took one of the vids, right, and caught the fucking rocket glitching out.
No,
Glitching
he
out,
didn't.
bro. Glitching
I
out,
have.
bro. Come on now.
I have personally proven David Weiss videos to be doctored.
I ain't saying every single one. I ain't say every single one. I ain't saying that's the only thing they've been doing. But I'm saying if they got caught faking one, I'm sure they ain't fake just one.
All right, I want to repeat.
rocket launch.
I want to repeat this story.
everyone.
I'm going to repeat this story because this is what David Weiss says, and if it's wrong, you can stop me. Okay, but it's not.
Okay.
He said he personally was looking through satellite data and found projectors on NASA's lawns, and they tracked back the serial numbers to a hologram company. Right. And that proves that we're holographically projecting all these rockets.
No, it doesn't. That's not it. Don't.
That's what he said.
He showed the clip.
That is what David Weiss said.
He said, first of all, he said he's seen the names of them on the lawn.
Okay, now
it was serial.
He said he was able to type
serial
that
numbers
in and pull up a company and found out it was a projector company, and then he analyzed the footage from that launch and seeing where the plane actually glitches out at a certain point in time.
I got you. So let me ask you some follow-up questions. Did he ever say what the serial numbers or the hologram company were?
No, he did not.
Okay.
No,
he did not. Okay.
Does that make it not true, or does it make?
Well, hold on. There's more. Now, the video he analyzed behind him was a Russian rocket. Wasn't even a NASA rocket.
Okay, what's your point?
And his analysis consisted of a video feed of the footage of it going up and glitching during the video feed.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
What's your point? You don't think the U.S. and Russian?
So why is it that when someone
he provided no proof of anything he said? That's his point.
Why is it that you're willing to listen to someone like David Weiss, who provides no proof, just sows seeds of doubt, gives you no evidence, but then when you're actually given all of the information,
with the overwhelming evidence that we already have for flat Earth, I don't really see that.
No, you have exactly zero evidence of flat Earth. You just have misunderstanding.
I have misunderstanding about how far I can see out, how far the curve should be. Is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. How far should the curve be there?
Depends on observer height.
Okay, I'm at ground
and
level.
atmospheric conditions.
I'm 6. My eye level is 6 feet. How far should the curve be?
Atmospheric conditions matter as well.
On a clear day with 100% visibility.
Yeah.
3 miles.
How far?
About 3 miles.
About 3 miles, right? So it would be safe to say if I was to show you, and we're talking 3 miles one direction, right? So if I was to show you anything that's double that or beyond, and it doesn't have.
What do you know?
And I can see 100% of my object, or 99% of my object. Would that count?
So
you have to prove observer height
would that count?
and refraction index.
Right.
Because I can show you 12.5 miles right now. I just want to that far enough.
So what happens to light when it hits a denser medium?
Bro, all I know is 12.5 miles in line of sight.
What happens to light when it hits a denser medium? This matters.
Not really.
It does.
Not really, because there ain't
There
ain't no dense as medium between me and
yes, there is. 14 psi. There's
me and him. It's me and him, open air and opportunity.
There's 14 psi between you and him on average.
Okay, 15, but sure. Okay.
And those
That's all irrelevant.
that
Guys.
pressure
It's all
fluctuates. That pressure fluctuates
right.
depending on many
That's why light
things.
beams drop after a while. That's why that one
No, so
the guy
light
trying to shoot a light beam from that far fails because it drops because there is 15. Come on, bro.
You trust these people?
Come on, bro.
So
I trust nobody.
So
I'm just
you trust nobody but David Weiss.
No,
Right.
not at all. Not at all. I've only seen a handful of his videos.
I trust what I
Give me
see.
your point.
It could be fabricated, but I doubt it.
I doubt it's fabricated. I just
So-
say that.
So let's try this. Explain a lunar eclipse. If the Earth is flat, explain a lunar eclipse.
What does that have
And
to do with
here,
I'm
keep this as part of your explanation.
Eric, Terry explains it.
No, Eric, I don't want to hear Eric Dubé's explanation. I want to hear your explanation, but also include. Hold on. We can make a prediction 10 years out. No. Now wait. Why is it that every time somebody says two words, you jump in, man?
Terry says you can make the same prediction on the flat.
No. 10 years out. No. Wait. 10 years out, down to the second.
Somebody else like Terry coming from the other side.
Listen, Scotty. Listen.
Go ahead.
10 years out, down to the exact second, and the exact location that you will see totality during a lunar eclipse. It's never the same, and it always changes. So if you're going to explain a lunar eclipse, keep that prediction in your explanation. Go ahead.
You said
like I said, I would have just explained it the same way Terry did, and you already know that.
Wait. Because that means that you're saying like things like, okay, the three stars over the pyramids don't come back every year. The fact that the sun and
no wait, why are we talking about stars over the pyramids when I asked about a lunar eclipse?
I'm explaining to you.
Lunar eclipse.
Literally everything comes back in the circle.
A lunar eclipse is when the Earth blocks the light from the moon.
Sure.
Explain it on a flat Earth.
So if that's the case, why don't I see moon phases there?
Did you watch Terry's video when he explains it out of the book of Enoch?
Like throughout the day, why don't we see a moon phase at the sunrise and sunsets? Why do we see a solid luminary in the sky?
The moon phase. The moon phases happen over 28 days. We see them all the time. Explain a lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipse. Do you see how you don't answer actual questions? People ask you something very specific, and
bro, you can still see a sun and a moon in the sky at the same time, and it's not a reflection. What do you mean? It can't be a reflection.
Nobody stated that it was.
It's not a reflection. So what are you saying? Lunar eclipses and solar eclipses. It's irrelevant because it's not a reflection.
No, it isn't irrelevant. Have you ever seen a lunar eclipse?
I haven't posted it yet because it's going to be 400 megabytes.
If I can try and clarify, hey Crimson, do you think the Earth and Sun are local?
Do I think the Earth and Sun or Moon and Sun? You mean?
I'm sorry. Yeah, Earth and Moon are local. I'm sorry. Earth and Moon are local.
Yeah. I think
the Sun. Yeah, Sun and Moon. God dang, I'm sorry.
No, I got
yeah, the Sun and Moon.
I got you. I think
the SD card here, my phone is full.
Yeah. So if you think the Sun and Moon are local, and we see that the lunar eclipse is when the Earth is blocking light from the Sun, then how is that explained on the flat Earth model?
I got too with a bunch of more videos. Not about this, but about variety of things.
You said so. Basically, you're just asking me how does a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse work on a flat Earth? That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So it seems like one would be
so the sun and the moon
possible.
are roughly the same size. If you look at them, man, you go outside. The sun and the moon is about the size of a dime if you extend your arms. Right? Would you say that? Is that not?
We can say that. We can say we'll go with that.
Okay, I mean that's fact. Like that's if you hold a dime up, they're about the same size.
A lot of research,
regardless of the fact that you can believe it's up 93 million miles or not. It's the size of a goddamn dime.
We'll come back to that in a second, but continue.
Mm-hmm. No, okay. I mean, because I would like to smash into that too. But okay, so if they're moving around, right, and they both have you know we have tides and all that stuff, right? So you would agree that the moon travels with the tide. And all that stuff, right? So it definitely has some sort of pull on it. You're saying that pull is 250,000 miles away from the moon, 93 million miles
But,
away.
but how does this explain a
say-
lunar eclipse?
But I'm saying that they're close bodies. They're both
Okay,
close
so
together.
what causes the lunar eclipse?
And when they get
though?
close to each other, it cancels one out. Okay.
No, no,
I don't
no,
know
no.
why, because I'm not the creator.
But
so I don't
how-
know exactly
how can-
how a sun works or how a moon works?
How can a moon?
We just
How
all
can the
know it's
moon
plasma.
getting
Everybody knows
close?
it's plasma.
How
It's all
can the
gravity.
moon? How can the moon? How can the moon getting close to the source of light
How
that
can
lights it up cause a lunar eclipse? It can cause a solar eclipse.
I
That's
mean, it
exactly
can.
how a solar
Why would
eclipse
it not?
happens.
I mean, I don't understand. Nobody
Because
knows the fundamentals
it's
of the sun.
blocking-
I'm not going to sit here and act like I do. But I will say this: is the moon itself cannot be reflecting the sun's light. It has to be its own luminous because they can both be seen in the night, in the day or night. Well, in the day.
Why can we see shadows in the craters on the lunar surface if the moon is a light bulb?
Look at
the moon is plasma, bro.
Let's see what it is.
The moon is not plasma. Have you ever looked at it through a telescope?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
And that looks like plasma?
It's a bunch of different ways.
Do you know what plasma is?
Yeah. You want to see something?
What is plasma?
You want to see something?
No, what is plasma? I want you to explain it to me.
It's ionized gas.
Yeah, it's gas that has been superheated, so it gets rid of its electrons.
I mean, that's
When you look at the moon through
I'm
I'm
gonna keep that one.
Good Lord, Scotty. When you look at the moon through a telescope, does it look like gas?
I believe what Terry says. Yeah, if you watch the video, that's what I believe.
I don't care about Terry. So does the moon look like gas when you look at it through a telescope?
It almost look like bubbles pop on it. Yeah, it does. It's like bubbles.
It looks like the moon looks like bubbles.
The craters, yes, the craters look like bubbles pop. Yes. Would they not? Are you saying they don't?
No, you can literally see rigidity there. They're casting shadows. How is that gas?
Sure.
I don't like that. I like that picture.
I don't know what the moon is. That's not a question for me. I'm sorry. You might have to ask.
Well, the thing is, we definitely know.
I don't know. I don't think anybody.
We definitely know.
Definitely.
People will think it's real,
I know we
but
didn't land on the moon.
you know
No.
what?
Hell no. We
You
didn't
saw
have
the article. Here it is.
What technology does it?
Real.
Scotty, why are you having a separate conversation amongst yourself? Are you just talking to yourself?
No, it's the sun playing in front of the sun.
Okay, but we're not even talking about that now, man.
We're
Holy
talking
crap.
about army. I'm not in the army.
Okay, well then why don't you wait your turn? Like two people talking at once, and you're not even talking about the same thing. Good Lord!
Nobody went to the moon because of the magnetosphere.
Charged particles.
Charged particles can't
You been, sir? Are you okay, sir?
How do you
Sir,
speculate?
are you okay?
The magnetosphere is yet to be speculated, sir.
I ain't want to even say that. I just thought it was funny.
You've been listening to the lost knowledge a little too much.
About to let you down.
We can go back to that. We can go back to how he thinks the magnetosphere blocks all charged particles.
Bro. He is hilarious. I think he'd be missing.
Go for it.
I believe.
I'll let you take
I believe
over,
in
maybe.
density and buoyancy, and I don't never see him like saying that and shit. But I mean, that's him. That ain't me. Nobody truly knows how this world works, so everybody's still trying to learn.
It's
or
not
whatever.
true at all.
What density and buoyancy is not true?
No. We know how the world works.
Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. What's the deepest we never drilled?
8 miles.
We've gone to the core with
We've never been
other technologies.
It's 8 miles. I just posted it yesterday.
Bro, we went 8 miles, bro. Russia.
I said with other technology. We don't need to physically drill to know what's down there.
Sure, I know. We can make assumptions and they be right.
Not assumptions.
Yeah.
Not assumptions. You bounce
How would
things
you,
like.
wait. How would you figure out that there's multiple layers? Not the fact that you got to.
We understand how sound moves through
and then
mediums.
somehow bounce to another layer and tell you how thick this layer is, and then it bounce to the next layer and tell you how thick. Come on, bro.
I think he's heard of earthquakes.
No, he hasn't heard a
Don't
single
work
thing.
like
When you shoot like sound waves down, right? You can time how fast they come back, and by the speed they return, you know what they hit,
Bro,
and you know what medium they pass through.
Oh, okay, that's good for one layer. What about the other layer?
Not one layer; it goes through all the layers, and then the signals
and
return.
Every detail about every layer. That's some badass equipment.
Yeah, they actually do it with seismic waves too.
It's called mapping, and you map the different
No,
depths.
that's definitely not called mapping. That's called some other shit. That's called voodoo.
Okay. Do you believe in
That's
seismology?
that's not like radar mapping or nothing like that. No, that's some extra shit.
Do you believe in seismology?
Yeah, I believe it's, and that's not seismology at all. That is
So we can learn a lot from this book
Seismolo-
here. This is an engineering book, Signals and Systems.
This
You
guy's
can learn
trolling.
all about how different signals work.
Yeah, what's that right
It's
there?
pretty
That's
thick.
a cell tower kind of thing, right? Yeah, that's a transmitter, right?
No,
Yeah.
you can do. You can analyze many
Ain't
different
that ground
types of
based?
signals.
Ain't that shit attached to the ground? No,
What I mean, this one is, but this is also about. No, you can analyze many different signals. Hold on, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Yeah,
I didn't hear what you
yeah,
said.
yeah. Ground based, yeah, for sure.
No. I'm just saying, like, this book teaches about signals and systems. Like, you can analyze many different systems, whether it's radar, whether it's earthquakes, whether it's water waves. Like, this will teach you
What that guy say
how.
about the inner core? What that guy say about the measurements of the
No,
inner
you
core?
said you said we don't know. I'm saying, like, we figured out using different
figured out some
methods
stuff, yeah.
without
We figured
having
out
to drill in there.
We figured out electromagnetism and stuff like that. We figured out radar and how we figured out the ether and stuff like that. But that's about it. I mean,
you mean the fact that ether doesn't exist?
Most people don't even know that you can get solar power from household CDs.
Oh,
mind fucking blowing.
What?
Mind blowing.
No, you can't.
Crimson.
What is this? Say the craziest shit you can think of, Day?
Yeah, you could. Didn't even know it, right? Because ain't nobody gonna tell you the shit.
Crimson, do you want to see how we know what's in the earth?
Did you know that cat farts can replace a microwave?
It's true. I tried it.
Bro, try it then. Tell me how it tastes.
And they taste delicious.
Okay.
Tell me how.
Can't say the food was gonna be good.
Do you want to?
Look at that globe right there. You're a big believer. You're a big globe believer, man. Look at you. Look at that shit right there, man. That shit is not as cap as fuck. Where the 23 degree tilt at? The fucking South Pole should be in the water.
There you go.
Why do companies point to the North Pole?
They align with
If it's a North magnet. If it's a North magnet,
Yeah,
why does it point to the North Pole?
No. So
Because
you
if
want to
I
know
was,
how? Wait a minute.
Go ahead, Nava.
You don't know how magnets work. Is that what you're saying?
No, I know how magnets work. You see this right here?
That's
See
not
that right there? This the only map to say scientifically and practically correct. So I'm going by that.
But you can't prove it for some reason. For some reason,
Yeah,
like
ain't nothing
you won't
to say it
find
on
any
the map.
flat Earth travel
literally
agencies.
say it on the
You
map
never
without
seen
a
a
doubt.
you never seen a GPS system based off a
hell
flat
yeah,
Earth
this
model.
is flat
Like
terrain.
you
What
would be
you mean?
lost if you tried to
You ever
use
heard of ECDIS? You ever heard
a
of
travel
ECDIS?
agency to get you somewhere.
Wait. You ever heard of ECDIS?
Nah.
It's the navigation tool that the big ships use. The big ones. The big ones. The big
ones.
Yeah. It's a flat Earth map on that shit. Yeah. You want to talk about the airplane one too? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me about the airplane.
All of them use this map. They don't use no globe. They use this right here.
I'm pretty sure they
This is what
don't.
use. 100% positive they do.
No, you're not 100% positive because if I find one pilot or one, if I find one pilot
if you don't know what that
or
is,
one
if you go
person
open up the
who
Blue Force tracker and he zoom all the way the fuck out, he'll see a flat Earth map.
Yeah, you can transpose a spherical
I know you can, but it never
spherical
works out.
globe
That's why the
on a flat Earth.
That's why
So
the
no.
Mercator map is skewed and you can't fly with it. Matter of fact, let me go show you my Mercator map and show you how
That's why they use the equidistant map because it's more accurate.
Let's see how.
Because it's funny. Because it's funny. Because you know,
bro.
What they teach you about map reading in the military?
Bro.
What? How many norths are there?
What's these? These Mercators?
There's 3 different types of north, right?
Come here, right
there's
here?
grid north, there's magnetic north, and there's true north. Why do you have 3 different norths on a military map?
Because they made up the map.
Because they want you to get lost.
Because they lie.
They're hiding something.
Crimson, why does this
Look at this
magnet,
Antarctica shit, bro.
why does this magnet not point north on this screen next to this bar magnet?
What?
See this bar magnet? I have a bar magnet. So it's got a north and south pole.
Let me go grab it.
Okay, yeah. So watch. He's going to map where the north and south is pointing on this compass.
I just don't have my compass with me. I left that shit at work.
He's going to go along and he's going to move it and mark north on all these points. And you know what's going to be weird?
That's how that would work in a circle. That's how that would work if you went in a circle.
It does. This is the Earth. This is the Earth like this.
Terry already did this.
Yeah.
You put the
Yeah,
magnet in the
Terry
middle.
already did this.
No, wait.
Terry already
Is
did
this the same Terry that Root Bar calls all the time?
I don't know. What are we talking about?
He's not on TikTok.
The guy
His
in
this
videos.
north.
Terry Eichler on YouTube. He's a
Yeah,
this north.
I know. I was making a joke.
Oh yeah, not that Terry. So now he just used a compass to map the magnetic lines of this bar magnet.
It's logical because he's got some really good.
Yes,
interesting
exactly.
videos.
I have that drawing right here.
Right. So you admit a compass doesn't just point north. It aligns with the magnetic field lines of the
Well,
magnetic
it
field.
aligns with it would align with north until it hits the equatorial dip. Yeah.
Is that aligned with
Because
north?
I mean, well, you would get an equatorial dip.
North is here. North is here. Is that aligned with north, or is it aligned with the magnetic field line of this magnet?
Well, sure. It aligns with the tip of that magnet, but sure. Okay.
It aligns with
It just aligns with
field
the
of
tip, the
magnet.
absolute tip, because it's not like expensive ass magnet or whatever. Sure.
Yeah, and if you do like you put like the iron filings down right next to the magnet.
Yeah, no, I know what the magnetic field is. Like I said, I drew it right here.
So
I took a lot of time out to draw it, so I keep saying it.
Well, I don't know if you do keep saying it, because the magnet is even going to have it. Stupid video.
But when all reference I'm making to this is that if you was an airplane pilot and you was traveling, north would always be right here, no matter how you travel.
Well, we have an airplane pilot in the chat.
You can say that all you want.
Bring him in the jump then.
I can drop.
Ask him to his plane nose dip down.
Oh, they said they can't live right now.
Oh yeah, you gotta have 1,000 fucking followers.
Yeah.
All right, so we admit a compass doesn't point north, right? So we can add that to the list of things.
You say, can I admit that a compass doesn't point north? It does point north. Why?
No, it aligns with the magnetic field of
which is north. Okay, sure. Okay, well, I mean, I don't want to get caught up in the terminology, but sure. To a degree,
not one
it
pole.
points north.
There's two
whatever
poles.
the magnetic center of our Earth is. Yeah, sure.
There's two poles. It aligns with the field between those.
I don't think there's two poles. There's one pole, because otherwise the south.
It's not what you think,
and
though.
Our compasses will be made with south oriented towards the North Pole, but
Why?
they're not. It's made with north oriented to the
Show us a monopole magnet, though.
That'd be cool. I'd love to see a monopole.
Why would I need a monopole? Why can't I just have a magnet pointing south, which goes to the north?
The Earth would be the first monopole to ever exist, if that's true.
I don't get what you're saying, man.
There's two poles, north and south. That's how magnets work.
That's called a dipole. I don't see why you make a monopole magnet.
There is no south pole on the flat Earth.
I'm just saying that there's a magnetic structure at the northern pole,
which means it has to have two poles. There's no such thing as a monopole magnet.
Sure, it can, but it would probably be connected to that mountain. It'll probably be like the lower end of the mountain or something. Like, I mean, I don't. What do you mean? It wouldn't be separated like. Like you're saying, it would be like a line going from the north to the south of the world.
So if you use a compass on a flat Earth, how do you maintain your heading? Being in the military, you had to have been taught how to use a compass if you got lost. How do you maintain a heading if you're heading east or west on that flat Earth map?
I just showed you. No matter where
but you go in a circle.
Point north. What do you mean?
Right. So, but if you go in a circle, you're not going to maintain your heading. Your heading's going to change.
It's going to change, yeah, but you're talking over thousands of miles. It's not going to change.
No. If you're going to walk due east, if you walk due east or fly due east, your heading will change. You cannot keep a heading and follow a line of latitude.
It's a big circle. It's not a small circle, obviously. It's not like we're doing a circle around Detroit.
Airplanes fly over the ocean from New York to the UK. During that flight, if they maintain their heading,
from where now? From
New York to the UK over the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah. Okay. Do you see how if they follow that line of latitude, they're gonna have to change their heading. They're gonna have to change your heading.
Bro, it's a straight line. What are you saying?
Okay. Do Chile to South Chile to Australia over the water.
Okay.
That's a flight that exists.
Okay.
They follow one heading.
The trade winds, it takes 23 hours.
No.
So
here's the thing. Look at that map again.
Why it's doing it? Because I just
Scotty.
The video of the pilot falling asleep too long.
I want to make sure
Scotty, sit down again. So Crimson, look at that map. Go from Chile to Australia.
Chile.
Follow a line of latitude.
Okay.
It's gonna be a semicircle, right?
Sure.
Your heading on your compass is going to change because you're changing direction. This is a flight that literally exists.
Look.
Yeah, you see how you're turning?
Yeah, but
you turn the map. Your heading changes. How do you not understand this if you were in the military?
What I'm explaining to you is you're talking this much curve over 23
Right. Your heading
hours,
still changes.
When
you use a compass, when
you're
you
gonna
use
follow that, you're gonna be cutting
when
west,
you use
just
a
like
compass.
Any other pilot. Ask a pilot, get him to come in here and tell you. You're gonna
Does he have a
follow that
compass?
west,
I
you're
can't
gonna
see
follow
his
that
screen.
east, and you're gonna ride that east all the way out, or you're gonna ride that west.
Watch what Mooney's showing you. He's going to explain it right now.
Would you agree? I'm in California, and north is headed towards the magnetic mountain in the center of your magic land. To get to Australia is about 300.
I need to see your map first.
It's the Gleason map. It's just a flat Earth map.
Okay, all right. Sure, I'll go with that. That's the AE map, but let's go with that.
AE map, yeah.
Yeah.
So now it's about 310, I'd say. Let's just say 300 degrees. 300 degrees is the heading. 300 is the heading.
Do you have your magnetic center set there? Because it's not like pointing towards the magnetic
forget
center.
the north and south pole. I can't. It's on my screen.
Do you have a magnet in there? Or?
No. Just look where north is here, because north is always center.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so as I travel, if I want to travel 300 on that bearing of 300, right? Say I get to here. Now I got to turn this to make this north now. Now where's 300? 300's over here. So now I'm heading that way.
Well, we're following north.
If I were to, no, I'm following 300. If I were to start here and follow my bearing of 300 to try to get to Australia, I can never get there.
North. You would literally follow north.
Why would you follow north? That's not north.
You're saying you're trying to go.
Were you not taught how to follow a heading in the military?
I'm trying to go.
I mean, I don't fly for sure.
I'm trying to go from here to here.
That's another keeper.
I'm still not understanding what you're saying, bro.
You just
I don't know why it wouldn't work with a compass in the middle, with a magnet in the middle.
I'm trying to go from here to here. Okay, straight line.
Okay.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
Okay, so if I get my heading from here where I start, it would be a bearing
300.
of
Okay,
300.
you said it's 300. You said if you travel all the way to 300, you would see it, but you would see that on a globe. So I don't really get why there's an issue.
You wouldn't, because north is always the same direction, and south is always the same direction.
Right, and north hasn't moved in either map. That's what I'm saying.
Were you taught land? Were you taught land nav in the military?
Yeah.
Okay. So what are the numbers for on the compass?
I've never used my land nav to travel hundreds of miles either. So
right,
that's a whole
but what are the numbers for on the compass?
Dozens, yeah, but not hundreds.
What are the numbers on the compass for?
I mean, that's how you follow it for heading. I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is because you're following it, I don't see why that's an issue because you still have the same degree of change on a globe.
Right.
It's
so
the same.
do the pilots use a similar compass to you, whether it's digital or an analog in the older planes? Do they use a compass with the same numbers on it?
Well, they have a mechanical compass, but
right.
What I'm saying is,
but it has the same numbers on it, right?
What I'm saying is this: on a globe, Antarctica is not nearly as big as on a Gleason map, right?
Antarctica has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
That trip. I'm telling you, it takes 23 hours.
Right, but you would always be changing your compass, whether it's over hours or a month. You're going to change your heading.
Yeah, bro.
Right.
The heading will change.
But what I'm getting at is this.
Here's California.
I get what you're saying, the heading. Listen to what I'm trying to explain to you, though. On the Gleason map between the Gleason and the Mercator, the main issues people have with it is the size of Antarctica. Size of Antarctica is large, going around, yada, yada, yada. The distance from Chile to Santiago, from South America to Australia, whatever period, is way skewed because on a globe model, there should be pretty much right next to each other. Look on my man's globe who got one right there. Look at Money, Moonface, whatever. Look on your globe. It should be significantly closer than what it is on my map. But it takes 23 hours to do the trip.
I can follow heading 240.
Do you get what I'm saying? Because the poles itself are smaller than the equator. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a globe. So that trip should be a little bit shorter. But it's 23 hours.
What trip?
Any trip from South America to Australia.
Those trips are the same exact time as the Northern Hemisphere trips. I have them all on my screen. I have all.
Not really, because it took like 14 hours to get to Iraq.
I have a whole playlist.
It ain't no distances are the same because we're
Did
talking
you have a layover?
levels of planes. Yeah, in Ireland.
I stopped for 6 hours.
And I flew on a flat Earth projection because I went up. I'll tell you where I'm at. I went up through DC, and then we flew out of Maine. We went into Ireland, and then we went to Iraq, which is weird as hell, but it makes perfect sense on a flat Earth.
That works on a globe too. That's how the globe works as well.
I know. They do this big curve like this, right? Waste of gas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not a waste of gas. You're literally following the curvature.
A straight line is the fastest way.
You think they have to dig through the earth? Does the plane fly through the earth to get to a straight point?
No, you would just go along.
Okay, then it's called Great Circle Routes.
Listen to how foolish this sounds. Listen to me. I'm going from LA to Virginia, right? And you're telling me the best way to travel that way is to go through Michigan. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Did you have a layover in Michigan?
That's what I'm saying. You act like.
Why do people say that shit?
Did you have a layover in Michigan?
I had a flight route. I had a flight route. I had a flight route. I had a flight route that took me from Kentucky to Florida, and I had to go through freaking Minnesota. Yeah, it don't make sense.
Bro,
it don't make
that
sense
lady
because
came from Japan or Korea or some shit, bro, and she had a baby on flight. Everybody seen this shit. She had a baby on flight. They landed that shit in Alaska.
Yeah, and that works perfectly.
She was going to like LA. She was going to LA coming from like Korea.
On a globe.
Okay,
Right.
yeah, I know because they go way up here, right?
No, because when they fly, when you fly straight on a globe, you end up going closer to Alaska. That's the thing. They're just flying straight.
Yeah, use the Gleason map. The Gleason map is in their computer.
Except the Gleason map doesn't work.
Why doesn't that work if it's scientifically and practically correct? In the other maps,
Is Australia that shape?
Yes, it is.
Australia is that shape. So
Yes.
Australia is like 3 times the size of what it is in reality on that map.
If you say so, how you know? You measured Australia? Bro,
Yeah, I've been to Australia. They fly across Australia all the time.
Okay.
hold on. We can put this to bed. We can put this to bed, right? So
Sure.
we want to measure distances, right? So
what is
let's
that
just
shit you got
say.
on there, man?
Hold on.
What is
Let's
that
just
shit you
say.
got on there, bro?
Hold on. I'm about to tell you. Let's say LA to freaking London. I don't know. I'm just putting 2 distances on the earth, right? LA to London. So you would agree that this flat line right here is the straightest.
First of all, your model is weird. It's not.
Hold on. No,
exactly
you didn't even
how
let
the
me
world
explain
works.
it first.
You're trying to
You're defensive. You're defensive already. You didn't even let me explain it.
Okay, sure, God, whatever. You're not even making sense, but go ahead. Sure.
I haven't even explained it to make sense
You're
yet.
saying it like I'm a burrow through the earth. Nobody's saying burrow.
I didn't say that. I wasn't even gonna say that. I promise you, I wasn't even gonna say that.
But listen, you go from LA to Nevada to like Tennessee and all that shit to Virginia. You don't go from LA to Michigan to go back down to Virginia. It just doesn't make sense. But you're saying that, it makes perfect sense that I would leave out of DC, go to Maine just to go to Ireland. Like,
No, I wasn't gonna say any of that. I really wasn't gonna say any of that.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense if your only conclusion of what makes sense is they need to go direct.
Why wouldn't they?
Because there's 1,000 other reasons. There's lack of demand.
Straight across.
There's lack of demand. There's lack of planes. There's lack of crew. There's money involved in it.
Sure.
It's not every flight just goes direct.
Fly out of the way.
It doesn't cost more. The reason they're doing that is because it costs
the
less.
bulk of your expenditure is pilot time and gas, and you want to burn the most of it flying way the fuck 300.
Because they have people in that layover that need a plane to go where they're ending, and they also need to let people off in that layover so that they can catch another plane to go somewhere else.
Absolutely no sense. So why wouldn't the plane get to their destination faster?
Hold on. Quick question. Let's just say like this flat path right here will be like the shortest distance between these 2 points right here, right? If the Earth was flat,
Sure.
would you agree that this will be like the Earth was flat? This will make a whole lot more sense.
No. Well, okay. The letters
if the Earth was flat.
Hey, wait. The letters you have on that path, on that curve. What letter do you have in the curve?
On the curve, S.
That's what I would say you traveling. A to S to whatever that is on the other side. Not from
the S is just a whole curve. S is just a whole curve.
We go across the line of the curve.
Right. If the Earth is a sphere, That's the way that we would have to travel.
Go along S. Yes.
Okay. If the Earth was a sphere, would you disagree? Right.
Okay.
Okay. So for you, it makes more sense that since the Earth is flat, this distance here would be shorter.
S makes more sense.
Well, I mean, S is what we experience.
No, I think you the way you're drawing it, it makes it seem really, really awkward. And I think you need to look at it like this. Look at it like this, all right? If I was in an airplane, if I was in an airplane, right, or a rocket, and I got this bird's eye perspective of the world, right? And I had this bird's eye perspective. Can you see the map? Can everybody see the map? And if I was traveling across this map, and I needed to go from here to here, I could just go like this. Why would I need to go up to come back down? I could just go like this. That's what I'm getting at. I'm like, why are y'all saying on your Mercator projection on that map that
I see where the confusion is.
That don't make no sense. Because when you look on the Gleason map, it should be a straight line.
I see where the confusion is, though. So this isn't supposed to be like a top-down view of like going. Okay, so I apologize. I should have clarified. That's my fault.
But you get what I'm saying, though, right? Like I ain't trying.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah. So here's what I'm trying to say. Like, you take any two distances, right? You take any two city distances, right? And you measure those distances. We should be able to figure out if the Earth, the shape of the Earth, is flat or curved, right? So we can measure curvature between 2 points to see if this line is more accurate than this line.
You're saying use the Pythagorean theorem and see which map holds up better.
Well, this is just the equation for like curvature, like the arc length. So if you want to measure a distance, if you took a sphere, you cut it in half, and you just looked at the surface, this would say like LA to London. So the length S will be small or longer than the distance on D, right?
Yeah, right.
If you straighten these two lines out, S will be longer than D. Which means that if we measure the distance between like LA and London, we should accurately be able to predict. So would the equation match closer to S or would it match closer to D? So if the Earth was flat, then if we did like an arc length between 2 points on the sphere, then those numbers shouldn't add up.
Somebody said you got a big guy. Yeah, bro. I get what you're saying. Just shape ain't working right. Because like what you saying would work, if we was talking about like the ice ball or some shit, we was trying to travel distances there. We trying to travel distances here, bro.
No, hold on, time out. Where are you getting this ice wall from? Where are you getting this ice wall from?
Right here on the map, bro. What you talking about? It's right here.
I'm not talking about the ice wall on no map. I'm just talking about two distances.
I know you ain't, but I'm saying what you're saying don't really apply unless we was measuring like travel.
No, it does apply because we're trying to figure out what the shape of the Earth is. You disagreed that it's a sphere. We should be able to measure those things accurately.
Let's do this easy. We'll do this easy. You see that circle you got right there? Do you mind drawing in that circle for a second?
This one? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Draw like a circle on like the left quadrant, right?
Hold on.
So just a circle. And then draw a circle in the right quadrant, right?
Does it matter where? Like right here?
And no, just try to keep it off the walls. Because
keep it off the wall.
Like,
I'm like right here.
Trying to make you draw like two continents.
Oh, okay. So you just want to represent them as circles, right?
Sure, that's fine. It really don't matter. I was just saying a circle is a shape, but
okay, just like
yeah, just anything, bro. Okay. Just a continent over there and a continent over there. All right. Now they're saying that you should travel kind of up towards D, right, to come into the other continent. And I'm saying, why don't you just go straight from that continent to that continent or whatever?
And this is a top-down view, right?
If it was a globe or whatever, it would have a curve in that trajectory itself. But for the most part, you would still go over those same states or same cities or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
And this is This is from you. This is a top-down view, right?
Yeah, this would be a top view. So even if it was curved or flat,
so here to here,
saying, why don't you go like that? I'm saying, why don't plane routes go like that? If the maps they give us are accurate or whatever, but the maps that we projected on like Mercator maps and stuff show it going all the way up and coming back down. And I'm saying, when you look at it on Gleason map, it's just a straight line, just like you're drawing right there.
But
And I'm
when
saying
you flew up to
you're saying
Maine,
that the other one is more practical. And I'm like, no, this is
when
way
you
more
flew
practical.
when you flew from DC to Maine, did you stop in Maine and pick up more
Yes.
people? Okay, so
No,
that's
we
why
didn't
they
pick up
flew
more
up to
people.
Maine, because they wanted to get more people.
No, that's what I just
Yes.
said. We didn't pick up more people. It was a military flight.
Okay, but you stopped in Maine.
We stopped in Maine, yes.
And you
We stopped in Maine
refueled, or
because
you
the
did
plane
something else.
Wait. We stopped in Maine because the plane had an issue and we switched planes.
Okay.
You see, flying ain't safe.
That's what I'm saying. The shit don't add up, right? You thought you was
No,
gonna go with more money.
it does add up.
They had a problem, so the emergency landed in Maine. In Maine. It was a nonstop. It was a military flight. It was supposed to be a nonstop from DC to Ireland, but we stopped in Maine for hours. That's what I'm saying.
And
it makes sense on the Mercator map.
I bet no, it doesn't make sense on the Mercator map.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. The Gleason map that makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't make sense on a Gleason map.
Why does it not make sense of a straight line? Why is it a straight line?
Because it's not as.
How is it not a straight line? I just showed you it was a straight line, huh? That's not a straight line.
Crimson, hey.
Straight line.
Crimson.
Yes.
You're saying you're going DC to Ireland, right?
Yeah.
I was just doing
so
that.
So you started in DC, right?
Okay.
And you were going to Ireland, right? Let's see, where is Ireland? Right here. Okay.
Okay.
So DC, and you're gonna fly over to Ireland. What did you just pass? That's Maine.
It literally flies right over Maine.
Oops.
It flies right over Maine to get to Ireland. That is how a globe works.
I got the
you
great
went
circle
the
right
correct
on
direction on a globe.
It's wrong. It goes over the clouds.
So your DC to Ireland, stopping in Maine, is absolutely how it works on a globe.
That looks like it'll be cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Gonna take the L on that.
Okay.
One?
Let's just no. That's not even
now,
an L. Because
let's talk
if it
about
works
your
the same on
emergency
both ways, it really don't
landing.
matter. They're all maps.
Let's talk about
I don't
your
know what
emergency
map
landing.
that.
Let's talk about
I'm not saying
emergency landing. Crimson. They started in Japan, right?
But okay, like the map that you
Where they
have on that
started?
globe is not a Mercator map, though.
Wait, right? You said this was
on a globe.
Right. Read the name of the map on that globe. Read the name of the map on that globe.
Read the name of the map on that
globe.
globe.
Is the name?
Yes. No, all globes aren't the same. Everybody know that.
What?
Right. That's
all globes don't use the same map projection. You know that.
This is the Mercator globe. You got the Mercator globe, dude.
What does it say there? Read it.
Oh wait, is this the Gleason globe?
Well, I don't know what you want from me. Look, North Pacific.
I want the name of the globe.
Where
the name of the globe, the brand of the globe, or whatever.
Globe.
Bro, a globe is a globe. That's
no, it's
the
not.
map type.
It's not. It's a map. They're all maps. They're projections on a ball.
No,
so
they're not.
I will say there are some just generic globes that aren't very accurate.
There's
right. That's what I'm saying. I just want to know what
that
globe
are just
you got.
like
it's
decorative.
Probably somebody who bases it off the AE map.
No, but he's saying there's like a flat map's been projected on a globe, and there's different types of globe projections.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Straw man.
Name one globe projection.
I'm just saying that there's similarities that you have to account for, but I'm not using that as like the sole reason why it has to be this. I'm just showing that how they work on both models.
Focus. Okay. You said that this is impossible on a globe. This is a globe.
Projection. I kept saying the Mercator projection.
Which globe you got there, though?
Then don't use a Mercator projection because that's not how the globe works.
Right. They use the AE projection, which is the Gleason projection.
Okay, but you said the emergency. You said the emergency landing. You said the emergency landing was impossible on a globe.
He's the moon.
Well, I said the Mercator map. And if I didn't specify that in that specific sentence, that's what I meant. That's what I've been getting at the entire time.
No one thinks that the world looks like a Mercator projection. No one believes that that's actually what
that's what everybody grew up with. So they do. But I get what you're saying. You're saying educated people understand that the AE map is the correct map.
Your proof that the Earth was flat.
That's not my proof. That was just a question you guys asked me and we talked about. We talked about.
So you agree that you can no longer use emergency landings as proof that the Earth is flat.
No, but I wasn't trying to use that as proof the Earth was flat. I was using that as showing you that it works on both models, as you guys asked.
No, the claim is that it doesn't work on a globe. That's everyone's claim. I don't know why you're kind of wishy-washy about that.
You guys first asked me about like lunar eclipses and stuff like that, and we kind of went down that rabbit hole like that.
No, you went down that rabbit hole, and here we are.
You started saying the flights don't work on a globe, and you started mentioning examples. Now you're backtracking.
On a Mercator, okay?
No, you said globe.
Now
it's
a Mercator?
not a Mercator projection because Mercator projection is not where we live. We live on a globe.
Times. And now we're down here on the globe saying that. But I'm like, you can project any map onto any, literally.
Okay, so you agree that the emergency landings do not prove a flat Earth?
For sure.
Okay, great. Okay, awesome. You agree that emergency landings don't prove a flat Earth. Thank you.
Okay. I'm with you on that. I agree with you on that.
Okay. Just had to get that. That means all emergency landings from anywhere do not prove a flat Earth.
Okay, but if we live on a spinning ball, then how do we like stick on the surface?
Gravity.
What is gravity?
I'm gonna let Globeman or Globey take this.
Okay. What's gravity?
Gravity is the attraction of mass to mass, and there's a great experiment called Cavendish, which I just so happen to have up on my screen.
Let's talk about Cavendish. He used lead balls, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Why didn't he use acrylic balls?
Because they're not massive like lead is.
It's been done with wood.
Oh, any size you want. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, you need the heavier the mass, the better the experiment. So you can do it with anything that's massive.
Balls, right? Those lead balls are smaller than a bowling ball.
Like Josh said, you can do it with wood. It's been done with wood. It's been done with lots of things.
Yeah. Okay. We've done that.
This one's being done with a bowling ball, and so
we done that at the university. It didn't work out, but okay. If you can say that it did, but I've done that at the university when I presented the flat Earth theory to my professors. We did have this experience in front of me, and it didn't work. So,
Stop the lies. Stop the lies. It's too late at night to call the lies. Lies.
I just said it should be acrylic. It's simple as that. Everything has electromagnetics going through it. The Earth has a magnetic field. For you to say you want to use lead balls to create a Cavendish experiment when we all know about the magnetic field, it's like
lead is electrostatically neutral.
Sure, if you say so, bro.
Not sure. It is.
Why do you say sure if you say so? Like
everything has magnetics in it. Everything has fucking metals.
Okay.
That doesn't mean gravity doesn't exist.
It means static flows everywhere. Yes, it does.
It doesn't mean gravity doesn't exist.
Yes, it does.
Why does it mean gravity doesn't exist?
You can't say the Cavendish experiment because that doesn't prove anything.
Why not?
You're sitting there. Okay, so we got two lead balls to spin. You're supposed to calculate the attraction, but it's been done hundreds of millions of times by at this point, and the results are so fucking spotty. It's hardly accurate.
Spotty.
Why is it spotty? And you just admitted it's been done hundreds of times, but it's only spotty to you.
I've even tried it and wasn't able to do it. So for anybody to say,
spotty because you tried it, you didn't get the results you wanted, and all of a sudden the hundreds of others.
Not even at a community college. I did it at a university with a professor. So not even at a community.
Was this a science teacher or was this just like I don't know?
Bro, you're straight up lying.
Like literature.
You did not present flat Earth to your professor.
Bro.
You would have failed your ass right out of college.
If you say so, bro. No, they would not. Why would they fail me? Because you feel so passionate about it? No. Teachers love for you to talk and debate about shit like that. Have you ever been to college?
What class was it? Theory? So here's them doing Cavendish inside a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, did you know that water boils in a vacuum chamber?
I saw the soda can in the vacuum changer.
You actually make a true vacuum chamber?
Some kid does a shoe.
Did you know that?
Don't get distracted.
Go ahead,
don't get distracted.
Watch everything. Make it big.
What are we watching?
Make it big.
The Cavendish experiment. That old ass Cavendish experiment does not account for the electromagnetism of the Earth.
What about the beam belts?
I got a really good video on magnets. My battery's dying.
What's up, man?
So lead is non-magnetic, and it's also electrostatically neutral. So prove that otherwise. Prove me wrong, because I can show you the literature that shows that.
Lead comes to the Earth and it has magnetic properties in it.
Prove that it has magnetic properties.
Just like glass, just like anything else, bro. It all has.
Prove it.
Prove it.
every component,
You've got to prove the
anything
claim.
comes from plastic. It all has
Prove the
magnetic
claim.
properties. What are you saying?
Crimson, prove it.
Prove what? That plastic comes from sand?
No,
prove that lead has electromagnetic properties.
Why won't a
Everything
magnet
has
stick to
electromagnetic properties on Earth.
Why won't a
Water,
magnet stick to
What are you
plastic?
saying?
Why won't a magnet stick to plastic? Why won't a magnet stick to lead?
How come you only have to take metal off
Why
the
don't
body
a
when you get an
magnet?
MRI?
Because it has magnetic properties, but it's not a magnet. You're gonna put it to a strong actual magnet. It will actually
So there's
stick
no
to it.
attraction, was what you mean. There's
Oh,
no
it's attraction. It's attraction. It's just not the reason it falls down. But it's
So you're saying
attraction.
you're saying two pieces of plastic would not work in the Cavendish experiment because they'd attract each other?
Am I saying two pieces of plastic would not work in a Cavendish experiment because they would attract each other? I don't think they would attract at all. I don't think there would be any change.
But I thought
So they're
everything
not-
had the electromagnetic properties.
Exactly. So they're not electromagnetic now?
No, it is electromagnetic, but the lead will pick it up faster than the acrylic would.
Why doesn't a magnet fall faster than wood?
What doesn't a magnet fall faster than wood?
No. A magnet and a piece of wood will fall at the same rate. If it's
In a vacuum. You're saying in a vacuum?
electromagnet, no. You can do this out in the atmosphere too.
I'm listening to you.
Okay. So
Army artillery accounts for gravity too. So
no, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, sure.
So
I don't know how.
Why would a magnet?
Gravity, or you count for fall?
Why would a magnet and a piece of wood of the same mass fall at the same rate?
A magnet would fall the same rate. Let's do it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's do it right now.
And then you can tell me why you can bring lead into an MRI machine.
This was a keeper I ran across.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Moon.
Yeah, the two balls of lead attract each other in Cavendish, but safe for an MRI machine, no big deal.
To take a look around because you heard about something.
49.
Vertical velocity is affected by both gravity and the effects of the atmosphere on the projectile. Still the same Army doctrine.
Haven't even brought up the stars yet, man.
The stars you can't wish gravity away because.
But they're not like exactly so. Because a lot of things play a factor in here. You're talking
if it's electromagnetism,
aerodynamics of the medium. If I drop a board, it's going to fall slower than something to take my bullet. So
yeah, but if it's electromagnetism, things that react to magnetism, steel, things that are ferrous.
And I'm saying no, density plays a factor.
What vector does density hold?
You ever heard of the periodic table element?
No. What vector does density hold?
I'm trying to find that back one.
What vector does density hold?
Say it in a different way.
No. So what is density? It's
what,
a really.
What is density?
Yeah.
It's the reason why things go up and down.
No. What's the equation for density?
Does that make it not true?
It's mass over volume. It's just how much stuff is in one place. What vector does that hold? Do you know what a vector is?
Nope. What a vector is?
A vector is a direction with a magnitude, which is what happens with gravity. Things go down with a specific acceleration.
They're lighting it on fire.
Okay, so if things go down with why we got hit by
they light it up.
A specific acceleration is the very important part about that. The direction and the acceleration. Everything accelerates at the same rate.
Why don't the moon come to the planet?
What?
Why don't the moon come to the planet?
Because there are other gravitational forces working on the moon, and the moon is orbiting Earth. More than one force can work on something at the same time.
How do you measure force?
How you measure a force?
A gravitational force.
I got stuff in my mouth.
How do you measure a gravitational force?
So
give me two physical examples of gravity, so I can understand how it works.
Gravity in Earth's reference frame is mass attracting mass.
Like a magnet. Like a magnet.
No. That is a magnetic field.
Right. So show me what is gravity.
Gravity in Earth's reference frame is mass.
It works
because if you go outside of Earth's reference frame, you start getting into relativity. If we stay within Earth, if we stay on Earth, Newtonian gravity works just fine, and we don't have to deal with complicated mathematics.
Okay, so it's two different forms of gravity that should be accounted for differently depending on where you're standing.
No, relativity expands on Newtonian gravity.
It expands or it disproves Newtonian gravity?
No, it expands on it.
No, it doesn't.
Einstein still believes that Newtonian gravity is a thing.
That's what Tesla wrote a whole paper about the fact that
No, he did not. No, he did not. You're just misquoting him.
Wait a minute. Did you read Tesla and did you read Einstein?
Bro, I got the point. Yeah, he said that I'm the
second. What meme was it? Which meme? Can you show us the meme?
It's actually a poem.
No, it was a meme, I'm sure.
No, it was a poem. It was actually a poem written by Nikola Tesla.
A meme is not a haiku.
It was a poem.
So, did you read all of Einstein's work that Tesla supposedly disproved?
All of Einstein's work?
Yeah.
No, what the fuck?
So you took a word of someone.
Yo, get out of here, bro. Did you really just actually not read all? Why the fuck would I do that?
No, it proves the folly of your point because you said, "Oh, even Tesla disproved."
I don't understand it, or does that mean I didn't physically like?
No, it's like, why would you only get one side of it? It's like you believe Tesla, some weird quote that you found on the internet.
It's not a weird quote. It's from one of his poems. What do you mean? It's
not even like a poem.
Tesla's a poet. I'm going to Google this Tesla poetry here.
Yeah, what poem is this, and what does he say?
Pull it up.
He says the Earth is flat. What does he say?
No, Jacques Picard said that. Yeah, he said that.
So can I build a car with Shakespeare?
With upturned edges. That was this.
No, that was actually not Picard himself.
It was actually Picard. Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
How was it not? Are you serious?
It was a guy that worked with him. Picard actually believed in the globe. You can actually look this stuff up instead of just believing the memes that you're looking at.
Too bad, Sir Isaac. They dimmed your renown and turned your great science upside down. Now a long-haired crank, Einstein by name, put on your high teachings all the blame. Says matter of force or transmutable, and wrong the laws you thought immutable. Are you serious? Come on, bro. Why do you think I lied about that?
Okay, say that again in a way that I can understand.
Bro,
what you're saying.
And you believe this. And you believe this. And you believe this. You believe this. You believe this?
What book did it come out of?
Nikola Tesla.
Itsy Bitsy Spider. Like, what kind of truths can I derive from that poem?
Oh my god. Who needs to change their smoke alarm battery?
Okay. Say.
Does nobody else hear that, or is it just me?
Hey, give me the poem one more time.
You want to hear? You want the name of the poem, or you want me to read it?
I want something from the poem that I can look up and verify.
He said that rhyme was fired up. That's facts, right? He Eminem, low key, he Eminem. Yeah, he wrote the first diss track. No cap, he wrote the first diss track, bro.
Can give me a line so I can look it up? Hello.
What's funny is Tesla actually believed in the globe and in gravity.
Fragments of Olympian gossip. But look, you can look into like King's Dethroned and stuff. I have that book. That's a good book. And it breaks down how science got to where it's at now.
So why are we on Tesla writing poetry if we were talking about gravity?
No, we was just saying Einstein. He asked me if I read all of Einstein.
Right. So how do you explain the specific acceleration that everything has that we can measure?
It does. The only acceleration we have is of the ether.
No. When things fall,
you ever heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment?
Yes, but I'm going to guarantee you don't even know what that means.
He proved there was an ether with a 15.
No, he disproved the
and he
ether.
proved that the Earth stationary.
No, he did. No, they did.
Lying,
What
bro.
did?
You be lying.
Why did?
He
Why
put the
did?
rotating Earth and
What
stationary.
caused?
Come on now,
What
bro.
caused Einstein to come up with relativity?
Okay, bro. That's actually no. It's actually
What caused Einstein
let
to
me
come
pull
up?
up that guy's name.
No.
Einstein
What
was
caused?
drunk, okay?
Why are you gish galloping?
And he
Holy
was
crap!
educated man.
Wait, Josh,
Stay on topic.
Start talking,
What?
Josh, so I can start talking over you. Go ahead, really. Go
No. What caused Einstein? Yeah, exactly. He never talks over anybody. Nobody talks over anybody in this live ever. So, Crimson, why did Einstein come up with relativity? What caused him to come up with the theory of relativity?
Slave from the Nazis.
No, it was Michelson Morley. It was Michelson Morley, and then Michelson Gay.
Yeah, he would have been prosecuted.
So that's why. That is why.
He would have been a war criminal. Would he not have?
So my question is, why are you referring to things if you don't actually know what they are?
Would he or would he not have been a war criminal if he did not come to America?
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I could actually care less about Einstein. I was actually my original question is why do we have a specific acceleration when things fall? 9.83 meters per second squared.
You can measure the speed of when things fall, but
right?
That doesn't necessarily mean that there's a gravity.
Why do they all fall at the same rate? Why did they all have the same magnitude? Unless a different force is being applied to them, why does the same magnitude apply to everything that falls on Earth?
Electromagnetism, buddy.
Okay, so then why doesn't a magnet fall faster? Why doesn't steel fall faster? Why does lead and steel, one is diamagnetic, the other is ferrous?
Have you ever dropped a slinky before?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Exactly. Have you ever dropped a slinky before?
Yes, it's a separate force acting on it.
Okay,
it's a mechanical thing.
You knew that was coming, and you knew you were just deflecting. Say that's something else.
You do realize the three of us have had this conversation like a billion times at this point, right?
I know, right? Look, I can disprove something else you said 10 seconds ago. Earth, Sky, and Sea by Auguste Piccard. Let's go to the first thing, page 120. The geophysicists have installed a network of stations over the globe. Page 147, which covers over 3/4 of the globe. You want to see how many times he references the globe in his book? Okay, within 10 years, we'll count them all. Here are all the references to globe.
That was the very first thing he said when he got out that bubble was that the fact they looked like that. So everything else is irrelevant.
It wasn't him. It was someone else in his party that has been proven.
And do you know
how would he see it then?
You know how high that balloon went?
Like 20 miles or something.
50
miles, something.
Like,
I don't remember.
It was like 15,000 feet or something like that. It was
What's that in miles? I can't keep that. It's like 15. Wait, you said 1,500, 15,000.
1,000.
That's like 3 miles, dude.
That's lower than commercial airplanes.
Yeah, it was like about the same as a commercial airliner flies. That's not high. You expect him to see the Earth from there? He went up and saw just more of the Earth.
Yeah, just like he went the same height that the satellites be with the helium balloons.
He went up to 51,000 feet, so just above
51,000 feet. Yeah.
Just above where the airliner was. It was 15,000 meters is what I was thinking. So about just above a commercial airliner.
Yeah, about the same height as a satellite.
Yeah. So we've been up there. It doesn't look like a globe from there. It's just it's like a flat. It is a flat circle around you. With it would be a slight curve, but not much.
Upturned edges, upturned edges because of the ice wall. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the ice wall. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Let me see about the ice wall in his book. Let me check.
Yeah. Why would he see the ice wall?
I didn't say the ice wall. I just say he saw upturned edges.
Right, and then you said, "Oh, that's the ice wall."
Yeah, it's part of the ice wall. What he saw.
Okay, so then why don't military planes see the ice wall?
They do.
They don't.
They do.
No,
they do. The ones that go down there do. What do you mean?
No, wait.
You never been down there.
Where did Piccard take off from? Where did Augustus Piccard take off from? Because he was in a balloon. He just went straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Where did he launch his balloon from?
You know, I was like way before my time. What's they got? Felix Baumgartner went from like Nevada, didn't he?
Somewhere
I
in
don't
the
remember where he went off the top of my head now. No.
Yeah, so why didn't Felix Baumgartner see the ice wall? We didn't see an ice wall. So do you see what you just did? You said Augustus Piccard probably saw the ice wall at 50,000 feet. But then if we watch Felix Baumgartner, he definitely doesn't see an ice wall in any of his stuff.
No.
And he's like 4 times as high, if not more.
Right. He didn't see a flat Earth. He didn't see a curved Earth either.
That isn't the point. My point is Augustus Piccard most definitely did not see an ice wall.
Whatever he's seen, whatever Augustus Piccard would have seen, what could have been that. It could have been atmospheric haze.
So why are you going off of?
I'm just saying what he's saying. I can't say that this is what he's saying. I'm just saying what the article said.
Why do you go off of? Go ahead. Sorry.
He wrote this book in 1956, and he took his flight in 31. So he wrote the book many years after he took that balloon flight. Why did he write a book about the globe? Could it be that you're misinterpreting? And is he gone? Could be that you're misinterpreting what he said?
Either got a call or he's good.
Blink out. I don't know. I just blanked out.
Be the powers that be just make it that way.
Who said what?
Nope.
Who said what?
Because we can measure curvature ourselves.
Right. It's 8
by ourselves.
So is that calculation incorrect? 8 meters.
8 inches.
8 inches
no,
per
8. Not 8 meters. 8 inches
8
per
inches.
mile squared. Do you know what that describes?
After 1,000 miles or 4,000?
No.
Do
you know what? Do you know what that formula?
You're talking after 1,000 miles, but we're not talking after 1,000 miles.
No. Do you know what it describes? What it is used for? Just saying 8 inches per mile squared doesn't tell you anything. Do you know what it describes?
Well, I mean, you need more than just the 8 inches per mile squared.
It describes a drop from a tangent. So imagine you put a ruler on top.
It describes a drop from a tangent after 1,000 miles, dude.
No. It describes a drop from a tangent immediately. If you put a ruler on top of a basketball and go out along that ruler...
What you're telling me is 8 inches per mile squared is incorrect.
If you want to measure the
I'm just asking that. If you're saying that, tell me the correct curvature calculation.
Okay.
And we will calculate it.
So 8 inches per mile squared is a quadratic equation. If you want to measure the entire sphericity of a ball, you need to use trigonometry.
Okay, and what is that formula?
I am not a mathematician, but there are many people who can do it.
I bumped into said 8 inches per mile squared works, but you're saying something different, so I want to hear how to calculate that.
8 inches per mile squared won't describe what is hidden. It won't describe what you should see or what you shouldn't see. All that does is describe the drop from a straight line.
So we can debunk it then, since you say there's a hidden formula.
Why don't we just use reciprocal zenith angles?
There's no point in getting
formulas. Let's break them down.
Okay,
let's go over every.
Okay, it's really, really easy. You get 2 sticks, place them 1,200 feet apart.
That works with a globe, with a...
No, this is not Eratosthenes. This is reciprocal zenith angles. Stop listening to respond.
It's what now?
Reciprocal zenith angle. Listen to what I'm saying. It's very simple to understand. I'm not a mathematician, and I understand this. So you get 2 sticks, you place them 1,200 feet apart. Elevation doesn't matter. You can place one at the top of Mount Everest and one at the... No, wait, elevation doesn't matter. So you can do this on a salt flat. You can do it at Mount Everest, one on top, one at the base. You make sure those sticks are perfectly plumb.
Right.
Okay, so if 2 sticks are perfectly plumb, they're parallel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they're 90 degrees. 90 plus 90 is 180. If you measure between them, the reciprocal angles are going to give you greater than 90 or 180 degrees because the sticks are leaning apart. The further apart those sticks are from each other, The more they lean apart.
Okay, you could have easily have said that by just saying two straight lines over a curve. The tops, in order for them to be straight, would be bowed out.
Right. If the Earth is flat, two sticks perfectly plumb anywhere on the surface of Earth, because elevation does not matter, would be 180 degrees. The problem is that when you do this, they are never 180 degrees. The closer they are, the less they lean. The closer you get them together, the less significant it's going to be. The more you spread them out, if you go further than 1,200 feet,
okay, so
it's going to be more.
What are we talking this on? Like bridges, or are we talking this on like street signs or something?
No, I'm talking about you literally getting two sticks and pounding them into the ground.
They're going to be perfectly.
Technically, you can do this with buildings.
To a degree, because at the end of the day, you also got to take into account for craftsmanship. Okay.
Technically, you can do this with buildings that are already built.
I got this.
Well,
I got
buildings
the
are all plumbing level.
I got the diagram for her.
Buildings are all plumbing level.
Right. So, and there's a guy on TikTok who doesn't spend much time in these discussions anymore because he just got too frustrated with everybody not wanting to listen to him. He's a professional land surveyor, and he kept getting questions from flat earthers saying, "Oh, you're a land surveyor. Cool, right? Is it flat? Is it flat?" What he actually did is went out and measured a building in 360 degrees. He was a mile away from the building. He started at south, worked his way east, then went north, then went west. 360 degrees, a mile away. Do you know what the building was doing every time he took the measurement?
You're going to say it was bowing out at the top.
No, it was leaning away from him at every single spot.
Okay, so bowing out at the top.
Not bowing out. He got the plans for the building. The building was built perfectly plumb, but it was leaning away from him in 360 degrees. No matter where he stood, 360 degrees away.
You should observe that. So you should be able to observe that when you zoom in.
Why would you be able to? So do you know? Do you know what an arc second is?
You're saying that there's a plumb difference in vertical.
Do you know what an arc second is?
Observe that at any
Hold on, Josh. Let me kind of explain like the diagram right here. So we agree this is a straight line, right?
Yeah.
So if we have two lines, how do we know that two lines are exactly parallel, that they won't ever cross top to bottom? The way we know that is like if we extend another line between them that is perpendicular. So another line that's between them that's exactly perpendicular. These are the two.
You need multiple lines that are gradually going up. Go ahead, though.
No, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Like if this line is exactly parallel with this line, then a line between them.
You need two lines, but sure, okay. You would need two lines.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
You would need two lines going across to make sure that it's parallel.
No, you don't. You just need one.
I promise you, bro. I've done so much shit, yo. I swear to God. I have engineering plans. You need two. You need two lines.
No. If you can guarantee those angles are 90 degrees,
bro,
you do not need two lines.
Bro, the shit would tilt.
It would not. If this look, hold on. If this tilted inward, this would no longer be 90 degrees. The angle between them would no longer be 90 degrees.
Going across the bottom, wherever that one is, and you need to raise another one up there. Otherwise, you can't tilt.
No, I'm just talking about lines. This is just a simplified model. This is just simple lines.
Right, but you need another line on there, otherwise it won't be accurate.
No, you don't.
You're incorrect.
Bro, are you serious? Bro, I literally have with my name on it.
Are you trying to say that two 90-degree lines won't be parallel?
He's putting one line in there because he's thinking of it from a geometrical space. But in reality...
Yeah, this is geometry. This is just basic logic.
And I'm not taking away what you're saying, but I'm telling you, in the real world, period, anybody who will build something will tell you would need...
We're not building anything.
Anybody who's built a deck,
hold on.
Literally anything will tell you need a second line in order to make sure that those lines are parallel.
Hold on, we'll extrapolate that in the real world.
Because if you got tools or something, you should know. Anybody would know that. You need two
parallel. Hold on.
In there in order to make sure that structure is the same at the bottom as it is at the top.
But hold on. But you agree that two lines, if they are parallel, one line intersecting perpendicular between them would have 90 degrees, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, then
if you had another line on there,
then you're already
you don't
lost.
need another line. You do not need another line. If this is 90 degrees,
okay, let me explain this to you, bro.
You trust these
you
people?
don't. I've already know this.
Crimson,
Bro,
this is not building.
I got
We are
2 water
not
bottles
talking
right here,
about
bro.
geometric
Look,
shapes.
I got 2 water bottles right here, bro. You see, I don't just in between.
Scott, it's really hard to talk over you when you're like having your own conversation.
Are you driving, Scott?
Nah, I'm in the car. I'm looking for that video like that magnet one, but a different one with a marble that you guys does. Really
But it's not even what we're talking about right now.
It kind of has to do with what we're talking about. The world is created a magnetic field from the North
Crimson.
Pole to the South Pole.
Yo.
Crimson, if those 2 bottles are parallel, you just need one line. You just need one line. Because guess what?
That works out, but in practicality, when you actually building shit, bro, does not work like that.
Right.
Okay, in geometry, let's stick with this right here.
Which is cool. It works like that, point to point. Topography and stuff like that. That shit could work. But in reality, if you're building structures, you're trying to measure like plumb of surfaces or whatever. You need more than one a fixture between it in order to hold it up, bro. I build shit. I literally draw designs for a living. I promise you that.
So my geometry is correct.
You see my house, bro. No cap, bro. This is all mine.
I didn't say you can't build a house. I'm not saying you can't build a house. I'm not saying this. It's a nice house. It's a nice house.
My job pays me a lot to know how to build.
But you said I was wrong on the geometry.
No, geometry's right. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what I've been saying. You can't use stuff like that in order to apply it to the real world. The real world counts for way more variables in order for you.
The real world does have other accounts, but I'm trying to stick with the simple geometry right now. I'm trying to stick with the simple geometry now. Then we can extrapolate to the real world. Can we do that?
Bro said I don't design anything. Are you serious, bro?
I didn't say that.
No, somebody said that, bro. I'm in the house, bro. But I got the junk right here. This is my machine. It's called the M2L 400, bro. I built the whole thing.
Crimson.
What you mean? I got a patent on that shit, bro. What are you talking about? That machine costs $300,000.
Crimson.
Hold on. So here's let's just stick to the simple geometry, and then we can extrapolate to the real world first. Can we do that?
For sure.
Okay. So 2 lines, if they're exactly parallel, you just need one line that's exactly perpendicular between them. Right?
You need 2 in order to get plumb and level, but sure.
No, you don't, because if it's perpendicular at 90 degrees, these ends are not leaning in any direction. Just a simple line.
Theoretically, yeah, but in practicality, no.
It's not even theoretically. This is what's actually true about any 2 lines. Any 2 lines. Any 2 lines that are straight.
But that's the problem. That's part of the problem right there. You ain't gonna be able to guarantee that those 2 lines are straight, even with 1 pole. You're gonna need 2 poles. Anybody that build anything will tell you that.
We're not building anything right now. We're just starting with simple logic, and then we can extrapolate to the real world. But you said I was wrong.
Draws it out and how things actually work in the real world.
The geometry, yeah, but we use geometry in the real world too.
You would have the cant at the tops that you would have to have some higher up there in order to brace that.
Crimson, this is the definition of a straw man. Bring it back.
A straw man? I'm just saying, I'm willing to use that example, but just put another line at the top.
So how about this right here?
Why can't you just put another piece of board in it? Why is that so?
This ain't a board. I'm just sticking with lines. I don't care. This could be a beam. This could be a piece of wood. This could be just any straight line.
We're not talking principle, guy. Whoever in the comments said we're just talking principle. We're not talking. You got to realize certain geometrical standards don't apply when it comes to the real world. That's just how the shit is. So if you was to actually try to measure that, you probably have a better chance of what you got up there, though.
If the surface is flat, right?
Okay.
Fine. If the surface is flat and 2 lines are parallel, you can stack as many perpendicular lines as you want, but they will have 90 degrees, correct?
Okay. For sure.
Is that fair?
As long as you do your measurements and stuff. Yeah, sure. You can do it.
Okay. So as long as it's perpendicular So when I say it's flat and I say the straight lines are parallel, it means they're 90 degree at the base and they're 90 degrees somewhere up above. Okay. All right, fine. So this means that this level is flat because it's perpendicular to the surface and the line intersecting between them is perpendicular. So we need to know these two lines is parallel, and we know that this surface is flat.
Okay.
What we find out is when we do the actual measurements, all lines from a sphere radially are perpendicular to the surface. So this line is perpendicular to the surface. This line is perpendicular to the surface. Now, what we find out is when we do the measurements, these two lines are not parallel to each other. So the surface of the Earth isn't flat. It curves. So we start doing more and more lines and we figure out, like, hey, guess what? The Earth's surface is curved. We don't find any parallel lines between any perpendicular lines. We don't find any parallel lines, so we know that the Earth's surface isn't flat. And we can test this and measure it. Now, if you want to add a bunch of poles, all the way up to the top, you'll still find out that they're not 90 degrees. They don't add up to 180. The only way to account for that is to accept that the Earth is curved and not flat.
You know what? It looks good on paper, but in practicality, no, that does not work like that. All buildings are plumbing level. And
I've already explained this. When we measure this in real life, the Earth is not flat.
And it would be calculatable even down to.
It is calculatable. We've already done this
on any building
as human beings.
These measurements have been made. That's the thing.
By Rockefeller and the gang.
No.
Land servers do this. They measure the curvature.
Are you sure about that?
100%. I know a guy who's
100%.
personally done it. Yeah.
Show me a building. Show me a building that's bigger than a mile that they had to equate for shit like that, or show me a conjecture.
No. You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding the point.
Great Wall of China was built way before we had a grasp on curvature.
You're misunderstanding the point.
No, just show me a building bigger than a mile that we had to use.
No, it doesn't need to be bigger than a mile. It can be 10 feet.
All this shit is theoretical.
This is not theoretical.
No.
It is theoretical. People are not.
You don't accept the conclusion. So you have to. You create it now. Now, if we find a mile tall building, you're going to ask for a 2 mile tall building.
And be able to see
I think he's saying a mile wide
from cities.
So
about that logic.
So Crimson,
from high up.
Crimson, do you remember when we were talking about boats going over the curve?
Thank you.
No, hold on. Do you remember when we were talking about boats going over the curve and you said it should be tilting away from us?
Right.
This is what that measurement is. This is what that measurement is.
I get it. I totally
and
get it.
The further away you get from it, the more it leans away from you. It is measurable in 360 degrees, no matter where you stand.
Not even leaning forward. What do you mean? The front end of the boat is significantly under more water than the back end.
Do you know what an arc second is?
The front end of the boat would be under more water than the back end. Right?
How do land surveyors measure angles? Do you know the terminology they use? Do you know what an arc second is?
Yes.
Okay, what is an arc second?
It's distance over time. Sure. Yeah.
No, it's not distance over time.
Over speed over.
So how many arc seconds are in 1 degree?
Well, it's 360 arc seconds, right?
No. There's 60 arc seconds in 1 degree. What's your point
about that?
So when you measure, originally when this all started, and I said do reciprocal zenith angles, and I told you to put 2 sticks in the ground at 1,200 feet. At 1,200 feet, they will approximately be leaning away from each other by 18 arc seconds. No, they should not be leaning away from each other if they're perfectly plumb. 18 arc seconds. This is a measurement you can make yourself. It has nothing to do
with you being deceived. It has to do with you going out and making the measurement. You get 2 sticks, you put them in the ground.
I would be more than happy to do that experiment. I would do that experiment actually, and I'll post the results.
And it's so. Do you think your eye can see 18 arc seconds? If 1 degree,
I got some telescopes though, and I got the observatory right up the street.
So observatory doesn't matter. So if a building is leaning away from you by 18 arc seconds, and there's 60 arc seconds in 1 degree, how are you going to see that with your naked eye? It's something that you have to measure.
I just use a telescope, yeah.
It's not a telescope. How does a telescope measure something? How will a telescope give you an arc second?
Crimson, are you able to get your hands on a theodolite?
Yeah, that's what you would use.
I'm not criticizing. I just
no, I don't know. I've actually never used one.
Well, I think if you were to employ that, I mean, you could rent one for fairly cheap, as I understand it. I may be wrong, but a theodolite could really help you to kind of visualize this because but that's
not use line of sight. I'm looking at one right now. That's not used. It even says to use line of sight.
It does, but they are accurate up to the distance where they're rated. I know that there's up to like 10,000 meters in some cases, which is way more than what you need.
Way beyond curve.
Right. So the point is, like,
when I said that.
What?
Isn't that way beyond the visible curve?
What is way beyond the visible curve?
The distance of the light that he just said.
Yeah, 10,000 meters is not necessarily beyond the curve, depending on the height of the object that you're looking at. I mean, obviously, if you're talking about something that's like 3 feet tall,
20 inches of curve, or more. I mean, at least be under like 2 feet of curve or more. It's that far. I'm just saying.
No, you're using 8 inches per mile squared. That doesn't describe what should be hidden. Target height matters. Observer height matters. Atmospheric conditions matter.
Air or higher, right? In order to get it at that distance. I'm just saying, I don't know.
So you should look up a guy named Baron Rutledge or Mapping the Globe or Arizona Land Surveyor.
Yeah, I heard James.
It's all the same guy.
Took like forever, and he clocked like 60,000 miles going over Antarctica.
Okay, well, we don't need to go off of the subject here. There's a guy on TikTok who's a land surveyor who actually put out a challenge and said he would pay for people to come out and do this with them if they were going to be genuine in wanting to do it and learn about it. Because he's a land surveyor that does this. He has decided, I'm going to disprove flat Earth with my skills. I don't know if he's still willing to do that because he got disillusioned with everybody calling him names and everything. But he is still on TikTok. If you look up Arizona Land Surveyor and want to ask him a genuine question about this, he will likely answer you. He has made these measurements. The guy that I said measured the building leaning away from him, it was him. Reciprocal zenith angles has been explained very thoroughly by him. He has personally made the measurements. He was. I don't know if he posted the video, but he wanted to do this over 400 feet. The zenith angles would have been very slight. It would have been less than 18 arc seconds over 400 feet, but I don't know if he's still here. I'm just blathering on. So
I'm still here. My camera keeps going. I need to charge it. He's a
don't charge your camera. Batteries are fake. That's what NASA wants you to believe, is that your camera needs batteries. I'm totally joking. Sorry. Sorry, I'm walking my dog right now.
I think that NASA bullshitting this, and I think that all this stuff is extra.
But we don't need NASA to prove the shape of the Earth. We knew the shape of the Earth well before NASA was even a thought in anyone's mind.
And everybody thought it was flat till 1920.
No, that isn't true.
That's like Crimson, like for real. Like there's a lot of
that year
manipulation.
So I mean,
why did I say that year specifically? That's like a very specific year. Why did I say that? What
Are
happened
you
in
going to talk
1920?
about
Anything that happened
Universal
in
Studios?
No, do you know of anything that happened in 1920? Any
Yeah,
landmark
people.
cases?
Yeah.
You see them pictures that came out?
Why did we know
Said they
that
were
the Earth
fake.
was a globe before Jesus?
Gotta relax.
We did.
My
We did.
grandma was taught the globe in high school.
She
explained it.
wasn't taught the
But they
globe
didn't
in high school.
do that
She
elementary.
wasn't taught the flat Earth. I guarantee you that.
Hey, Crimson, just real quick.
It was
Like
in the
my grandma.
encyclopedia before they changed it.
What'd you say?
It was in the original encyclopedia.
I know
It wasn't.
Everybody
It was never an encyclopedia.
People have shown it on videos.
Wait, so there's a lot of misinformation around the encyclopedia that you're talking about, which I believe you're referring to an encyclopedia that came out in 1958. Is that about right?
Yeah,
1958.
56. It was 3 years.
Sure, 56, 58. Yeah, and is this with respect to Admiral Byrd or observations about Antarctica specifically?
Byrd said there was enough coal there to supply the entire world in just one mountain.
He didn't.
That's what he said. He said there was coal in one mountain to supply the whole world.
How did he come to that conclusion?
That's what
How
he
did he
said.
come to the? I know that's what he said, but
He
you
said,
believe it.
I started.
You believe it, but how do you know, or where did he come to that conclusion to be?
He literally went to Antarctica. So I mean, what?
Yeah, go into Antarctica and then making a statement saying like this is enough coal to supply the whole Earth. I was like, what is he basing that off of?
Ain't more qualified to make that statement.
They found their little oil mines and pipelines and oil drums and posted a video on.
Oh, and you like no?
On this account.
You just
This
say no.
somewhere way down at the bottom.
Government money
We
to go
kept
down there.
muting it and banning it. I found it on Google Earth.
What?
Man.
In Antarctica, there are little oil drums in there, little pipelines, in their little city.
Bro, he know what he's saying. He know what it is.
I found it.
Damn well. Everybody heard him on Long
I
Jim.
posted the video. I posted it multiple times.
I think where
Google Earth, right
I think where Chardock was heading with that encyclopedia is it mentions a dome, right? Is that what you were referring to?
I wasn't referring to the encyclopedia at all, but
Scotty did.
But yeah.
I apologize. I got mixed up. I didn't see the little circle.
You heard of the Book of Enoch, right? Is the Book of Enoch real?
Can we stay on one topic? Holy crap!
I mean, just the flat Earth references in the firmament are in that book.
Okay, but we ourselves today can do things ourselves to either prove or disprove something. I don't care.
See the sun in the clouds.
Yeah, that was already explained to you. Man, you're a one-trick pony tonight, man.
Is there a being named Atlas holding the world up?
Nothing. You didn't explain nothing. Explain how the sun could be in the clouds when it's supposed to be 93
It's not in the clouds.
Yes, it is
not in the clouds.
You just choose not to believe that. That's okay.
No, it's like practical. It's like I've been in airplanes before.
You know what?
I think I will admit that it appears to be so in some pictures. It appears that the sun is enveloped in cloud, but that's explained a lot. There's a simple experiment that you can do, and I don't know if you covered that, but
Globey showed his experiment that he did.
I apologize. I'm coming in late, but yeah, and I mean that makes sense, right? Like you can, if that sort of cloud observation can be made, whether
I have more than just one. I have multiple videos in multiple news videos with the sun right in the clouds.
It's the same thing every single time. It's just
right. So we're talking about the
right
principle.
behind it. I have one with 2 UFOs flying past it with the sun sitting above the clouds. That's the one from Russia. It's on my playlist.
I mean, if you want to talk about UFOs, we can. Because I love UFOs. I'm not going to try and disprove it. I hope they're real.
With the clouds way behind it as well.
Okay. Do you know how we made measurements of the sun though? Like, let's forget about the clouds because we argued.
You know
that
what? Everything they taught you is a fraud, and it's what they wanted you to know, and it's what you're spewing now.
What?
I actually looked into that, how we measured the distance to the sun.
What did you find?
It was laughable.
Whatever Google told them.
It was laughable. I got it from. So.
Whatever the government told them. You know, Google was started by the CIA. Right?
No. What'd you find, Crimson? What was laughable?
I would rather for y'all to go ahead and break it down.
No, what'd you find?
No, go ahead, bro. Yeah, bro.
No, because every time we say something, we're just getting either moved on to a different subject or told, "Nuh-uh, it's just the government lying to you." So, what did you find?
And with that, the 2022 season comes to.
Not sure what that was. I'm not laughing at anybody. I was just like, whoa, random?
It's a video I got from some other countries.
So Crimson,
Yeah.
what did you
I'm just
find
waiting
out
on
about
Crimson.
the measurements to the sun? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the question now? How did they find out how far the sun was?
Yeah. What ways have?
Okay, well, I've heard two different methods of how they did it. One was they found out later after they put the reflectors on the moon to give them an accurate distance or whatever. And then I've heard that they basically
that's the moon, not the sun.
Yeah, but in order to know distance, you have to have something out there that you know the distance.
Well, I mean, I suppose, and I don't know for sure, but I suppose if you could accurately measure the distance between Earth and the moon, you could extrapolate that in some fashion to measure, towards the sun. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. I don't know how they do it. Just know that they probably could.
That was the more official recent explanation, but the older explanation was like they shine like a radar out there, and actually the time that
somewhere.
Do you know how long they did that for and how it worked?
Huh?
Do you know how long they did that for and how it worked and how they confirmed that they were actually measuring the sun? Did you read that deep into it?
Well, yeah, I did. But you know what was strange is that they said they had the magnetosphere blocking that, so it's kind of like, did you really able to send something out and bring it back?
So if
because now you're
they're sending
there either way, if you believe it blocks only on the outside, it still couldn't come back, and if you believe that it blocks on the inside too, then it couldn't go out. So what do you say?
So how?
Yeah, that's
how
not true.
does,
What's not true? The magnetosphere is not true.
How does a radar?
No, sorry, go ahead, Josh.
No, go ahead, Nova.
I was going to say, when you're dealing with like radar is just electromagnetic spectrum. So when you're talking about different frequencies, you just need to make sure your frequencies don't interfere, right? So radio waves are electromagnetic spectrum. The visible light spectrum is electromagnetic spectrum.
Yes.
The light that comes from the sun is part of the electromagnetic spectrum. But we know that whenever the sun is out, it doesn't mess with your radio station in your car whenever you're driving. So because there are different frequencies, they don't overlap and interfere with each other. So that's the reason why we're able to test different frequencies to get through the different layers of like the atmosphere and stuff like that.
Right.
Go ahead.
You're almost here, man. I don't see why you ain't jumped over yet. You're almost here.
So how does a radar give you?
Gotta be small and local, but go ahead now.
But how does radar give you a distance to an object? Whether you're using a radar on a boat, a plane, or shooting it.
Points of beam.
But what does radar specifically do that will allow you to calculate the distance to
the amount of time that the beam is out?
Okay. So if the radar is going out and hitting something closer, then the amount of time is going to change, right?
Yeah, and they lied about how long it take because they wanted to lie about the distance.
So do you have evidence of them lying, or is it just your incredulity?
No, it's definitely because I mean anybody can use trigonometry and see that it's like.
Why would you then do that? Do the trigonometry. So one thing we can do is bounce radio.
3,000 miles.
Apparently, it has something to do with the number 6.
In diameter. That's trigonometry.
66 degrees north, 66 degrees south.
Huh?
So if you was a radio, like what is it called, amateur radio person, like technician or whatever, you can do this yourself. You can bounce radio waves from the moon and back, and then you can time that.
Yeah, we could bounce to the moon, and you have to hit that reflector or whatever that imaginary.
No, you don't have to hit the reflector. No, you don't have to hit any reflector. People have been doing this for like a while.
Hollow.
Like, it's just something amateur radio technicians, like, you can do. You just get the equipment. You just purchase the equipment on eBay, and it's called Moon Earth Bounce.
Yeah.
And you can do this yourself.
I need that one day.
I've heard of that.
So we know how to do it. But the way that we can one of the ways that we can calculate the distance to the sun is we bounce. We bounce radar from Earth to Venus. We bounce radar from Earth to Venus. We look at the time it takes for it to come back, and then basically we understand how fast the speed of light is.
So that's crazy.
So
You're telling me
speed
that
of
a
light.
radar can leave our atmosphere literally while we still rotate and spin and all that, and they come back to the same place. That's pretty.
What are you talking about? Hold on. We're just talking about
with the four motions of the Earth. You telling me it shot a radar out to another planet and it came back to the same location?
Yeah, Venus isn't that far, and light's
Sure.
very fast.
I know. Sure.
So
none of that makes sense.
So
rotating.
with the Earth being 93 million miles away, it takes light on average about 8 minutes to go from the sun back to Earth.
With all these fields we got, all these layers of atmosphere and stuff we got, it came right back. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So we can calculate.
But that's just
we can take radar, bounce it off Venus, get the time back. So it's the speed of light
through the magnetosphere.
Yeah, if you don't understand it, that's fine. We can have another talk about that.
Contradictory information because they definitely, there's a magnetosphere, right? You do.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. What do you
There's
know
an
about
ionosphere too.
What do you know about?
Like, I don't know what your point is.
About the chaos layer. What do you know about these three things?
Is it only those 3 layers?
No, it's a lot more layers, but we're just talking about.
Okay,
those.
it's a lot more layers. It's a lot more layers. So
that's before we even.
Which one to you is stopping us from doing radar from Earth to outside of space?
I'd probably say the magnetosphere, either the Van Allen
magnetosphere.
Belt,
Why?
Or the Van Allen belts. Because it stops all charged particles. Literally.
Okay, it's not a charged particle though.
A radio wave is not a charged particle? Are you serious?
It's not a charged particle, no. Yes, I'm serious. So you don't understand.
Not a charged particle.
It's not a charged particle, no.
That's cap. That's cap, bro.
It's not cap. What? Okay. Fine. Instead of saying it's cap, I want you to educate me on why that's true.
So you're telling me radio
or why it's not true. Go ahead, explain to me.
You said radio waves are not charged particles.
Right.
Okay. Let's type that in. Matter of fact, what is a charged particle? Let's type that in the Google.
So here's the thing, Crimson.
So an electron is a charged particle.
I'd rather have the actual definition. But go ahead, bro.
Oh, wait. If you want to look this up, why can't you look up actual academics on this stuff?
I definitely do. If I tell you
so when
NASA or like Harvard.
So if I find a university academic site that says like, oh yeah, field artillery uses Earth's curvature and Earth's rotation to hit targets, your next thing shouldn't be like, oh, that's cap, because it's coming from a university, right?
If they had proof of they was doing it, yeah, I would.
Oh, now they need proof.
I mean, obviously, you can't just make a claim. Anybody need proof.
Okay, but what proof have you provided tonight other than saying that's cap?
What do you mean? First of all, you guys didn't want to accept the fact that I showed you all the long-range telescope.
You guys haven't provided any proof as well outside of fraudulent educational systems.
Nobody addressed
who was designed just to educate you enough to work and keep the system rolling.
No,
it's on Google. You can Google it.
Nava actually works.
I posted it.
So Nava actually works in communications and works with radio waves. So he definitely knows what he's talking about when it comes to electromagnetic radiation and
radio
as far as it relates to
electromagnetic radiation.
It's just a form of light.
You literally just lied, and all y'all got the back.
No, I did not just literally lie. I literally said that radio waves was electromagnetic. I said it's different frequencies. You just said I lied, so I'm gonna need you to hold your word on that, because I'm gonna go ahead and let you finish.
You're saying it's not electromagnetic radiation. Wait. Are you saying it's not electromagnetic radiation?
No,
you said a charged particle. That's different.
Electromagnetic radiation is a charged particle.
It's not a particle. What are you talking about?
Okay. So according to your mainstream science, everything, even photons, are particles.
Proton is a particle. A proton is not. A proton is not light. True or false?
So what is happening when thermal radiation?
No. Stop deflecting. Is a proton electromagnetic radiation?
I didn't say it was a proton.
It's a charged particle, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, is an electron a charged particle?
Mm-hmm.
What about a photon?
Is? Yes.
How is it a charged? How is it a charged particle?
Electron a charged particle?
No. You said he has photon.
Hold on. Yeah. I didn't say photon. I don't know why.
No, I asked, is a photon a charged particle?
No. Well, actually, technically, yes.
No, a photon does not have an electrical charge.
Yeah, but when you see it, it does. So, I mean, it depends when you're talking about it.
Here,
but I get what
let
you're
me
saying.
turn my camera on. I have it on my screen right now. No electrical charge, highlighted in blue. Photons make up the electromagnetic spectrum. There are ones we can see and there are ones that we can't see. Radio waves, radar, are part of the electromagnetic spectrum that we cannot see. Just like infrared, microwaves, so on and so forth. So they're not charged particles.
5G.
So, like it says right here, like
blue lights.
Wait, because we're gonna read the whole thing. It's radio EMF waves reflect off the ionosphere. So to say that it would go through the ionosphere when it says right
at
here,
a specific frequency, it has to be a specific frequency to reflect off of the eye.
And it works with line of sight over a visual horizon. It doesn't say nothing about a curvature.
Hold on, what are you talking about? This didn't disprove that it's a charged particles.
Huh? I'm reading from a radio wave.
Yeah, we were talking about radar.
I mean, you're saying this. You're trying to prove that it's not a charged particle when radio waves are radiated by charged particles when they are accelerated, as I was trying to explain to you guys. And it also says right here that radio waves, well, EMF radio waves, reflect off the ionosphere and return to the Earth beyond the horizon, skywaves.
At a specific frequency.
So, sure, guy. You're just trying to add something to it. It's already hard. I mean,
So
already on the
why? So
like
think
it's
of it this way.
Out here on this support anyway. Unless I go on the dark web.
Crimson, think of it this way. Have you ever listened to AM radio in your car?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how AM travels further, and on a good day, depending on where you are in the US, you could pick up AM stations in the UK, in Europe. But you can't do that with FM.
Yeah, AM
you can't
further because it's a slower. Okay.
Yeah, because it's a different frequency.
In the US though? From the UK?
Yeah, like in New York.
I'm not agreeing with that far. I'm just saying, period. The fact that AM
under very let me Google this because I've heard of this before. Under very specific atmospheric conditions.
All I'm saying is that
I'm
radio
not
waves
necessarily disagree. I'm just saying that, like, I do agree that AM you can pick up over much longer distances and like over hills and things like that. I used to work in radio. I agree, but I don't know. Picking up stuff in the UK feels anyway. Doesn't matter. The point is that like the whole point is that AM is.
Hold on, I need to step down for a bit. I'll try and come back on. If I don't come back on, Crimson, I think you're a good guy. I don't think you're a bad person. I think you're intelligent. I disagree with your point, and we'll hope come back and have a conversation with you again. I need to step down.
Pleasant, man. I appreciate it.
Look, and my incredulousness about the whole like UK US thing, like
whatever. Doesn't matter. Who cares?
I actually found it though. So yeah, the U.S. can be heard in the U.K. on AM radio when it's dark on both sides of the Atlantic, and then it
I
goes on.
understand they would or wouldn't. I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't have a.
Yeah. Yeah. It is possible under the right conditions.
Yeah, I believe
that's
maybe,
awesome.
Maybe.
You know what? I have to try that. Like, awesome. That is really cool. You know what? It doesn't matter. Like the point, like the bare point is that you can pick up AM way farther than you can FM. That's why FM has so many damn translators all over the.
Yeah, but see, that's the same way
map.
with cell phones. Cell phones work like FM radio, and that's why we have so many cell towers everywhere.
That's to control their little drones.
All right, let's not talk about drones and being recorded or controlled by AM radio and stuff. Come on.
They're 15-minute cities.
No, but now I really do want it. Like, I actually want to do it again. As somebody who worked in radio in the 90s, like, I want that to happen. Like, I want to see it so bad.
Apparently, the signal is very faint, and you have to really listen because the U.S. uses 10 kilohertz spacing, while Europe uses 12 kilohertz spacing.
So
but it is possible. Apparently, they were hearing it in Scotland.
Now, Chris, I don't know how you are. But Josh and I are around the same age, and I know exactly what he's talking about in terms of, like, you got to listen real hard because there were channels back in the day that were scrambled that young, let's say, hormonal teenage boys could catch, and if you squint real hard, you could see all the things. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. You could get that Skinamax view. Yeah.
Exactly. I was just going to say. Good old Skinamax.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
Anyway,
yeah, so what did they use to transmit back from the moon? What type of comms equipment did they use to transmit data back from the moon?
I don't know.
Do you think they look it up? As a guy from radio, do you think they actually landed on the moon and transmitted back to Nixon?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I do. I absolutely believe it. Yeah.
Okay. How much comms equipment do you think they would need in order to make the jump?
Well, okay, so I don't claim to be an expert on necessarily radio communications. I was in radio. I had to work with things like frequency deviation in an FM transmitter specifically.
Right.
Because I don't know if you know this, but like if you have Mix 96.5 KLIX transmitting, you could have frequency deviation. That means that you would potentially accidentally be transmitting on 96.4 or 96.3. So you have to like manually adjust it. Back in the day, you see the motion I'm doing here. You know that motion.
Yeah.
You gotta give it a little tweak.
Yeah, just to get it right.
But go ahead. Sorry.
Back when TV's way.
No. Finish up, Char. My bad.
No, I kind of was done. I'm just saying that like you had to adjust the frequency deviation by giving it a little tweak on the panel. But I mean they weren't using FM on the moon. I don't know exactly what frequencies they were using, but I imagine it would have to have been like very high frequency or ultra high frequency signals. I could be wrong. I might have that backwards. Go ahead.
So on Apollo 11, so the frequencies changed from the moon to the Earth. There was a frequency to go from the Earth to the moon and a different frequency to go back. It changed for each mission going back to the Earth. On Apollo 11, it was 2276.5 megahertz from the moon to the Earth.
What was it? Did it say what it was powered? Like how much?
What do you mean? You want to know what type of batteries they had on the lunar lander to power everything?
Power to transmit that frequency,
Right.
yeah.
Let me
Because it
look
also
that up.
part of the equation is power. And how would they sustain that power too? On top of that,
They used batteries and solar panels.
they had lithium LiPo batteries.
So
Battery.
crap. I just looked at what the camera. It wasn't lithium.
I
It
think
was
it was
nickel cadmium. Nickel
Lithium
cadmium.
cadmium. Okay. Okay.
No, nickel cadmium. They still have those today.
I really think it was lithium. Let me look that up.
I want to say it was like silver something. Like I saw
Hello.
that.
Batteries that powered the lunar module. Let's see.
Unifying S-band. But see, they lost their telemetry data, so it's really hard to like
only for one mission.
They only lost it on, was it 12? 12 or 8? Forget
11. It was 11.
God bless it. I always get that wrong. Anyway, they only lost it for one, really. And it was because there was a couple of jokers.
Think about the Doppler effect.
Scrolling through where the battery types.
See, it doesn't say anything about.
JT8100 said what I was actually thinking, which is nickel metal hydride, not nickel cadmium. Nickel metal, the NIMH, which is we still have that today. I don't know if that's what they use, and I can't take my hands off my phone because if I do, my charging cable will fall out, and I've only got 5% right now. So I'm on an electrical socket.
Yeah, I know they use nickel cadmium in the Hasselblad camera to power the film advance.
Of course you would know that.
Well, I knew that because Max asked me and was like, what kind of batteries did they use? I was like, that's one thing I've never looked up. Let me look. So now it's etched into
Max's
my brain.
Voice. I'm joking. But no,
Exactly.
I was saying you would know it because you're Dr. Hasselblad. Like, obviously.
Exactly.
They left the batteries on the moon.
They left a lot of things on the moon to get rid of weight.
I know.
There's literally bags of poop on the moon.
Yep, they were the first one to litter. They were the first ones to litter on the moon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There with a telescope, that'd be awesome.
The problem is to be able to see even the lunar lander legs on the moon, you would need a telescope with a mirror about a half mile across.
Yeah, they literally had a AA battery operating
I
pin
saw
light.
videos saying, why isn't there no dust?
A 1.35 volt AA battery pin light.
That's really easy to explain, Scotty. So imagine this. It snows. I live in Florida, although I grew up in Pennsylvania, so I understand snow. So this would be hard for me to do. Say it snows at your house, and you go out with a leaf blower, point the leaf blower at your sidewalk, and it's only snowed. The lunar regolith is only a few inches deep. So it's like really sharp sand that's a few inches deep. So say it snows about 2 or 3 inches at your house. You go out with your leaf blower on a sidewalk, point it straight down, and turn on the leaf blower. What's going to happen to that snow? It's going to blow everything away. And now imagine your leaf blower is a lunar.
They also pointed out that there was
rock turned out to be a tree.
There was no marks from that either. From the rock, whatever, what they land with. They said, where's the marks?
Why would you leave a mark on a rock?
No, not on the rock, but on the powder when they landed. They said there was no.
Right, because it blew it all away.
Yeah, but there should be a ring around it. There's no ring around it.
No, there wouldn't be a ring. But okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I think you were going the same place, Stardock. Go ahead. I'll take.
Yeah, well, there wouldn't necessarily be a ring around it because there's no atmospheric medium on the moon to kind of slow that the regolith, which is what it is, to slow that down to where it would fall in a concentric pattern. We can predict how that dust will eventually settle by it's very complicated, but
they left a footprint in tire tracks.
Yes, but tire tracks they press on the regolith. They don't blow it away, so all you would actually see is just a clear spot, potentially. If you could resolve that, which we can't yet.
The dune buggy left tire tracks.
But you would think that they would have blown away a lot of the debris. The footprints and stuff would have got blown away when they took off.
Well, the footprints were further away, and we actually, there's been several lunar orbiters. India has one and NASA has one.
If we can
that
resolve
have
Jupiter so good, why can't we see?
China has also cited the landing as well.
right.
Why did Buzz say they didn't go?
He didn't.
He did.
He was.
I'll let Josh do it. He does a good job on explaining.
I
He
have
said it
the
three
video.
times.
So there's 3 different videos. The
I
first
have all of
video. Okay, the first video you're
I can
talking
get
about
any
is
of
with.
them. I
Okay.
can't hide them from me no more.
Him and
Okay,
the kid,
that's awesome.
him and
Guess who I spent a half day with?
Buzz?
Not
Yeah.
which
You
one?
know he's 35 years.
But Buzz Aldrin.
You
AA.
spent the day
Yeah,
with Buzz.
he's an alcoholic
35
and a
years.
grumpy old man.
Alcoholics Anonymous.
He's
I
an
doubt you
alcoholic
spent
and
half
a
a day
grumpy
with
old
him.
man. I
Still
agree.
piece of shit.
So back to your videos.
He was the
Back
first
to
man to
your
land
vi-
on the moon, if you believe that. So
No. Neil Armstrong was the first man on the moon. Buzz
no,
Aldrin
we
was the
splitting
second.
hairs here.
Did
It
you
ain't like
see
a whole lot of
Buzz?
people did it. Okay,
Did you see
him and them
Buzz's
went together.
super scoops? I got it. The super
They land,
scoops.
he was the first. He was the
I
first man
got
to
it.
land on the
Funny.
moon.
Okay.
It's
Do
funny.
we want to talk about those
When the
videos
entire world
or
has
something else?
been up there.
Nah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So the girl in the first video, that first video is about 14-ish minutes long. If you listen to the first like 11 minutes of it instead of the last 2 or 3, he explains everything that went on the moon. But she asked, why haven't we been back to the moon in so long? And he said, because we didn't go, as in we didn't go back. And then if you continue listening, he says,
He said we didn't go, and it's nice to know why we didn't go. So we
right, but if you continue
he's
listening,
explaining it to a child.
You're gonna
He said
debunk
it's nice
all
to
three
know
of
why
them.
we
Okay.
didn't go.
All right.
So we can
I
figure
have the
out.
video of him. I have the video of him being interviewed
I've seen
when
it like
when he says
200 times.
we're just guys on a flight. Ask NASA.
Right. So
I have the video. I posted it. It's on my account.
So with that girl, he goes on to say, when you've done something in the past, it's nice to know why you're not doing it to do it again in the future. Something to that effect. He talks about doing it in the past.
My battery's dead. Otherwise, I just play it.
When he was on Conan, which is the second video everybody likes to bring up.
And because obviously couldn't nobody record them getting out of the lunar module, man. Who would have been there to record them getting out of the lunar module?
It was a camera.
It was a camera mounted on the leg of the lander, so nobody was like standing out there with a camera.
And it made it through all that turmoil. A camera made it through all that.
I just posted another video.
What does the camera have to make it through?
The fact that camera,
the
fact that camera made it through all of the turmoil of launch and space travel and lunar orbit and even landing is a testament to the people that built the camera. Like, are you kidding me? That's amazing.
You know what?
Crimson. Crimson.
Make it through there with no lens cap.
Crimson. When Crimson,
take one of these cameras. Come on, bro.
Crimson.
When you ain't never did it before, it ain't like they've ever did it before.
A man put a video out saying that the atmosphere is too hot for the metals that they're used to go through.
Oh my goodness! Can we stay on one subject? One subject, please. Just, I'm begging. Can we just complete one subject, please?
Sure, dude.
Okay. So with the camera and no lens cap. Okay, fine. Let's say it had no lens cap. What turmoil was it exposed to? When was the camera finally exposed to something? Do you know? Do you know how the launch worked and how like the whole rocket was built and everything?
Yeah, I got the video.
So what happened?
No, what I mean, what he means is that do you know when?
And then it just exposes the camera.
You know, it was installed upside down. It was installed upside down.
So he's saying that when do you think that camera was actually exposed to the rigors that they would have, or that the camera would have experienced in space? Because I'm just spoiler alert. It would have been before the lander.
Like, do you know how dirty a lens gets, like really fast?
Before.
What dirt is
absolutely.
Like hyper fast.
I would
like I literally leave a lens cap
on.
You got
the satellites up in space with lenses on them.
Oh, they could just release one during the
Right,
land.
you got the
where
satellites
dust is
up in
going to
the
settle
No,
and
orbit.
everything.
it
You
wasn't
got
released
close
during
cameras.
the landing.
Ain't no window washer out there,
It,
that's for sure.
And I mean,
so
it could have been like a DSLR. It
it
had been
was
custom
It was
to fix
after.
the wing.
It was
it
after.
was a yeah.
You know what I'm
Sorry,
saying?
go ahead.
And then something would have had to automatically make that camera either engage and turn on,
Yeah, it
either
was a
remove the
cable.
lens cap or remove any protective things around it.
It was
And
a
Yes,
cable.
you're literally doing a great job of explaining exactly how that happened,
I'm doing a great theoretical.
which
That's a
turns
whole
out to
nother
be that
batteries,
like
gear.
what you're
That's
thinking in this case
batteries, gears,
totally
wiring.
works.
That's a whole lot of complicated mess.
It's not though. You could potentially have a
is,
magnet
though.
on the lens
Okay.
cap that once it removes actually begins to engage the battery and starts the camera rolling. It's not hard. It's just a switch.
Video didn't explain any of
I'm not
that.
saying
Just
that's
said
how
it's
it happened, but I'm saying that
called upside
it
down.
was.
You seen the Hasselblad that they shot with?
Oh boy, Hasselblads! Come on, Josh.
I'm just saying that's what they shot with the cameras on the moon or whatever they use Hasselblad. Did you see the minimal amount of modification that camera had? And these were supposed to be used by the space guys who needed to get correct aperture, correct focus, correct ISO,
Do you
all
know
these
how much?
details. Well, actually,
Do
it was
you
a
know how
film
much
camera.
Modification
ISO
actually
reloaded.
happened. Do you know how much modification actually happened to the Hasselblad camera?
He gonna sell tea.
Yes, actually I do, because I'm a camera guy.
So okay, and I am too. So what is the largest
Write a book.
internal
Difference from
Write
that
a book.
Hasselblad camera that they used on the moon to the one that you could buy off the shelf? Internally, what is the largest?
It had a lever. It had a lever.
No. Inside the camera, what was the biggest change
It was
they
a
made?
standard Hasselblad 170.
It was
Whatever.
not.
It was not.
It was standard.
It
It just
was
had a
not standard. It was not standard.
So
It was not
okay, well,
standard.
it wasn't even
So
weather sealed.
it didn't need to be weather sealed.
Sure. Okay.
So
It was
the
just
biggest
I would have
change.
weather sealed a camera going to the moon.
So
obviously, for obvious reasons.
okay. No, I can actually teach you about the camera here if you're willing to listen, and I'm happy to talk about it. This is what I do for a living. So what kind of film uptake does a Hasselblad camera typically have? That's a film based camera and not one of their digitals. Do you know how the film reels work on it?
Somewhat.
So what kind of film uptake would it be?
A film like an old movie style film reel.
Give me a specific question. I've never shot on film because it's before my time.
So I'll explain it to you.
I've developed it before, but
so I'll explain it to you. Typically, up until Apollo, and even today, this what I'm about to tell you is the only time Hasselblad has done this. A normal Hasselblad camera is a friction uptake. So the film, 70 millimeter film, does not have sprocket holes on it. It is a complete sheet of film from edge to edge with no holes.
Okay, I'm with you so far.
The first thing that Hasselblad did was to add sprockets to the camera because they knew they were going to be taking photos between the Earth and the Moon in microgravity, and friction wasn't going to work as well, among other things. Friction can also cause electrical discharges, so on and so forth. So they added sprocket holes. They actually had to widen the body slightly because they put the ground glass with the little plus signs on it that you see in all the photos. Those plus signs are used for measurements. That was between the lens and the film. Yeah. The lens itself was altered to have two different levers, so you could adjust for focus and f-stop, because back then the f-stops were still on an f-stop ring on the lens itself. They also added a motor advance, a motor drive, some people would call it, because a typical Hasselblad camera is a crank wind. So you take a picture, you flip out a little handle, you crank it around once, and you've advanced the film one frame. But with gigantic gloves on, they weren't going to be able to manipulate that. So they added a motor drive. which is also why they added the pistol grip on it that you noted before, with the shutter button on the pistol grip. So it was almost like a trigger, like you would expect on a pistol grip. And then they took off the viewfinder with the prism. So their cameras, even the ones that they
I like
used,
to hear the best. Good.
yeah, even so, they had two different cameras. There was a silver one and a black one. The black one was used for inside the spacecraft. The white one was for outside the spacecraft. And then they had Kodak alter the film. The film emulsion was different from most other film that you could buy, and it came in larger lengths. Typically, 70 millimeter film would be around 12 frames. I think they got it up to 100-ish frames without Googling it again. But because they were going to have issues like changing film backs and stuff like you could on Earth, they wanted more film. So that camera was heavily altered, and you still can't buy one of those today. They don't exist.
Right.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Stanley Kubrick helped build that, and he actually made the negatives.
No.
Yeah. And the film wasn't negatives.
He actually made those negatives.
So the film was not negatives. They did not use negatives on the moon.
Yes, they have the original negatives in Stanley Kubrick.
Not negatives. It was E6 film. Do you know what E6 film is?
I don't know.
Okay.
No. What's the E6?
Crimson, you seem like a genuine guy.
Yeah.
But if you don't know these things, then why are you so confidently saying...
Brady, I don't know what E6 film is. What is E6?
Right. E6 is positive slide film. So back in the day when your mom or dad or your grandma or grandpa had a slide projector, they didn't shoot negatives. They shot all positives. And the film exists in a museum that you can go look at yourself if you so choose.
Yeah, I've seen them on display. Not in person, but I've seen them on display.
Yeah, you can also download full resolution photos if you want from March to the Moon.
Yeah, no, I have those photos, but I'm talking about I've seen the pictures of the pictures or whatever, but I've yet to test the pictures.
You mean the scans of the film?
Yeah.
Or you mean somebody went to the museum and shot a picture of it and showed you?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Yeah, but you can download. What's really, really cool is NASA has an entire archive of not only Apollo, but Gemini and Mercury. And you can go through the entire archive. With Apollo, there's close to 20,000 individual images that you can have. And they didn't skip a single frame. Even if it was like a mistake shot, they still scanned it in. You can download high resolution all you want and do whatever you want.
Oh, like it was that one picture of the Earth with from the lunar surface or whatever, and everybody took it in the Photoshop and black box.
Yeah, you know why that is? You say you use cameras a lot. Why would that happen?
Because somebody added a box on it.
No.
They added the image on it.
It's JPEG compression.
No, it's not.
So what's happening there? What's
right here?
Yeah. What's happening there is they're downloading a low resolution, putting it into a photo editor, likely not Photoshop, but even if you do it in Photoshop, the same thing's going to happen. They're running up the midtones and the highlights towards the shadows, and it's showing you the compression. What the funny thing is if you download the high resolution version, that doesn't happen. It's JPEG compression.
It's not like
JPEG.
I understand what JPEG. You can't say JPEG compression to me because I know what that's pixelation and stuff. That's not whereabouts.
That's what's happening there.
No,
that is exactly. So here's what you do: go to March to the Moon, find the moonrise photo. The moonrise photo is from Apollo 8.
I tried to do it last week to upload it to my TikTok, and it's not the same image.
No.
I have the original image still.
It is.
And I was going to upload the old one. I'm telling you.
Right. So why?
I have
Why?
I have the original. I tried
Okay,
to do
so how
a
would
bigger
you do
version.
that in Photoshop? Let's explore this a little bit more. Let's say we're creating this photo. Sorry, Chardok, I didn't mean to go on a tangent here. Let's say we're creating this photo in Photoshop. It's the moonrise photo. The surface of the moon is at the bottom. Most of everything in the photo is black, and then you have a little blue dot of an Earth that takes up maybe, let's say, an eighth, maybe a tenth of the photo. And
I want to say,
we're
you
doing
keep
this
going.
in
I'm looking for things. So if you see me put my phone down, it's not because like I'm done. It's anyway. Go, please continue.
Cool. So we're gonna create this in Photoshop, and we're gonna move that little round ball of an Earth into the black field. How would we go about doing that in Photoshop?
Say that again.
Okay, so let's go down your rabbit hole.
Frustrated.
So you're saying there's a square box around it, and that proves that it's photoshopped. My question is, how would you actually Photoshop that?
How would I Photoshop that into there? Like if I was to do it, like let's say if I had a picture of a lunar surface that I wanted to portray Earth in the background, how would I edit it in there?
How would you add that blue ball to a black background? What tools would you use?
I can do it for you live. Basically, I would take.
I can do it for you live too.
I'm gonna show you. I would take a picture of a moon like this. See with that square background around it. You see what that square? I would take it and copy it. No, I mean I'm just telling you how I would do it. You say how I would do it. I would take it. I would copy this picture of the moon, and I would take these little. If this, I don't know if this is gonna be on there, not 647, whatever. But if it's completely black like that, I could literally just screen it, or I could chroma key the blackout.
Okay. So why would you do it that way? And why would
But that's why I would have a box, and I would have a box around it if you was to
No.
change the level.
So why wouldn't you use the magic wand tool, the path tool,
I
the
mean,
lasso tool?
This is 2023 now. You were talking 1950 something, 1960 something.
Oh, so how did they do that and have it on the actual film though?
Because it was a square. Do you know how transparent layers work? Do you ever like when?
How does layers?
But like you've had a projector in school.
This is
right.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite subject. So let me show you this. Let me show this. Okay. So this is 35 millimeter film that I have in my hand. How does layers change what's on this film?
If you're ready for me to explain it to you.
Yeah.
So this is the camera, right? If I wanted to put something on that film that you have right there inside the camera, I would just put a piece of transparent paper in front of the camera, and the thing could be right there. It will work.
So what's the difference?
So many movies.
What's the difference? What's the difference between 35 millimeter film and 70 millimeter film?
Huh? I told you I'm not a film guy. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. So but once again, you're making claims.
I'm a digital guy. But I know film reverse of digital. Like we use whites, and that bases off black. So it's like two kind of totally different yin and yang kind of ways of exposing or whatever. But aside from that,
exposure is exposure is exposure. F8 is F8, no matter if you're using film or digital. An eighth of a second is an eighth of a second. 400 is 400. So here's the thing.
Okay, I'm not.
70 millimeter film. 70 millimeter film is twice the width of 35 millimeter. 35 plus 35 equals 70.
Okay.
So it is 70 millimeter film. The reason it was created is to be high definition. You have more light sensitive surface. So it's like going from 1080p to 4K to 8K.
This is towards my neighbor's house. I actually just pulled it into the thing.
It shows.
No, I know focal distance. I have 70 to 200 right here. I know focal ranges. We can skip past that part. It's the same thing.
So I found it. I mean, I don't know. Are we still on Earthrise with Apollo 8?
I think so.
Sort of, but just to be clear, Crimson, 35 and 70 with film is not a focal length. It is literally a measurement of the width of the film.
I get you, but nowadays we kind of correlate that with like the focal length of the thing, right?
No.
Or is that more close to the sensor side?
Nowadays, a full frame digital camera, which it looks like you may have. It looks like the second one you showed me earlier, what might have been a Lumix. That one with the white lens on, I'm either going to guess it is a Canon or a Sony because they use white lenses. So a 35 millimeter full frame camera is still 35 millimeter film. A 70 millimeter digital medium format camera is still a 70 millimeter digital format camera. It's the same thing. It has nothing to do with focal length. Go ahead.
So you're saying it has more to do with sensor size?
Yeah, the larger the sensor, the larger the film, the more detail you see.
Okay, so if you had a 70 millimeter, it'd be like equivalent to a full frame, and a 50 millimeter be closer to APS-C or something. Is what you're saying?
There's not really a crop sensor for medium format digitals, but yeah, crop sensor is something that mainly just applies to 35 millimeter.
People talking about cameras, they probably don't even own cameras, so you shouldn't store the lens mounted.
Yo, I'm deep in
want
this.
me to show you my cameras? Here,
I've had these cameras for a while, bro.
Don't do it. No, you done.
I'm sorry. I've had these things roll
open
around
the
in the
can
backseat.
now.
But if anybody say, if anybody say damage, like, bro, these cameras literally roll around and rolled around in the back, bro. Like, the fuck. I mean, I guess some people have bad luck with them, but I just haven't.
I got a whole bag of stuff. I got 5 lenses, 2 bodies. I shoot Sony A7R3s. If you want, I'll go show you my website. I'll show you exactly what I take pictures of. Oh, I can do it out here instead of waking everybody up.
Dr. Florida Atworld does not believe you have any cameras. I'm going to agree with him. I think that is absolute cap, 100% CGI. Your cameras are fake.
Probably true.
Oh, so while you're looking, I did find the photo. It's Alpha Sierra 08-14-2383 on March to the Moon. That's Earthrise. Again, for anybody who wants to look it up, I know there's none of you here, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's Alpha Sierra 08-14-2383. No spaces. And that's Earthrise. And if you kind of look at it, or if you Google it, it looks like it's rotated 90 degrees, which is not what we would expect to see. Oh, I'll turn my camera on to the image that I found.
So I'm just, while he's doing that,
know where the image is,
here's my face for the non-believers. Now I'll flip my camera and I'll show my profile photo on my website.
All this shit is CGI. Hell, man. And this is what y'all believe, though.
That's me on the website. And I'll just show.
That's a real picture.
These are all of my photos, but let's show the one that people are probably going to know the best.
Because that's obviously a real picture.
That's what I do for all of the non-believers. I actually took that photo among many others.
I've seen that photo. Not that one, but I've seen that photo right there specifically. You took that photo?
Yeah. I've shot the Super Bowl. I've been to Chris Bosh's house. It's what I do. Not that it matters, but anyway.
That's dope as fuck. I wish I could actually get on doing that for real. I would definitely.
I don't even know who this guy is. I got a video of this astronauts.
Off subject, but shooting those guys is a pain in the ass. You get 30 seconds with them.
I know. I already know. I was already told. I was already told. You literally. They said you need to work on getting the shot within 15 seconds because you only get 30 seconds with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I spent the first time I shot LeBron. I flew out to Cleveland for 3 days for 60 seconds worth of shit.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
60 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
Man, you be palm sweating like a mug. Gosh. And then it just happened, it's over. It just happened, it's over. It's like, damn. Looking back at the viewfinder like shit.
You guys, who's this guy? I think he's an astronaut. You know who he is?
He's shooting stars. Did you see the shooting stars? Yeah, I'm getting to that. Oh, okay. There's a lot of noise going on.
Yeah, but they remade Earthrise photos. So like the original one I had with the black box, you don't get that. No.
Far from here, and they're really in the protective confines of the Earth.
They say
They're really in the protective confines of the Earth. They're really in the protective confines.
That guy's an astronaut, isn't he?
They admit the black box was there. They say it was 2 photos stacked or something.
That's so easy to get rid of. Like, if they fake that, you're only seeing it on the digital versions. Why wouldn't they get rid of it today?
They did.
That's like the most...
They don't have it anymore. They changed it. It even says after 45 years, they changed it. NASA recreates...
They rescan the photos. They rescan the photos.
I don't know, man. All I'm saying is they redid it, and so on their site they don't have that original one where everybody was making fun of.
What is expected with JPEG compression?
That's not what happens.
It is.
That shit would be
anybody
who. It would be irregular. It would not be a square.
No,
if it was a regular,
the reason why it looks like that is because you're looking at a small round object on a very dark field. The dark field.
What's that have to do with the rectangle?
So the dark field has 0 detail on the film. There's no pixels there. It's light just pours through it. That's why it's black. So when you scan that in and then make it into a JPEG and pull it down, like download it as a low res, why is it tilted?
Yeah.
What do you mean, why is it tilted?
The square.
Because that's what's expected with JPEG compression. This is seriously, take this to anyone that knows what they're talking about. No one that's involved with a flat Earth versus.
You don't think Stanley Kubrick helped with the moon mission?
No,
not
we
even
know
a little
he
bit.
didn't.
Like 0.
Really?
On a scale of 1 to 10, -4. Kubricks.
-4. You gotta at least give
-4 Kubricks. 10 to the -17 Kubricks on the moon landing.
It's right here.
Camera.
Yeah, it's right here.
We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're a coward and a liar.
Bro, Stanley Kubrick helped out with the moon mission. I can show you them coming out of the meetings and everything. At Disney Studios with the NASA. Hold on. Oh.
But what about all the things that we can verify with the moon?
Please, right. Like this is a mouse. Explain this mouse.
Explain
that mouse.
Again, we use that term nominal. Essentially,
why are they lying?
What mouse?
Why was there a mouse in there?
The animated mouse jumping around with somebody added?
No. This mouse right here.
Oh, that's not a mouse. Do you know how big
that's not a mouse.
Yeah. Do you know how big those rocket engines
That's
are?
not a mouse. My fault.
Yeah. Do you know how big those rocket engines are?
Bro, that's a mouse.
So if that was a mouse,
let's do it again.
In relationship to the size of the rocket, that mouse would be the size of a German Shepherd.
Is that not a mouse? Anybody else don't think that's a mouse?
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
You're saying, okay, what are you saying?
I'm saying those rockets are huge. Those engines are huge. If that's a mouse, it's the size of a German Shepherd. We can actually tell you what it is. It happens on almost every single launch.
Even if it's not a mouse, it's an animal. I don't care what you do. It's an elephant.
Not an animal. It happens on every launch. It's ice.
Yeah, an elephant walks around on the back. Or whatever.
How many launches?
What is that?
How many launches have you actually seen?
So you're saying that's not an animal or nothing? It's a figment of my imagination. What you're saying? Literally,
No,
an
you're
animal walked on
absolutely,
the back
you
of
are
a
100% seeing what you think you saw. You saw a thing. You absolutely did. How
Where
many
was that thing?
launches have you watched? It was ice. It was
That
ice.
was ice. You said that was ice.
Yeah, I
This
said
was
it.
ice. Bro, this was ice. Hold on. I'm making sure y'all seeing this shit. This was ice with ears.
We expected an appropriate range where we should.
This thing got 2 ears and a face. Are you saying ice got 2 ears and a face and it walks around?
Unless, yes, I am saying that unless it was modified. So can I get a link to this video so that I could take a look at it? Or can you give me the search terms?
Huh?
Can you give me the search terms so
You want
that
to see
I
the
can
exact
also
video?
take a look? No, I'll look at it myself. Just tell me the search terms.
Type in SpaceX rocket launch to the International Space Station live at CBSN and find their archive. Because that's who posted the shit. CBSN. CBS Network.
Okay. SpaceX rocket launch to the International Space Station. This is very specific, so I'm warning you. Like, this is not going to give me what I think you want it to give me, but let's do it. International Space Station. What else? SpaceX rocket launch to the International Space Station. What after?
It's CBSN, so I found this a while ago. I don't have the exact link to it, but if I was to look it up, I would type it in.
It might be easier to type in.
No, I mean, using the search terms that I was given, there's like a billion links. So which one?
I mean, it's all one rocket launcher. You can get the rocket.
Yeah. So SpaceX has actually launched at least 6 crewed missions to the space station, and they've launched a bunch of resupply missions, which is why he's coming up with a ton of links. There's they recently just launched Crew 6 on Crew Dragon.
Mouse in it.
However, Char, if you're on there and you get to after the first stage releases and now they go to the second stage, you should be able to fairly easily find, even if it's not the exact video, another one with ice on it, because it does happen fairly often.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I can like Google any SpaceX launch and see
Stanley
ice,
Kubrick,
but I want to see mice. Sorry, I want to see mice. Is what I want to see, and I haven't found it yet.
1965. I just thought I'd add that in there.
So if you see any kind of fancy graphics or sort of like, oh yeah, we got you, oh yeah, we got you, flashing at the bottom of the screen, like, do you not think that like the world's leading scientists like wouldn't see that? Do you think they wouldn't see that and go like, oh shit, they got us?
Yeah, people have been calling
like,
it.
We got to do something.
People have been calling it out for years. A lot of people wrote a lot of documents. That's why there's so many different angles.
Well, but again, I know you. I've looked it up and I'm not seeing any footage of a mouse. I just don't see it. Please tell me a search term or give me a link so I can see it. I want to see a mouse in.
How far away that is, bro?
It might be on Sir, Are You Okay, Sir?
Once you find the whole video, you'll find it. You'll see it. But you got
to saw that video with the mouse in space. I've seen that.
Right. But how large is that rocket engine? How large is the engine?
One earlier, I got one with a fly.
Line of sight. 12.4 miles.
That's on the Mars rover. And the thing is, you guys are just buying into the lies and people actually manipulating photos.
Is this it? Is this it?
It might be.
I think it's like 3 hours long, bro. You probably got to just scroll through.
What are you looking for?
I had to cut it from that, and I just like.
SpaceX drops off 2 astronauts at the International Space Station. CBS News.
It was.
It's not that.
That was their very first launch.
It's in, bro. It's in there. You see, I ain't make that up. Ain't nobody CGI that. Like, legit. That's just a screenshot.
That isn't CGI. That's just people making claims. So they only show you the.
No, I'm saying that's a mouse.
So Crimson, have you ever seen any other video than that one showing an animal on the rocket?
Hey, no, that's kind of extra. I mean, I don't think that every day there's an animal on the rocket and they filming it.
But here's the thing. Here's why I asked that. Because it happens all the time. And there's only one video that anyone shows, and it's the one that they say is a mouse.
A mouse walks on a live rocket all the time.
No, the ice.
I think it would make way more sense if they shot that in a 3D environment, wouldn't you?
So if NASA is making all of this money, and Elon Musk is being paid a gazillion...
They're making a whole lot of money. $60 million a day.
So why are they going to put out a video? Why are they going to put out a video with an obvious mouse on it?
So we're talking about this, right? Hold up. You see it right there? That little goober? Look at it run. Look at it. Did you see it? Do you want me to back it off? I'll back it off. Hold up. I just want you to know that's not a mouse.
And we don't have white mice.
You got to mind you, that thing is going like 17,000 miles an hour too. So.
Which is why it's not a mouse.
Yeah,
but it's also not traveling that fast yet.
Well, food to me is not.
It's traveling faster than the speed of
food to
sound.
me is not even an animal at all. Like it's legit something normal that happens.
Look up the other rocket launches, and you'll see it happen with obvious chunks of
they
ice.
can't even get an exterminator, bro. They got so many secrets they won't even let the exterminator guys in.
Show me a wild white mouse. Show me a wild white mouse.
Bro, come on now, bro. You sitting here trying to. We all seen it. Everybody's seen it. Right? You can look at the comments.
Mice in the wild are not white. Mice in the wild.
Look at all this
white.
ice.
I just know I seen a mouse on a rocket, and no way in hell that should happen.
Look at all this ice.
What does that have to do with a mouse?
There's ice all over. I'm just saying there is far more ice.
There is before it take off.
Mice.
There's a lot of ice because they
there
try
is
to keep the
way more ice than mice on a rocket.
What are you saying?
Way more ice than mice.
You saying that wasn't a mouse on that rocket?
Right, it was ice.
It was ice?
It was ice. That's what we've been trying to tell you this whole time.
Claim. It was ice.
No, it happens all the time.
Bro, that's a bold claim, bro. I know what ice is. That is not ice, bro.
Ice is what brought down Challenger.
Do anybody in the chat think that was ice? Come on, bro.
Ice is what brought down Challenger. The reason Challenger exploded was because of
a mouse was on it. Okay.
No, it was because of ice. And if I'm not mistaken, it's also the reason the Columbia exploded, because a chunk of ice hit the tiles.
Fast steady with the wind. Yeah, from the oxidizer supply line. Turns out when you convert a gas from a liquid to when you take a compound or chemical and go from liquid to gas, it gets real cold.
Bro said that was ice, and people believe in it, bro. Ice? Sniffing around.
I don't think the chat is going to go your way.
If it slid down the rocket, I believe it. Bro, that thing walked around the rocket. It walked around the edge of the rocket. Hey, I ain't going to sit here and tell me that was no damn ice, and I'm going to believe that shit. That shit walked around the rocket. Didn't even fall
what
off
happens to ice when it comes to contact with ice?
Thrusting up. That ice would have flung off of that thing.
Have you ever experienced snow, Crimson? Have you ever been in an area that had an ice storm or snow?
It just snowed yesterday.
Yes. Excellent. So you've had like ice on your car, and right, and you've driven it around. All the ice
fling off the windshield and go behind me. It go away.
It doesn't all the time though. When you've got ice, and I'm talking about real ice, storm ice, when it's on your hood and it splats up onto your windshield, it's gonna walk around with the turbulent air that's forcing it to like wiggle back and forth and go up and down until finally the airflow forces it up off your windshield and into the air. Like, if you live in an area,
The other 30% is from going to
Right.
reach on the outside.
But your car,
none of it's gonna walk around my windshield.
So what happens? What happens to
Bro,
a
it literally
huge,
paused and everything. What do you mean? It
what
sniffed
happens?
around, paused, reached, and you say, "Oh, it's ice." Sure.
Yeah, it
Crimson.
slipped around, got wedged onto a thing, and then it ended up getting unwedged, like because it was going real fast. Like I don't know why is mouse the more plausible explanation?
That essentially just means that we're within the expected and appropriate range where we should be. So that again, we use that term nominal. That essentially just means that we're within the expected and appropriate range where we should be. So that all that means should be. So that.
My bad. Oh, that looked exactly like ice. My bad, man. I don't know how I thought that was a mouse.
So what happens to a huge chunk of ice if it comes into contact with an extremely hot surface? Like a gigantic piece of ice, because that's what it was.
Space peanut butter. Yeah.
So what's going to happen?
It is actually peanut because Shard got it on his thing. He's seen it himself. He just ain't want to pull it back up because he's still trying to make heads and tails of it.
The bottom of that ice is going to vaporize into water almost immediately, which gives it a cushion to float on.
What are you talking about? I can pull it right back up. Hold up. Let me hit the back button a couple times.
You know that's a mouse, bro. Be honest, man. You ain't got a lot of glue, man. Tell the truth. You know that look like a mouse, bro. And you can easily see how one could come to that conclusion.
I'm going
to say
other videos of this.
There's a mouse,
hold up.
What is that, a mouse on Apollo?
Oh, look, yeah, there's a mouse in space, and so the obvious thing that the mouse would do would be to run down onto the bell of the very hot thing that will definitely kill it.
Unless it's not really hot.
Right. And my point exactly. It's sitting in a film studio getting recorded with a 3D background. And it's been sitting in there so long, a mouse literally is just free roaming in there.
All right, so scientifically that doesn't make a lot of sense, but
how does that not make a lot of sense that you can film it in your house and you have mice in your fucking house? Wouldn't that make sense? Have you ever put a background?
Because if my claim and the consensus of everyone else, if my thoughts regarding what we just saw and the consensus of 90% of everyone else says, that's ice. And you say, nah, dog, that right there, that's a mouse. If everyone else says it's ice and you say it's a mouse, it's kind of on you to prove that it is a mouse. Because the consensus is, after rigorous analysis, that it is ice. Then the burden of proof is on you.
So he's flying the Namek. It's Goku flying the Namek. That's how they did it. That's exactly how they did it.
So Crimson,
because it was live, so they couldn't edit it because it was live. Okay. That's why I said.
So Crimson, how do they fuel the rocket? Do you know what types of
that rocket?
Yeah,
that rocket specifically. They didn't film. They probably plugged it in.
Fuel.
Yeah, it was probably plugged into 120.
No. So how do they claim they fuel the rocket? How do they get oxygen to the rocket fuel to make it?
They use fuel propellants and stuff, and they.
Okay, but how do they oxidize it? What do they use as an oxidizer?
They don't go. They don't go
so they use
through the magnetosphere. As far as all they use, they shoot up and they curve and they go back down, right in the Bermuda Triangle.
Wait,
okay, perfect. Perfect. Yes. Okay, what 3 points make up the Bermuda Triangle?
With 3 points make up the Bermuda? It's right outside Florida, so I mean, I'm just saying area.
So what 3 points make up the Bermuda Triangle?
There's actually an island out there.
No. What 3 points make up the Bermuda Triangle? If you don't know, I'll tell you.
Tell me.
It's Bermuda, Fort Lauderdale, and Puerto Rico. Guess where I live?
I would assume nearby.
Fort Lauderdale. Guess what I can watch from my front yard?
A rocket launch go to Bermuda Triangle.
No, I can watch a rocket launch. Guess what doesn't happen when they launch?
Go.
They don't get closer to me, and they don't turn south. They head east.
Where's SpaceX go?
They all head east. They all head east. They all head east.
Mexico?
They all head
SpaceX goes
east.
north once in a while. I know
They
that
all
for a
head
fact.
east. They
I
all
know
head
it for a
east.
fact.
Okay. Well, even if they go,
I
even if they
recorded
go
it
north,
myself over Connecticut. It's on my account.
even if they go north, even if a rocket launch goes north, which you would have to show me that off of a launch,
It's on my account.
they're not
But
heading.
anyways,
They're not heading. They're not
towards the
heading
end
to
of
the Bermuda
video,
Triangle.
the lights go out and it just drifts off.
They're not. They're not heading to the Bermuda Triangle.
They never.
I
They
can.
don't shoot rockets.
If they go north, they're specifically going away from the Bermuda Triangle. Like, come on, guys.
I recorded it.
Fort Lauderdale is about 250-ish miles away from Cape Canaveral, and I can watch a Falcon 9 launch with my own bare eyes.
I didn't know what it was.
So if they're coming to the Bermuda Triangle to land, I would be able to watch them start to
I'm just
curve
saying,
towards me.
and I'm definitely not saying all rockets. Most rockets. Some rockets do go straight up. I told you about the Tupac.
No rocket goes straight up. No rocket launched by NASA or SpaceX goes straight up. Now you got to prove it firmament. So if a rocket hits something, why doesn't it get destroyed? It's traveling faster than the speed of sound.
Have you ever seen a magnet travel through like an electromagnetic field and then they have like an opposite polarity?
So Crimson, you just did the Flurf reset because we already talked about this when Mooney was here, and he showed you the gases coming out of the back of the rocket, and we had this whole conversation. And now you're going right back to it when we've already explained it.
NASA example, and that was excellent. That was actually excellent, and he didn't disprove anything. He
right.
Just,
so what
happens?
What happens
in
our atmosphere?
It was rocket exhaust, and I'm like,
what
that's
happens?
significantly larger than a rocket. But go ahead.
What happens in our atmosphere as you get higher?
What happens in my atmosphere as you get higher? Apparently, it gets colder, which is weird because you're closer to the sun. But whatever.
No, that's not weird. No,
it's not.
So if you go to the top of a mountain versus sea level, is it easier to breathe at sea level than the mountain?
No. You're talking about black
it isn't easier to breathe at sea level than it is on top.
Either way.
Yeah, the air is thinner. So what is going to happen to gas coming out of something if it's in less pressure?
I mean, I ask the same thing about people who say the atmosphere holds everything in together, and that's why we don't experience motion.
But now you're not answering my question.
You can't say that and then say
but now you're not answering my question. What happens to gas coming out of something if it's in less pressure? If you start out at a higher pressure and then go to lower pressure and the same amount of gas is escaping that thing and we can see that gas, what do you propose is going to happen once it hits less pressure?
It's the same thing that the Earth is going to experience, should experience.
Let me help you. It's a really simple answer that you don't want to give for some reason. The gas is going to expand if there's less pressure pushing on it.
But you're proving the existence of a dome, is what I'm saying.
No, you can't have a pressure gradient within a dome.
Yes, you can. Why can't you have a
show me?
Really, you can't
show
have
me
a
where you have
gradient.
A pressure gradient. Show me where you have a pressure gradient in a dome.
You can't.
In any container, like a Pepsi can, a Coke can, a scuba tank, a propane tank. Gas always equalizes in those. And if you let a little bit of if you're using a propane grill and you turn the propane tank on, use it and then shut it off, the gas is going to equalize again. The pressure gradient in our atmosphere is proof that there is no dome.
Even in Russia.
There's a dome. The pressure gradient is proof that there is a dome.
Yeah.
No, pressure gradient is proof absolutely that there is not a dome.
Cite the scientific law that supports your claim.
Okay, hold on.
There ain't no scientific proof of any claim.
There is, though.
Literally, like every scientist.
Like all the claims. Like, give me a thing, and I will tell you the scientific law that proves the thing.
Like entropy.
I can show you two scientists who said we're in a 6-level extinction event, and they're lying.
And entropy also proves that we're not in a dome. So don't use the second law of thermodynamics.
I was definitely about to pull it up for you too.
Do you guys know how heat from the sun is transmitted through space?
You know how heat from the sun creates the wind?
Radiation.
Through radiation.
Excellent. Okay, great, cool. We've established
through radiation. That's why the sun has to be local. Otherwise, we'll have a chance of radiation. The sun here. It would be measurable. It'll be measurable.
Nah.
I
Anyway, sorry I brought that up. I apologize. I was trying to establish a baseline that was clearly established before.
That ain't work. The sun is electromagnetic. We are all electromagnetic. That's why you got iron in your blood.
No.
Everything has trace
true,
amounts of magnetism.
If that were true, we wouldn't be able to go into an MRI because the iron would be sucked out of our blood and we would die.
No.
Yeah.
No. For the most part, the standard blood has ferromagnetic iron, and it's not like you're not going.
Ferromagnetic iron, which would react to an MRI, which means that we would end up with millions of holes in our body as our iron was sucked out of the hemoglobin in our blood.
That's cute. The only reason we're together is through vibration. Period. So that's not going to work. It would take vibration.
What?
Oh wait, is that funny? Oh, okay. Hello.
No, I was coughing.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you didn't believe in vibration. We can go down that rabbit hole. I'm not looking at you. We can go down that rabbit hole now. Vibration physics.
I've seen them pictures and videos. Some of the videos of them people that for that Challenger, they look pretty. They look like them. I'll tell you, facial features and everything.
Go there. Do not. You know what? I'm going to tell you right now. I will leave. Do not talk about Challenger. Do not. Just don't. I know what you're about to say, and don't. Just.
Well,
don't.
what's up with Challenger?
Don't.
He wants to leave it alone. We'll leave it alone.
I don't know. I don't really.
If it's true, it's a sensitive
Didn't they say
topic.
they found them people there?
I got one.
I don't know. Tell me. You know something I don't know? I had to ask, man. I had to ask. You walked into it, man. I had to ask.
So let's do this because like we just go in circles. What evidence would you accept?
No, I ain't trying to be disrespectful. Huh?
No.
Hey, look, it's the original.
But evidence will have about what?
What evidence would you accept for anything that we've talked about?
I'm going to look more into man. I actually had it pulled up. No, I was actually going to look a little more into something, but aside from that, no, I still think NASA's lying to us, man.
Okay, but we don't need NASA to prove the shape of the Earth. So what evidence would you accept? What would meet your bar of proof?
I would say probably live footage of the whole Earth, and then somebody zooming in.
What do you mean by the whole Earth?
The whole Earth, live footage of the whole Earth.
You mean half of the Earth?
No,
I mean we can't.
Half of the whole Earth, and then
we can't see the Earth in 360 degrees.
No, I get that. I get that.
Okay, so half of
one side. You can see at least one side of it, though.
Right. So half of the Earth.
You can see it.
Right.
Live.
I want that footage.
Okay, so we get photos every 10 minutes.
No, not photos. I want to see live video feed of the Earth.
Why do you think we don't have
You
live
can't-
video
wait,
feed?
You can see it. You can see
No,
it
of
from
the whole
ISS.
Earth, not a portion. The entire whole Earth.
Yeah.
Live video
So
feed.
why do you think? Why do you think?
I don't want a photograph. I want live video feed.
Why do you think we don't have live video feed from
Of the
that far
entire
away?
Earth? We don't have it of the entire Earth.
Right,
We have
right.
portions.
Why? Why do you think that is?
I really don't know.
Can I ask you a question?
How large is a video file?
So you saying that they couldn't take it from the
I
moon?
got them from anywhere from a
Anyone
megabyte to 400 megabytes.
Yeah. So did you ever notice how low resolution the live broadcast from the lunar landings was?
I mean, we're talking everything was
grainy
low definition.
Okay. Right. So we did have live footage of the Earth from Artemis that was higher resolution. But it's done in short clips because the bandwidth to get a large video file back to Earth in real time is enormous. 4K video files is huge, especially if you want Earth rotating it in it. It rotates 15 degrees per hour. So if you want raw, uncut footage of the Earth rotating, you're talking about a 4K video file that's multiple hours long, uncut. How large is that file going to be?
And the first file, don't even got to be a 4K file, but it could be fine at 480.
Oh, so super low resolution you'll accept.
That's not super low resolution either.
480 versus 4K.
Yeah, 480 like officially is considered low resolution.
I mean, technically, by modern standards, it can be considered low resolution, but your average television show broadcasts in 720, 480 anyway. So it's not like, oh, this is like crazy, like Rocky or something. It's some normal stuff that you'll see.
I bet if we gave that to you, you'd say, I want it 4K. I want it 8K. Why are we shooting 480 this day and age? That would be.
I'm not that much.
So we have multiple days of Earth's rotation. So it takes Earth 24 hours to rotate once. We have multiple days of that. It's done through a time lapse because a 72-hour video would be dumb. Why are photos not admissible? A video is just multiple photos run one right after another.
Mm-hmm. But you get the aspect of live.
Himawari
and negate for that.
No. So Himawari shoots one photo every 10 minutes of Earth. I
consider a site, and it really doesn't.
It does.
It's not one photo of Earth every 10. No, it's not.
It
I
is.
can flip their site and I can show you.
Okay. So how do they take those photos? Because I know exactly what they're doing.
I'm not saying don't take photos or anything like that. I'm just saying they don't post one photo every 10 seconds or whatever. It's a little more
different. It shoots one every 10 minutes, and they publish those all in the same day. And with the cool thing is with the Discover satellite and the Epic camera, which is run by NASA, if you're in the U.S., it's actually really, and actually you can probably do it from anywhere in the world because it's not in a geosynchronous orbit. You can actually connect to the satellite directly with your computer if you so choose and get the images directly from the satellite before anybody else touches them. Like literally connect your computer directly to the satellite and download them just like NASA does. So we have that. Both of those satellites are 1 million miles away. One's in a Lagrange point and the other one's in a geosynchronous.
Let's just say, I'm actually looking at one of them right now, the Huawei one. It's definitely a CGI.
What makes you say it's CGI? Because
they're now. I'm doing the zoom in now.
Okay. Because all the weather patterns match up.
Instead of doing that, I just do this.
How can you tell if a photo's CGI? And CGI isn't even a photographic term. So how can you tell the photo's been doctored? Just by looking.
They usually say it.
And they usually say what? Composite?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what makes a composite photo fake?
Okay, so this photo right here uses the blue marble. They're using the blue marble as the base, and it says it right here at the bottom.
Do you know what they're using from the blue marble?
They're using the blue marble as the base image for this. And this is on Hamari's website.
Right. It doesn't mean what you think it means.
I'm just saying, it says the animation library.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So what
graphics?
What makes a composite photo fake? More importantly, do you take photos on your phone ever?
Yeah.
Okay.
It becomes a composite when I start adding to the photo, and I'm not talking like
No. Did you know that your phone literally takes composites all the time without you knowing it?
Sure, but that's not what we're talking about.
Okay, but no, that's literally what NASA does. It's the same type of composites.
No,
the 2002 blue marble photo is the same thing as your phone doing a panoramic photo.
Sure,
yeah,
no,
that's
it's
what I
more
wanted to
close
ask
to
you
doing
about
a
that.
stitch.
The
More
blue
like
dot.
more like a full stitch, like a room stitch or something like that.
Okay,
not like
yeah. But what is a
a
panoramic?
No,
What does your phone do when you
ever
shoot a
done a stitch?
panoramic
How
photo?
wonky it is?
What does your phone do when you shoot a panoramic photo?
It stitches left to right.
So on one hand, you're saying your phone stitches the photo together. On the other hand, you're saying NASA stitches the photos together. What is the difference?
No, you're saying two totally different things.
No, they're not.
Right. I'm getting a full frame image, left to right, left to right, left to right, left to right. That's a scenic view. That is a scenic view. To say that I'm going up, down, this, that, the third, to fill in all, whatever the case is.
So with your phone, here's the difference. Here's the difference. When you take a panoramic photo with your phone, you're moving.
This is what they do. Well, they just go across it.
Yeah. And then they stitch them all together, just like your phone does.
Yeah, but you can stitch that together however you want to stitch it.
What is required? What is required to stitch the photos together?
That's not unseen footage. It's been available since I was in my early 20s on the internet. I mean, laugh all you want. Turns out it's real hard to walk when you're in 1/6 gravity, carrying 130 pounds of gear on your back, and a further 140 gears or 140 pounds of equipment on your body.
There's no weight.
No, there is weight on the moon.
No,
you got to be
that's
kidding me.
why it's so confusing.
You add a little book bag or whatever, he feel normal. He won't feel super.
That's why it's so confusing and disorienting, is because the gravity on the moon is 1/6 of what we experience on the Earth.
Yeah, so if he had a book bag and all that, he'd feel pretty good. You ever took off some heavy boots after a long day at work? That's what he'd feel like, right?
Their suits were also basically a balloon. So imagine you're in a...
I know. Wouldn't it like nearly impossible to bend and stuff?
From the beginning, from the first suits they ever made up to the end.
What type of shit is that? I mean, you pretty much put them in a death sentence. You put them in a restrictive ass suit like that with bags and send them 250,000 miles away in a fucking explosive. Sure.
So to Dr. Flat World in the chat, just real quick.
I wouldn't have went to the moon without a gun. I'm sorry.
So to Dr. Flat World in the chat, 20-year-old Chardock was in the army and was not allowed to have a beard. I know. It's a crime against humanity. So, that's why I only did one tour and I got out. So anyway, but what you're looking at is quite literally what you're seeing. This is a live feed from the International Space Station right now.
There used to be a rule at some of the police stations, that beard thing.
That's cool, bro. It's like one of them satellites, right? One of them balloons.
No, that's from the ISS.
It's a satellite
this
balloon,
is from the ISS.
It's a satellite balloon, though.
Yeah, religious thing.
Satellite balloons can't travel.
Downward. There ain't even no curve in that. It's just some normal shit, right?
They protested and everything over it, but
balloons can't go 428 kilometers in the air,
and they can't travel at 17,000 miles.
Kilometers. It's probably more like, I don't know, 60 miles.
You know what's cool about the ISS astronauts? I've also been lucky enough to meet a couple of them. You know what they get to take with them if they want?
What?
Their phones. Do you know what they do with their phones?
Busting off in zero. I shouldn't say that.
I have the picture that astronaut bought the camera for 2 weeks before he went up. I have that original picture.
So the astronauts take their personal phones up there. Some of them will actually post to social media while they're up there, but they all make their own home videos because obviously, if you're on the ISS, it's a pretty thrilling thing. Not many people get to do it, so you make your own videos.
Right.
And they come down; they're totally willing to show you videos that you have never seen that don't get put out by NASA on their own phones. Astronauts are super approachable. Even Buzz Aldrin, as much of a curmudgeon as he is happy to talk about everything he did. And if you come to Florida, you can meet him really, really easily.
How would I do that?
They just switched cameras. Look at this. There's your curve. There's your curvature. Yeah, baby. Yeah, behave.
Before you get too hyped, I'll say that's roughly 20%.
I got a flat one.
Wait. Calm down. Let's talk. That's like what, 20% of the surface, right? When you say?
No,
you say that?
Not even. No.
Because what city is that? What city is that taking up 20% of the earth?
See, this is what I mean right here.
What city is that taking up 20% of the earth? Is what I'm saying.
Another keeper.
I'm sorry.
That's
what
more
city?
than a city.
What country? I'm sorry. I'm going to say what country.
So it's over the South Pacific. If I had to guess, I'm thinking that this is probably parts of Indonesia or New Zealand, and then this might be Australia? Question mark? I don't know.
I'll rewind it.
I'd say that's a fair guess based on what we're seeing.
Awful lot of shadow there, bro.
And pretty soon, there's going to be the first civilian that's allowed up onto the ISS, and they're actually going to film parts of a movie on there. Like we're getting to the day and age where
those ISSs are going to fall out of the sky because they're old and decrepit, and Russia's going his own way in 2023. I posted a video about it.
That's already happened. That happened to Skylab in the 1970s.
And they're gonna slow them down and crash them out in the open certain places.
Right.
Everybody's seen that satellite coming with that balloon, though, man. And they talk about sending people balloons.
The U.S. is going to probably concentrate on the moon base for a while. They want to do basically the ISS.
Years.
Actually, I think it's Cali.
We're talking about this stuff for like 70 years.
This might be Cali we're looking at, you guys, or southern. Hold up. No. We're about to pass over the most southern part of South America. Here's the map. I was totally wrong.
Man, look at that.
And so
look at that weird ass route. I'm telling you, they just doing a circle around the Gleason map. That's why that shit look weird. Like
no, so the orbit of the ISS is actually makes sort of like a helix.
I know on that projection, yeah, but it's really making a circle.
Have you ever looked at a?
Let's compare it to my Gleason map. Let's compare that route to my Gleason map.
I'm gonna warn you, it's gonna be a real hard translation because any kind of projection from a globe is it's gonna distort. It just is. But also look, there's a smudge.
I believe that.
You guys see it right there? That's not my computer screen. Hold up. Look, is that a fly? Hang on.
It's a shadow of something. It's a shadow.
Oh, snap.
I say it's a speck because if you really got the camera up there, it's gonna get dirty. Now, if you see it saying it's wiggling and all that, then
you're not going to see.
No, that was me trying to kind of wave it away. Oh, look, this is the direct down view.
Video out of the National Archive.
You're not going to see dust on the lens on any camera. Only on the sensor.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
but you get what I'm saying. Now. I'm just saying if it's
did you know that they actually have to change out the?
But hey, let's look at the ISS route though. Let's look at the ISS.
Okay, so here's what you have to be able to describe on your Gleason map. The ISS never touches any of the poles, but it crosses over everything else.
Tell me where it goes under. It goes under South America.
Everywhere. It literally goes.
Tell me the positions on there where it's cutting through part of Africa. Like,
wait, hold up. We lost Scotty. Where'd Scotty go?
Maybe he got beamed up. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Oh, then man. Really? God, you're an old like me. Why'd you do that?
Let's get mad late though. Let's make this last point. I'm gonna call it a night. This will be a good one though. I think this will be a good one. All right, so on the Gleason map, look like this, and y'all got South America, right? All right, it goes under South America, right? Then it comes up. It goes over into Africa. What is that?
That's the actual orbit of the ISS.
I think. I guess that's China or whatever. I don't know. Can anybody see what I'm doing?
Wait,
where does it go in Australia?
If you're talking,
where does it go in Australia?
It doesn't. Well, within the foreseeable, projection there, there's no Australian transit. It goes over up in towards India, into Russia or Asia in general, then China, and then down south, I guess, sort of into towards Australia.
Each one of these lines.
No.
Sorry, each one of these orbits. Yeah, no worries. Each one of these orbits is 40 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
So you have to figure out how this pattern works on your map. Not just 10 minutes of a line. It's fine if you want to match up what Chardoc's showing you where it is currently on your map, but then you also have to get it to do this on your map.
That's a globe. So I have to make it do that.
But this is what it's actually doing. Do you see how it's not just one?
No, because look, it's just doing stuff like this.
It's traversing every single part of the globe except the poles.
I think you blocked your microphone,
right there,
Josh.
Africa, right in the bottom left for Africa. Wait. On the bottom left for Africa, you see it goes up and it comes out, right? Would that not be the same path?
But then, do you see how?
Could be made like that. Every path could be made like this by you just going like this.
Yes, but if you took your Gleason map, right? If you took that what you just saw, and you kind of grabbed it on all four corners and bunched it up into a globe, it would literally, you would. Oh God, that's actually really good representation. I did not know that the ISS doesn't go up to Africa or Alaska. Jesus. Anyway, so if you sort of grabbed it on all four corners, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and kind of bunched it up into a globe, you would see that representation. Sure.
Of course it wouldn't.
Josh?
Of course it wouldn't, because there's a North Pole right there. Of course it wouldn't.
But do you see how you have to account for, hey, on this line it crosses over New York, and then it goes down to Alabama, and then it hits in Central America, and then it goes over the sea, and then on this next pass, oh, hey, it's going to go through Maine, and then it's going to go through the central U.S. That's what you have to account for. We can actually track it and know where it's going to be, but you're just willy-nilly drawing things.
I'm just going in circles. I'm literally just going in circles. That will make every
but
single
it's not just going in normal circles. It's going in very specific circles.
Into a flat plane like that, it would just be simply going in circles. Okay. That's why the map is a circle.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, you can't see it, but I can literally see the outlines of the states on this map. We can say at this point in time, on this day, it's going to be crossover, it's the sub-ISS point, I guess, instead of the sub-solar point. The sub-ISS point will be this coordinate.
and then this coordinate, and then this coordinate, and then this coordinate. So if we map that out on your map, the track of it is going to end up being something really insane. It's
I don't
not.
think so, though.
It's not going to make any
I say
sense.
we tested by you picking any 2 points on there, and I will show you how.
No, not any 2 points. All of these points. That's
right.
what you
But
have to
I'm
do.
just saying you can
All
pick
of
your
these
points. You can pick any point, and it's going to be a straight, smooth line coming out of a curve.
Right, but then you have to draw this.
What?
You have to get it to do this, because this is what's actually happening.
It's looking
all
like
of these
every line
lines,
is coming from this outside point. It's doing a wide
all,
turn out, and they're coming up.
all of these lines are happening in one day.
It would make sense because all this is open space.
Yeah.
So
all of these,
that's why they're cutting so far out, and they just cut through, cut so far out, cut back through. That's all they're doing.
All of these lines are happening in one day.
Okay, let's just say they are. I'm not saying they are or aren't.
So if you mapped it out, if you took and this is something that you could do foreseeably, relatively easily. It might be a little bit tedious, but there's apps that track the ISS, and whether or not you believe it, at least we have coordinates. So let's find out where the ISS is going and mark it on your map and connect the dots and see the pattern that it's making, and see over the course of a day, what does that pattern look like? And does it match up with something that makes any sort of sense? This makes perfect sense. We can explain why this is happening.
So you're saying it couldn't work on a flat map.
Right.
They couldn't circularly transverse a flat map.
Right.
Over and over repeatedly. And cover all the distance.
100%, because gravity is the only reason that this works. The ISS isn't propelling itself anymore.
I don't believe in gravity because they've never found a gravitron or G-wave or anything like that. We've been looking for a long time.
Well, no, they did.
Oh,
they
man,
definitely
don't
found
tell me that.
gravitational
Like I
waves.
thought that like we were having good discussion, but you tell me you don't believe in gravity, and that makes me
No,
sad.
man, I can't believe in that one, man.
So how does the
I believe in
ISS
magnetism though, in the Earth's magnetic field and stuff.
How does the ISS stay in orbit? It's not propelling itself. It's not firing engines.
I think it got a balloon.
How does it travel at 17,000 miles an hour?
I think it has a balloon. I don't think it travels that fast. That's why
What
I said
balloon have you ever seen that could survive 17,500?
No, that's what I said. I don't think it's going 17,000.
How long did it take the Chinese weather balloon, quote unquote, to make it across the U.S.?
It didn't. It was ours. It was America's.
Okay, but how long
did it take?
Right.
I mean, they don't move that fast. That's what I don't think that it go as fast as you guys said it go though.
But we can quantify how fast the ISS moves across the sky. We've seen it with telescopes and binoculars and
yeah, I definitely can see it, and it's weird because angular vision and stuff like that. It's like the size of a school bus or a football field.
How long does a ISS lunar transit photo last? Like if you're,
you know how hard it is to shoot a Boeing through a telescope,
right?
Let alone
people have shot a lunar or solar transit of the ISS from Earth with cameras. How long does that last? Do you know?
No, it's like a split second. It doesn't last long at all.
Yeah, exactly. So if it's traversing the moon in a split second,
an airplane would too, though.
How fast
but an airplane would too, from your perspective, a low perspective like this.
No, an airplane goes much slower across the moon.
Yeah, airplane. Honestly, I've seen it.
No, I didn't say move as fast. Well, I can't say that either. I've tried to film airplanes. It's very hard to film airplanes in the air. People don't realize how hard.
Most of the time, when you catch
and you're shooting at like 600 millimeters,
like that,
it's really hard.
Like when you catch a lunar transit, unless it's the ISS, which is very predictable, right? It's predictable. It's caught by people who are just shooting the moon, right? They're just shooting the moon and like, oh shit, there goes a jet. That's awesome. Timestamp that, and then they go look for it.
Mm-hmm.
Crimson,
that it's not that far away. That's what I'm kind of getting at. It's far away, but I don't think it's
right. But what I'm saying is you can't,
because our cameras can capture it.
You can't predict a Boeing or Airbus transit of the moon, but we can predict a lunar transit of the ISS.
That's an excellent point.
No, but you go outside, you see you'll see a jet stream or something like that, so you'll focus your telescope on it or whatever, and it's really hard to catch that. It's really hard to catch that. That's kind of what I'm getting at when I say Boeing like that.
I would Crimson. On a side note, you're retired military. If you want to learn how to do some of that stuff, find somebody in the Air Force and have them hook you up with combat camera. Those guys.
Hold the goddamn
phone. What is
phone.
combat camera?
Hang on. You're retired military and you don't believe in gravity?
Yeah, he's airborne. A paratrooper in the airborne doesn't believe in gravity.
No, not at all.
Really?
Yeah. Why would I believe in gravity though? Nobody's proved it to me. It's just a theory. I can prove. I can prove why things fall.
Proven to you every time you jumped out of a plane.
No, wait, whoa. I'm heavier than the air around me. Relative density causes me to fall. It causes things to rise. It causes things to float. All right. Only time I've ever seen mass attracting mass is with a magnet.
So Crimson.
Your marksmanship training taught you that gravity is a thing, dude.
No, it did not. It just told me that bullets fall. First they rise, and then they fall. That's it.
If it's relative density,
I did long range training. I did plenty long range training. It well over 700 meters.
If it's relative density, why will two things of different density but the same weight fall at the same rate?
Why does a helium balloon and a nickel?
Because buoyancy requires gravity. But we can have two things of different densities but the same weight. And weight is actually a measure of newtons, which requires gravity, but I digress. Things of different density but the same weight in our atmosphere will fall at the same rate. Like you can, so let's say you're 6'5". Mm-hmm. Okay, you weigh 200 pounds. Let's say one of your paratrooper buddies is 6 feet tall and 200 pounds. There's 5 inches of difference between you, which means he is denser than you. He has more mass in less volume, but you guys weigh the same rate. If you guys jump out of the plane, feet to the ground, arms at your side, you will fall at the same rate. If you literally both exit the back of the plane at the same time and just go into a pencil, which obviously you're not going to do as a paratrooper, but you get what I'm saying.
What you're saying, though.
So we're taking wind resistance for the most part out of this. I mean, there's still wind resistance, but not as much as
But I get what you're saying. Just for the example, we're just using the example.
Right. So 200 pounds, he's more dense than you, but you're falling at the same rate. So it kind of disproves relative density. And if you take wind resistance completely out of it, things that are most definitely not the same density still fall at the same rate.
I know you had to call for fire at some point, though, right?
Yeah, why?
I mean, did you ever work with the artillery like closely at all? Like, you ever shoot the shit with those guys? Like, they take into account like Earth's curvature and gravity in their equations to make sure that they put warheads on foreheads.
I didn't hear any of this stuff until I came out and people tried to defend flat Earth or whatever. That's when I started hearing this stuff, bro. Never. That's why I said
it's in the manuals.
I told the one guy, I'm like, nobody uses that stuff. I was out there in the field on the regular. I a highly decorated uniform, you know what I mean? Like, I've done it a lot, and like, I'm telling you, I've never even heard that word until starting to study this flat Earth stuff. Like, people like saying it's curvature over distance and things like that. Like, what? All that was completely braille to me. I'm telling you, I've seen a lot. That's part of the reason why I'm like, what is this curvature thing that everybody talks about? Because I've never heard nobody account for it at all. You can literally point it out.
Man, I gotta say, like, I don't.
A radar, which is something like this, flat Earth map would be a radar of the area like that, and you literally have the topography of how like high the elevation is, things like that, and you just take those things into account. And you really just literally dial it in and fire it.
Yo, I'm not like.
There's no
Oh, man.
rotation counted for anything like that.
You ever fire a Mark 19? You ever do that?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
What about it?
So I mean,
That's like the biggest.
I'm trying to understand that you understand what when you launch a projectile, it's got to go up and it comes back down, and the farther out you get beyond the maximum range of the weapon, and then you get into the artillery, which can actually fire like way the hell farther. Mark 19 is a 40 millimeter automatic grenade machine gun. JP
Yeah, but it's like a
8100.
short range grenade launcher. It's not like you're not like a missile or like a 107.
No, it's not. But it still shoots in a parabolic arc, and that's what artillery does. That's why artillery doesn't shoot straight on a flat Earth. It would shoot this way, and it would just go.
No, you shoot a bullet in an arc because you want the bullet to have the most amount of travel time. If I was to shoot somebody in the head that was 700, 800 meters away, my bullet wouldn't hit him like this. My bullet would hit him from the top of his head down. Everybody that shoots long range knows that. That's why we shoot up, to get more time out the bullet. More time equals more distance. Is that not true? You shot long range before, I would assume you know this. Anybody that shot long range knows this, that the bullet will hit you on the top of the head like that, because you need to shoot it high up. You need to shoot it higher than your target.
The more time the projectile has in the air, though, the slower it's going to go. Like, it would be less efficient to do that unless there was a reason to.
I just told you the reason. That's how you get more distance out the round.
Right, but it's coming into contact with more atmosphere. Like,
okay.
if we were on a flat Earth, now excluding any terrain, let's say you're doing this in the desert of Iraq, where there's no mountains around. It's just flat desert.
Mm-hmm.
If you shoot straight, you're going to come into contact with it. The bullet's going to be in the air. The projectile is going to be in the air for less time, and thus slow down less. You know what I mean?
Why is the curvature of the Earth in things like naval gunnery calculations, technical manuals, field manuals?
I also have field manuals and naval technical documentations where it talks about firing over flat and stationary Earth. So we have both sides of it.
No,
you can't say mine's is bullshit, and I can't say yours is bullshit. We have both papers, and we can put them both side by side. Do you get what I'm saying? There is a case for the other side. It's not like,
there's not. There's super duper, absolutely 100% not. There's not. I'm, you know what? More than anything else right now, this, I mean, for what it's worth, I'm stunned more than anything else. And I know this microphone is shit, so I don't know how much you're hearing me. I haven't talked to a veteran, especially a retired one, who worked with artillery or, had to call for fire. I don't know if you're a combat veteran. I'm sure you are, given the climate that we've been in. But, like, I am stunned that you have somehow been you've been taken in by flat earthers. And this is why I say that all flat earth rhetoric is dangerous. Man, I'm really disappointed right now. I'm going to go ahead and bow out. I got to go to bed anyway. But hey, you know what? Regardless, it's been great.
Yeah, this is a great conversation, man. I appreciate it.
I think I just need to, like, sort of take a moment. But hey, everyone else, and you know what? Not everyone else. Everyone, have a great night. That's an order, not a request. Take care, y'all.
Take care, Char. I think I'm going to dip out too. It's 12:30 here.
Hey, it was good talking to you guys, man.
Yeah, man. Have a good one.
Bye.